Hi, everyone. First of all, thanks. I want to say thank to Ghazal Mossadegh for this invitation, and I'm presenting some writers and poets from Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina. I am myself from Brazil. I'm speaking from Rio right now, and we are very happy to be here and to participate in this very important meeting. So, uh, before I will read a short text from mine too, but I just want to announce that Sony Fersek, who is a Makushi person, an indigenous person, she has just been hospitalized. So I will read also a poem from her. And after me and Sony Fersek, I will present my colleague Juliana Pondian, who is also from Rio de Janeiro, and Luciana Martins, who is a poet from Brazil, from Brasilia, Cristino Bogado, who is a poet from Paraguay, and Agustina Perez. She is a poet from Argentina. So I'm going to start reading a text about the Guarani Kaiowá people. And the Guarani Kaiowá is an indigenous people that lives in the border of Brazil and Paraguay, and they have been attacked from land farmers, from ranchers, and their land has been dispossessed, and they are suffering enormous violence from the agribusiness sector in Brazil. So they live in a very sensitive region, and they are surrounded by big companies of soybean and cattle in Brazil. So the Guarani, this is a text from the Guarani Kaiowá, is a kind of testimony of their fight. Uh, I stand and listen to it, still just a crane over a termite mound. She is inattentive, and just like that is how I live. The world has pity. This place of ours is a whole and true because some people come to mess up with our place, but we didn't want to mess it up. These people just came to mess up with our place. The settlers do us wrong. They do us wrong. We ask them settlers and they don't answer us. The truth is that they settled against us. They just want to harm us. We ask them settlers, and they just don't answer. And now enough. Now it will be clear for all to see, because some of the white people will turn against them settlers. We already lived in a clean place. The settlers have a big flag there, but some of us already took it away, brought it to the ground, and buried it. Their flag stands from the country of evil. It was taken away, and now the settlers are going to take away something else from us. A lot of things will be taken away from us. I don't know why the white people let us be so mistreated. We are the real owners of this land. Why are they doing us wrong? We who are the true owners of this land, we did they fight over this land, disorganize everything, and only kill? Why do they fight over this land? It is disorganize everything and only kill. The settlers hide and hide. They hide, then are happy, but they will have to pay. They depend on money. They have guns and we don't. We don't kill anything. We just are going to we just need to eat. We don't do traps for hunting any longer. We don't know how to do it any longer. The settlers, they don't let us live like in the old way, hunting. And then settlers come to take our savanna, our fields, and our water. We can't even go fishing. We can't even go hunting. We can't even go out in the fields because they destroyed our fruits, the medicine plants. And now They have built an hospital for us. We get sick and we are lucky they cure us or not when they don't kill us. But everything is for them to save money. In the days of yore, we used to cook the cassava in water or baked cassava, and that is the life of the people Kaiwa. If you hunt the partridge, you will also do that. We don't have any more meat, but if we have some money and you want from us, we'll buy meat again to share. That's how we all are here. If a single person has enough meat, he donates a little bit to others too. That's how we are here. And now this is how it has been forever for us in our way of life. The ranchers, they came to spill the blood and they don't take back what is ours. This is unfair. So this was a text from the Kiowa people, a recent testimony, and they have been attacked in their land. Next, I will present Sonny Versac. I wish I could share a picture of her. I will try to share. This is Sonny Versac, and I will read a poem for her because she has been just hospitalized. So Sonny Versac is from the Makushi people who live in Roraima, at the border of Brazil and Venezuela. She is a poet and a translator. She has been fighting to give voice for the indigenous people in Brazil. So this is the poem of Sony Versac in Portuguese. Abandonada, minha anatomia se encurta. Deixei-a aos pedaços por toda a cidade, enquanto crianças copo tilintam fomes tão antigas como suas etnias, para vidros aborrecidos de fumê. Mas olhos semáforos disfarçam, abril, desvia, homens papelão classificados de rua anunciam desemprego, mas bocas gramáticas apontam, olha o erro, está escrito em outra língua. Mulheres número, mais corpos e mais culpa se empurram desiludidas para carros, camas e rua. Mas cabeça sentença grita, deve-se vender por gosto, desde lá deve ser puta. Índias descalças, ardidas e desbotadas de meios dias vendem enfeites de palha. Mas bolsos tempo marcam, agora não, que coisa cara. Abandonada, minha anatomia se encurta. Deixei-a aos pedaços por toda a cidade. Fujo de nações inventadas e pergunto: em que parte de mim se localiza a fronteira? Que cores tem a bandeira de minha face? Estrangeira de mim, peço hospedagem. This was Sony Versac. And now I want to invite the next speaker, who is Juliana Pondian.
Hello, everyone. I'm Juliana from Brazil. I'd like to share a few translations I made of Meleager of Gadara, a Greek poet from the Hellenistic period. He lived in the 1st century BC in the city of Gadara, which was part of the ancient Greek world and is now located in the Palestinian territory. I chose Meleager because he was, in a way, a Palestinian poet before Palestinian existed. So I will be reading two short love poems of him from the Greek anthology. First, I will read them in my poetic translation into Portuguese, and then in English, translated by Roger Payton in 1916. So the first one. Aurora, por que agora, desamorada, te demoras, se outro alguém com a fina lã do meu bem se aquece? E quando sinto em meu seio teu pouso tenro, logo invades, e lesta me lança esta luz como quem goza com a maldade. Now in English, and more poetic text is, O morning star, the fool of love, slowly those two revolve around the world. now that another lies warm beneath Deimos' mantle. But when my slender love lay in my bosom, quickly thou camest to stand over us, as if shedding on me a light that rejoiced at my grief. And the second one, vai, voa, mosquito, mensageiro ligeiro, sopra-lhes um zunindo no ouvido. Entre mentes ela te espera, insone, dorme só com o esquecimento. Eia, voa, vai, musamante, voa, diz-lhe baixinho e não desperta a outra, para que o ciúme contra mim não mova. Se me trouxeres meu menino, mosquito, te faço na face leão e nas mãos te dou teu ferrão. And in English now, fly for me, mosquito, swiftly on my message, and lighting on the ring of Xenophilus' ear whisper, thus into it. He lies awake expecting thee, and thou sleepest. O thou sluggard, who forgettest those who love thee. Oh, away, yeah, sweet peeper, away, but speak lowly to her, lest to awake her companion of the night and arouse jealousy of me to pain her. But if thou bringest me the girl, I will hold thy head, mosquito, with the lion's skin, and give thee a club to carry in thy head. Thank you all.
Olá, Adalberto não me apresentou. I'm Luciana Martins, Brazilian poetess, and I'm going to read two poems from this book, my last book, Sinistra Nada Adestrada. Sinister, not at all trained, from Patois Publishing House. Em Gaza, 2008/2025. As crianças olham para a câmera com horror. Não entendem nem da guerra pela terra, nem da luta bruta pelo poder. Em Gaza, 2008/2025. The kids look at the camera with horror. They don't understand the war for the land, nor the brute fight for power. Em Gaza, novamente. A criança palestina come cacto com bastante espinho. É sua única refeição. In Gaza, again, the Palestinian child eats a cactus with plenty thorns. It's their only meal. These two translation is to English is by Gael Martins Guerreiro. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, soy Cristino Bogado desde Lambaré, Paraguay. Voy a leerles dos poemas breves que mezclan alegremente el guaraní con el español. Instantáneamente adivinó la nada. Vivo en las banlieues del sowetismo, encapotado yeuma de cafar, tocada la cabeza ebria de hornillos de alquimistas. Gastas tus puercas horas de tecoachí en un divino tecobecaú. Marluí Miranda me sale del relán de mis dilatados soliloquios. de caminante impenitente, de aplanador iluso de empedrados, de poeta callejero, de pies rítmicos, cuecaturete al dios gusano, por tanta putrefacción a mano, a golpes del corazón, cruzamos las tinieblas del día de la vida. Usa el evangelio de Sri Ramakrishna para asomarse a la cruz del Ambaré. Aletheia se contonea por calle Palma los viernes de sombrero pujaré en Bombachita Cunú, robando smartphone. No tiene sombra ni horizontes perdidos. Su acto seno favorito es escribir libros. Petén Carayá, borracho picado por escorpión. Sankarayá, pesankara. Patina al filo de la navaja. El ateísmo le da 1000 orgasmos. El pesimismo poemas. Levantad, diosas del viento, las nubes del tímido cielo. Su journey in Sakchidananda es al Niepirun de Midaishuri. Su Auschwitz, el futuro desdentado. Salud, Caraíta Robá. Tajevive ven melenondepe, cadaco enrosado, que los Georgoi de Miurgoi, ha hieropoioi, te concedan la droga del Tupanoi. Y el siguiente poema, Amocó Estrella. En el empedrado de los Broken Dreams, Tannhauser portoncítope, te espero, ma darling, como un crupí parado en la piragua de la cumbia, oteando su Sahara pletórico de Kawá Kawin. Y Summer Wine, Upeichaite Mataoka, en la playa blanca, donde vegeta el dios gusano, y la Petit Fleur o Yeroquá. Oye, Puso o Yerabera, a still goodbye. ¿Qué culo va a tener si es un tembotu ya, un mero soneto a tus vísceras? Bipucané, Rabe Yae Obaí, Gloomy Sunday del Lunero, para Kaunda Ye Nerei, Niamandú Moray Canguilón, Obsesión Ragastatatlan de Rajastán, de títeres rebeldes de la servidumbre algorítmica, de poetas que no pueden vivir en la tierra, porque no son quirquinchos ni iruyá, cuasi aragüete. Es mi poesía dedicada a los irupé y taturoos. Arigato, Yoko, pre-songe, imprime la tragedia del ateo. No tengo talentos en mi bolsillo, igual te hago una loa de China, con mi teorbo de oro, de Sheyara Mitacuñá Potomae, She Float Away, y una ot o bajín de rigor erectus, ninfa perdida, cantar sin palabras, trajino night and day. La poesía Pu es una Gigi en blue jeans. Repudia al Tipoy y el Saipucú, y a su padre y a Tromante. Toda militancia es bunda, meubem, morir de no vivir. Es tu régimen vital, desenchufado definitivamente de este infierno de 3 a Cacunú, Ande, Tigo y Línea 23. Muchas gracias.
Augustina, if you go ahead and unmute, yeah, you're good.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas noches, de acuerdo con dónde estén. Mi nombre es Agustina Pérez, soy de Buenos Aires, Argentina, y como cristiana de la primera hora, como judía mística y como musulmana sufí, el dictado me invoca a comparecer en esta causa, en este aquelarre del bien, aquí con ustedes, y no en un sentido del sincretismo, sino del continuum. En mi obra en general se sacan chispas, 2 libros sagrados. El libro del Pilatos de Sol, un libro del poder que hay que seguir al pie de la letra, que como dijo el pintor español Goya, la letra con sangre entra. Es el libro de los fariseos. Y el otro libro es el eclesial, el de los beduinos en el desierto, que no puede sino ser malversado o maldicho o maldito. Es un libro escrito por todos y por nadie, es un dictado que florece malsano en la disimilitud de lo similar de un solo libro. Por eso agarré un fragmento de un texto inédito que sé que veré a continuación. Cenicienta muerta, colgada, Judas, del árbol, tararea. Adidas digitales, Pepsi inyectable y dame más, dame más, dame más del milagroso día de hoy. Hoy por ayer que estoy inspirada. No se llevan, o sí, y arrastras de arrastrar, el rastrillo por la carne que está cantada, en desafine y de halles nada, la tendencia a la exaltación mística con la hipersensibilidad. Nada que encontrar, ningún haya en el salitre, puro descampe. Negocio es, lo que no es negociable. La bancarrota, el asidero y el asentir como que sí. La apuesta siempre al peor postor, y entonces la causa cede su cetro al efecto, y entonces, recién es el entonces, nunca antes, respeto y devoción al derrumbe. Inventarado, inventariado, inventarado, sin vértebras para el arme. El abrío siempre el mejor pastor. Pastorcito del derrape es el muñequito de malecón. Ven, dice, bendice, no, no, no. Con la mendivia blanca ven. Bendice la hostia de polvo blanco, el muñequito. En cuanto al lunes fue el asfalto en resquebraje cuando el BMW por la ruta, de noche, sin iluminar, prestos y preciosos para el estrole. Prestos y preciosos. Una visión. La hermosa carne nuestra estampada contra el macadam como un nuevo accidente del paisaje. El muñequito tuvo una sobredosis de cocaína y lo internaron. Velaba por él su mujer. Pero cuando se descuide el Señor nuestro Dios, Aurelio entrará al hospital con la dosis. Yo detrás, yo con un cabrito. Muñequito, te pondré encima del cabrito. Te ataré con las mismas sábanas blancas en las que te estás revolviendo con la cuchara del odio mientras esperás la bolsa. La cuchara tráela. Una cuchara de plata. Yo, por mi parte, prepararé el banquete. Un plato de rayas lisas. Los dos, la risa, negra, negra. Volveremos a las habitaciones del hotel con el lujo descascarado de las paredes, las persianas bajas y nada de luz. Negro, negro, muermo, negro. Volveremos al lugar de que nunca nos fuimos y donde estar es imposible. Muñequito, matar es un disgusto. Mejor colgarnos navideños, cada uno, en aquella habitación, la 44 de tu penthouse, del ventilador de techo de acero. Las sábanas las tenemos, son dos, la que se ata al colchón y la que cubre el delito. ¿Es culpa nuestra que nos haya sido dada en gracia una composición orgánica de amilosa y amilopecticina? Las sábanas son de almidón. Nosotros, la fécula de la infecundidad monumental. Nosotros, próceres de un país bien despoblado. ¡Viva la libertad! ¡Viva! Que Cenicienta, yo y vos, muñequito de malecón, bien sabemos. Vivas y bravos. Colgarnos, la libertad, la cosa nostra. La libertad que es tanática. Gracias.
Thank you, Agustina. I want to say thank you to all the people from Brazil that participated. This was Sony Fersek from Amazonia, from Roraima. And after that, we had Juliana Pondian from São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, my colleague. And then we have listened to Cristino Bogado from Luciana Martins, Luciana Martins from Brasilia, and then Cristino Bogado from Asunción, from Paraguay, and finally Agustina Perez from Argentina, from Buenos Aires. I want to say thank you again for this for the organization, and I'm very, very happy to participate in this moment to celebrate Palestinian people and their fight from their land. I was reading poems from the Kaiwa people that are suffering the same kind of invasion, violent and brutal invasion of their land. So I'm honored to participate in this reading for the Palestinian people. Thank you very much for the organization, and I'm gonna leave you now. Thank you very much.
Hello, we are joining you from so-called Vancouver on the unceded territory of the Squamish, to Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nations. My name is Clint Burnham. We'll be joined today as well by Cecily Nicholson, Hari Alluri, Hanako Teranishi, Noor Simon, Rita Wong, Cornell Bogle, Joanne Liao, Fatima Hirsi, and Jordan Redicop Jones. And then by video, Hala Alian, Catherine Mockler, and Jeff Dirksen. Dub version. Frenemy in the mosh pit, unliving bromance. Dancing, Wi-Fi, Half-Life, guy in guest track pants. That's a new line they have. 20 or oops, talk, pot liquor, quit lacking. You ever hear the saying, leopards ate my face? It's almost like you should have seen it coming. Get it? You can't wear a hat in a strip bar, Bennifer, holy shit bar, wearing out the memes in the elbows of my sweater. Now noodles instantly, finally, Desi Netanyahu agents, pissant, a base plants, key sun past unmyth. This is good, but needs better work than letting your landlord live rent-free in your head. Not in the NATO Navy, but yells, heads! When they flush, give me some teenage head, ejected red dot, hit record. Case of beer for the tenant, fix the intolerant junkie's light bulb. I'd like to acknowledge you're tired of my land acknowledgement poem. He's on the street in a Ladner dinner jacket. We talked and two more come up. Someone I knew. They all three have million bags of lunch from the grocery. Squeezes by with a keep six-pack before the two cops, male, female, cheerful. Used to be salt and pepper. Now it's one big brown cop, one big white cop. Either case, outside of insight, it's the white guy plays good cop, lady cop plays bad cop. Elbows akimbo, their hands in fleece jacket pockets. Cheerful, the couple selling their bike on sidewalk. Now two female male cops pulled a large white over their stern. Whole ditch, hill figure rhymes with gold digger. Faker in a Carhartt toque. Why Mary Meds no longer on my contacts list. Straight edge shortly after legalization of pot. Gay shortly after AIDS epidemic starts. Cantonese tissing. West Indian teeth suck. Richer than Croesus, tougher than pleather. Two stories about my father that may or may not be. The mother forever to get rid of her daughter's clothing. Dad quickly got rid of my mom's clothing, separated it all into two, Goodwill versus Salvation Army or Value Village. Next to me, watch McMalbuff's moment of innocence do lat pulls on TikTok. Cyclists in Lycra outside, 200 squats, caressing his own butt. In pride, and I used to do a lot of drugs back then. A guy I was seeing, I'm sure he loved it. I'm not hitting any numbers now. I'm in maintenance. That's a ChatGPT program? No, it's super structured. I need super structured. I do wonder how no ceasefires meant differently 25 years ago. It was his last day working. Heads of poets sign on and off Zoom calls. Pigeon-toed woman in flip-flops pulling her hair back through ball cap JR New Country tote bag. Dad, you ever go to the Fox when it was a porn theater? Mom, same question. Puncheon Bridges, aka Alaskan Boardwalk. When sentences chain the same word repeatedly. Traipse through Delcatla, Nature Sanctuary. Pacific Slope Cordillera, Pacific Slope Court, Pacific Slope Court, Pacific Slope Court, Pacific Slope Court, Pacific Slope Cordilleran Flycatcher, Common Raven, Song Sparrow, Townsend's Warbler, Dark-Eyed Junco, Varied Thrush. John Kirk Townsend was, in addition, hanging out with Audubon, trafficked in skulls of indigenous people. Letters from John Kirk Townsend, September 20, 1835, concern Chinook and Klickitat ancestors' remains, sending to Morton from Philadelphia. Grave robbing, destruction of sacred sites in the midst of epidemic disease. Stick to what you know. I'm just going to finish with a poem that I wrote 2 years ago. It's cold and rainy here. I'm waiting for the bus to go downtown, and a guy walks by wearing a black and white keffiyeh. I'm wearing a red and white one. He stops, says something. I say, hey. He says, thanks for wearing that, if you even know what it means. I say, I do, I think. He's Palestinian from Gaza. Says he was a journalist in the 2000s, covered 3 of the wars, TV, worked for Press TV, Iranian English language, then a Chinese one. His cameraman was shot in the head right next to him. He got out through the tunnels to Sinai. They were controlled by ISIS then. Hard to tell what was true or not, but you don't get freedom without some violence. Then some guys came by, asked for a light, then his phone rang, then he took off. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the organizers, to an international poetry community. I'm so honored and humbled always to be a part of a collective conversation. I'm joining you here from the unceded and unsurrendered territory, and where I am is Kwantlen, Musqueam, Kikite, and the land of the Hulkaminam speaking people. Indigenous people have resided in these lands for millennia, long before, prior to the imposition of the Canadian nation state, and are leading long into the future. Today, I would like to share, again, a poem remembering Mahmoud, 1986, by the late poet and thinker Lee Miracle. Lee Miracle was a member of the Stalo Nation, a daughter of the Métis, a granddaughter of the Tsleil-Waututh chief Dan George, and we know her and will continue to know her as an enduring force onto the idea of Can Lit. Remembering Mahmoud, 1986, Lee Miracle. Mahmoud's poems are beads of sweat dripping from stressed and weathered foreheads to fall silent, near silent, amid the incessant Israeli bombs. To rise pearls of blood from between the bits of rubble clutched by Palestinians chasing a livelihood from a shrinking land base. They become desperate word flowers, blooming nonetheless from a land occupied by settlers, chronically stealing the lives of children. It's December, it's Toronto, Gaza is on fire, a gang, another wounded knee, another massacre. No muskets this time, tanks, monster machines, bombs and missiles pummel children. How brave is that? Minus 40 degrees Celsius in Winnipeg, Palestinian and Indigenous children wave placards. Stop killing children in Palestine. Free Gaza. My tears freeze on my face. My daughter is there. Just as she was there 35 years ago, chanting, "Free Palestinians." My frozen tears are cutting pain lines on my face. In between the rubble, Darwish's last words look at the world, say goodbye to Edward Said, peer past the camps, the bombs, and the hypocrisy, stubborn, resistant, eternal. There is no tomorrow in yesterday, so let us advance. I stare at a photo. A small boy cradles a pair of stones, gleaned from the rubble. I imagine him hearing Darwish's ghostly words from these stones. They testify, this is his home. He clutches them. He looks set to advance. The stones are no longer simple rubble. They cradle a story. They cradle his memory. They cradle his hope. They cradle Darwish's last testament. There is no tomorrow in yesterday, so let us advance. In this boy's hands, the stones transform. They are the story markers of his future. They are his beginning. Beloved stones, the last bits of some place called home. They become my stones of conscience. They are his stones of pride. They will become his stones of belonging. They are the rocks of justice for us all. His face is set. His eyes see past this rubble. They see forward to his return, forward to the restoration of his homeland, forward to the right of return. In his eyes, I see Indigenous global tenacity. I touch the stones in the photo, caress his face, and commit to building a bridge, an arc of light under this wind of war, of dispossession. I want to build a pathway and blow us all toward freedom and justice. I want the wind of freedom to echo the resonance of Mahmoud's breath tracks of being. Let us pick up this stone of justice. Let us build a bridge that will lead us to laughter, to the laughter of belonging, of being where we belong, of being who we are and always will be. The light shines back to me from his eyes. The light illuminates his stones, bound as these stones are to his resolve to traverse across the abyss between his refuge and the tanks. My commitment to Palestine floats on the light emanating from his eyes and captures my heart. I whisper, Palestine, Palestine, free Palestine. Wounded knee, no more wounded knees. I imagine him listening and hearing me, nearly smiling, just before he throws his stones. Thank you. All power, liberation, land back, free Palestine.
Wow, Cecily. Word to Lee Miracle. Echoing Cecily's thanks, I'm I'm grateful to be joining y'all, and I am on unceded and unsurrendered Subaset's land in the Cowichan Valley. The first two of the three poems I'll read are for and after Suhir Hamad. Refrain. Hum is Sanskrit for we. Hum rising, hum crest, hum descended, hum falling. Enemies, tongue, folded letters, elbows, shoulder, blades, hum, unravel, shell, geometry, orchards, labor, coriander melodies torn, hum ligaments, almost connected. Knees unbound from reverence, toes away from pulses clenched, hum wounds, hum open, hum salt water, rushing to tighten skin, blood rushing to feed the earth, unparalleled streams. Hum count the dead, hum shop on Saturday, behind closed doors, hum wasn't my decision, out on the block, hum say not enough, hum why don't you, hum if you so brave, hum do it all to preserve, create, destroy, to preserve. Hamara faith, the cycle perfect. Hum pray, to be wrong. Hum tire against snow. Hum armor against home. Hum cracks trying to join. Voices from melodies raised in brackets. All else road. Dissolve. How long will it last? Collective punishment, aquifer, depleted marines, biologists, overhanded throwbacks, output your past into it. Have you ever slaked your thirst, closed your eyes, wondered at the sweetness, at the cost of sounding grateful for a place your lips never want to struggle to forget? This Ars Poetica is a turntabled, scratched up cento for return, with language from Venus Corrigata, Suhir Hamad, Cesar Vallejo, Semal Surea, Janina Kirtan, Rachel Cruz, Barbara Jane Reyes, Rita Dove, Tracy K. Smith, Abigail Chabitnoy, Chris Abani, Yanis Ritsos, Naomi Shihabnai, Tahar Benjaloun, Cecily Nicholson, Faisal Mohyuddin, Alberto Rios, Danusha Lamaris, and of course, Mahmoud Darwish. To lend your ruckus to a storm, become the mist on the windows of dead houses. You will want to wait for those already gone, already savoring a taste without savor. Your own blank space sits exactly like you, tonguing the gap where your molar was. Memories tugged along the curve of a river, their song a chorus of praise and day. We glimmer. Like the ghost of a missing sound when an officer takes your name, when the rainfall reminds you you're still the one from elsewhere, playing hide and seek with an ankle sprain, failing to scramble your way into the silence. It's the trees acting like you could tell that child the whole sky is yours to write on, here now. We will tend the slopes we plant, singing those songs with some illicit stars in their eyes. Yes, this chant is sky, or rotund with sun, bones in the mud in place of ribbons in our laps like a gangly doll. A steady loneliness mothers away the rust. Lean into the path as nettle heavy with rain. Speaking you aloud are all the places which used to be. We know this, though we forget. And so you must weep to make yourself known to a returning cloud, hand outstretched toward the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also thankful and honored to be part of this. I'm coming from the unceded. I'm coming in a visitor to the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Coquitlam people. I'm originally from Treaty 1 territory, the lands of the Chinabeg, Innuit, Dakota, Oyate, and the homeland of the Red River Métis. Winnipeg is where my poems take place. The Quad. Quote, the encampment has now been peacefully dismantled. Will make any necessary repairs to the landscaping in order to return the quad to the community for regular use, end quote. Is what was sent out the day the encampment concluded. The next days, the tents and gates were taken down, but the tall grass and weeds held the shape of our grief and rage. The next weeks, there were signs, do not walk or sit on the grass while replanting is in progress. I could still see the shape of our bodies in the grass, now butchered. The next year, there were new signs. Do not walk or sit on the grass. They told us to evacuate because we were occupying land meant to be enjoyed by all community members, yet they forcefully remove unhomed community members. They refuse safe walks to trans students. They illegally occupy Indigenous land, feigning innocence by, quote, recognizing the harms and mistakes of the past, end quote. The quad is still empty, other than signs still policing the circumference. Do not walk or sit on the grass. These next poems are erasure poems from emails the provost sent out regarding the encampment. May 6th, 2024. Hello, community. The University of Manitoba is committed to policies and law. Scheduled for 9 a.m., Security Services monitor. The expectation is respectability, policies, our commitment to impact community. May 10th, 2024. Community. The event remains peaceful. Security Services has been on site to monitor the situation, ensure an intention to remove the community. July 9th, 2024. Community. Leadership directly communicated a set of commitments to dismantle leadership. Encourages students to participate in advocacy in ways that do not infringe or impede the functioning of the university. Please see message to the students for justice in Palestine below. Dear students for justice in Palestine, your concerns dismantle the entire ability to continuously occupy. The current encampment removed ability to control and is incompatible with policies. Any individual participating in unauthorized activities on campus, which includes the encampment, will be held liable. Will support perspectives in ways that do not involve erecting, block access to property, or disrupt the functioning of the university. Will pursue legal remedies for removal. Office of Provost. July 15th, 2024. Dear community, the encampment has been dismantled. Will landscape to return the quad for regular use. Leadership is committed to unauthorized occupation. Sincerely. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your words, everybody. I'm Nour Simon, and I'm talking to you from Jojage, Montreal, Munyang. Yeah. The title of my poem, Sami, 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 Mada tohib Sami, 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 what do you love, Sami? So I win because I chose to take my life back. Kia Morris. You blink. The joy deep in little Sammy's eyes scoops you up in full defeat. It is heat wave. It is air quality index 164. They headline that it is the worst in the world today. You tell yourself, thanks, goddesses, for the sea wind that you hope is blowing a little on the skin of little Sammy, who is dancing in the camp Refat al-Arir. If I must die, you must live to tell my story. In the center of the Gaza Strip, Sami is dancing on a multicolored parachute, like the ones for special occasion from your own childhood. It's cute en tabarnak. The children chant his name, Sami, 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 Sami. His arms are stretched out on each side of his worn brown beige galabeya, its collar finely edged with the trees embroidery pattern Kiladetsaru, cypress motif tree of life, which reminds you of your own worn indigo blue galabeya printed with parallel zigzags, bright red and flash yellow, that your grandmother from Matapedia Valley sewed cotton nighty from Zellers, the kind your teta would never have sewn you. That's life. She didn't love you very much, your teta. She had survived Israeli assaults on Egypt and so much more, and had chosen her trajectory through the cycle of violence. You dream you had a teta like Cynthia's. You loved her giggly teta so much. You tell yourself that it is Sammy's eyes that the whole world has to see, that the whole world will not see, because either they are not shown at all, or only his parents' eyes in distress are shown filled with grief in a way that is not acceptable, not recognizable to the white people watching the news. Since I was 5, I've been telling myself, fuck the white people on the news and the white people who watch it and who vote for people who are down with genocides, elections after elections. Will never be able to understand the sadness of those fathers who scream, who do not look close enough to Peter Mansbridge in his restraint, of those veiled mothers who wail in a gravelly voice, who do not look enough like Barbara Walters if she had lost 8 of her children all at once, and the little friends of the ones who killed them, murdered her children, were pointing a mic and a camera at her face. But around Sammy and our hostie de résilience, pas le choix, of our we keep going and fuck all, pas le choix, the children keep chanting Sami, 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 Sami. Jabbar Thabet asks, Mada Tohib Sami, Mada Tohib Sami, Mada Tohib, while the children keep chanting Sami, 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 and they clap their hands, and at the end of his 2 arms raised towards the sky ring the snaps of little Sammy's fingers. He does not jump, but his knees mark the lift off. In the middle of stage 4 famine, Jabbar Thabet gives music-based psychological super sessions to the children of Gaza. Laughter exists. It is his name and Sammy's that should be everywhere. Sami, 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 Sami. Handala will turn around Sami. Mada tohib Sami, Mada tohib Sami. Handala will turn around Jabbar, and we will dance, all of us together, chanting Sami, 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 Sami. Mada tohib Sami, 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 Sami. Thank you.
Cornel, we're ready for your reading whenever you turn your camera on.
Like all before me, I am grateful to the organizers for the opportunity to share 3 poems. My name is Cornel Bogle. I am a Jamaican poet living on the unceded territories of the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Gaza Mise. In Jamaica, Gaza is not a faraway place, even as geography claims 11,768 kilometers of air between us. It is a corner shop, a scheme lane, a shout flung out into hot night air by youths who want to belong to something steady, but know the readiness is all. Gaza Mise is the anthem of boys who inherit borders. They shout Gaza forever on the streets, and sometimes I wonder if it means something that someone somewhere speaks another's name and claims it as their own. A name stitched together from grief tucked under floorboards, from a history nobody signs for, yet everybody feels. But Gaza is also an island's way of saying I matter, even if the world forgets me, not knowing that a name born in smoke can cling to you like the scent of morning. And yes, still, the youths call themselves into it. Gaza as mirror, Gaza as the place inside us where belonging and danger sleep in the same fragile bed. Peace Plan Pontoon. Ceasefire ends with the land split like a grafted seed. Certain things here are quietly American. Green above, red below, a yellow seam holds the wound. An illusion of healing that further fractures. Certain things here are quietly American. Every survivor a suspect, every breath contested. An illusion of healing that further fractures. The world exhales, relieved to look away, while every survivor a suspect, every breath contested. What happens here bleeds beyond Gaza. The world exhales, relieved to look away, while the plan marches on, water indifferent to stones. What happens here bleeds beyond Gaza. Ceasefire ends with the land splits like a grafted seed. The plan marches on, water indifferent to stones. Green above, red below, a yellow seam holds the wound. And finally, this rediscovered island after Kamau Brathwaite's Roots. So what happens then on this rediscovered island? Psychic tension, confused compassion, half-spoken, half-sung words explicit as ever. Labor on the very edge of trade winds, labor on the very edge of slave trade winds, racy, ruthless, rogue sympathy without sentimentality, corrugated mountains, blazing, boiling, baking, funny and fruit and fish and brazen buller and batty and man royals thrown back into the sex of the sea. Bigger men than memoried, noise of the shop, noise of the farmer, noise of the market, noise of the quiet, noise of the empty, noise of the husk. What happens? This. Migration metaphors, contradictory omens, qualified optimism. This. All of it at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornell. It's been wonderful to hear all the poets. I'm coming to you from unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands, also known as Vancouver, and just thinking about how Kamau Brathwaite I come to via Wade Compton, and thinking about tidialectics and how we might think about time as this repeating and cycle that keeps happening, and we're in the midst of it. I am going to read 3 poems. I was actually going to read the same poem that Cecily read, which is Remembering Mahmoud 1986. And then when Cecily shared it and read it so beautifully, I scrambled and I found 3 other poems to read. And I'm going to start with Mahmoud Darwish's poem, Think of Others. Think of others. As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget the pigeon's food. As you wage your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who seek peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you express yourself in metaphor, think of others, those who've lost the right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself. Say, if only I were a candle in the dark. In the background is a photograph by Palestinian-Canadian artist Rehab Nazal. It's one of the many, many watchtowers that you will see in the West Bank. And I'm going to read 2 poems from this anthology, Heaven Looks Like Us, Palestinian Poetry. And I just want to acknowledge how much the poets and artists from Palestine have been teaching us, all of us. And I'm so grateful for all of it at an unbearable cost to the people. This poem is called Manifesto by Vera Suleiman. And Vera is a Finnish Palestinian poet. And I'll just read her bio for you quickly. She's a Tetris artist, organizer, and herbalist, and her written work explores the intersections of mixed identity, language, intergenerational memory, animism, art as resistance, and propaganda as art. Manifesto. We demand a world with many worlds in it. A world of the anthill, a world of women harvesting jokot, a world where the stave churches crumbled long ago from lack of use, a world where Majdel's looms are still threaded, a world of your mouth, a world of our word, a world where it is kept, a world of flutes at dusk, a world of the lovers and the tower, a world of the 3 lines on your chin, a world where the stone point cuts them in, a world of persons without a single it, a world of the tree fungus trade, a world of listening to comments, a world of the passenger pigeon, a world of glaciers accruing ice inch by inch, a world of the oak savanna, a world where you read my future from sweet coffee grounds tipped upside down each morning as we lay side by side under the moose hide, a world where we pay the dirge singers for their service carrying sacks of wheat like grief, a world where you and I can live together, in your house, unraised, on the hillside at the fish camp, in the circle of our tents, the central house with all the food and children where the men do not sleep, a world of our dead fed, bear grease and cacao, and a little blood from your palm cut open, and water from the holy well, a world of our babies fed from whatever breast is closest to the mouth, a world, we demand a world. And the poem is in reference to the Zapatistas, I should mention as well. The 3rd poem I'm going to read is by Fargo Debakti, and Fargo is a queer Palestinian performance artist, a Taurus, and a cool breeze. Okay, and this is called Palestine is a Futurism, Prophecies, Cruising Jerusalem. And I should mention that it's all in caps. I'll try to do it justice, although I'm not sure I can manage all the caps. Miracle makers, we touch heaven with our toes. Heaven looks like us. We build our own futures. We build them to look like us. No soft power over us. Radically, we define what it means to be us. Our slingshots are a collectivism. Our fishnets are a Nostradamus. Return is a future is a past. The past is a future we return to. Sunspot tasters we rhizome. Science resistors we hex the world. Only the end of the world for us. Only the biggest us we can build. In the land of no states, I will lick your eyeballs. In the sleep of no documents, I will kiss your iris. The soil retains its ideologies. The soil turns them into patatas. City wall, lean against, I stroke your stubble. Tunnel walkers, we dissolve any military, an undeclared end to all declarations. The sun has set on the British Empire, on the American Empire, on the empire of Goldman Sachs, on the empire of military contractors, on the empire of eviction enforcers, on the empire of hunger consultants, on the empire of securitization, on the empire of possibility eaters. Inside a poem, we found a tunnel. Inside the tunnel, we found ourselves. We liked our taste. We tasted our collectivism. We remembered the land was already a Marxism. We remembered our names and the art of making new ones. Lay down your arms and I will lay with them. Make me the strings of a gutted piano. I will writhe and make the song of our only nation. Return is an ontological dance step. Birds are teaching us to stay. Future is a dirty patata. Every day we are saying no to the things that keep us apart. Every day we are saying no to enclosure. Every day we are cruising Jerusalem. Every day Jerusalem is cruising us back. Palestine is a futurism. Futurism is an expansiveness of understanding. Futurism is a demolition of monuments. Futurism, a rioting cactus. Palestine, a relation of loveliness. Futurism is a Palestine. Palestine is a system of care. Care is a futurism of hands. Futurism is a Palestine. Palestine is already here. Palestine is already everywhere. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Joanne Liao. Thank you to all the poets who came before me. Thank you to the organizers. I come to you from so-called Vancouver. I'm an uninvited guest, a Singaporean Canadian poet on the lands and waters of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm reading from a long poem called The Wound Track, which is a series of found poems after a memoir by Ang Sui Chai, who's a dissident Singaporean orthopedic surgeon who was there to witness the massacres in Sabra and Shatila. She has been involved in activism for Palestine for as long as I've been alive. I'm reading from her memoir. I'm reading a found poem from the War Surgery Field Manual that she co-authored. And I'm also reading from the coffee table books of Singaporean arms manufacturers to think about complicity and solidarity, both here in Canada, Turtle Island, and also in Singapore. The Wound Track, after Hans Hassam, Ang Sui Chai, Eric Foss, and Singapore Technologies. 1. Why this book? This is a vital question. People caught in wars they did not start and are unable to stop. The injustice of the situation. If one is blanket bombed to saturation level, logic would say there is no chance of survival. I can only hear the unchanged cadence of her voice, her refusal to assimilate, her conviction. 2. A photograph of a small Asian lady with a heart-shaped face. She is standing in front of a heap of rubble. There is a wrecked car, rebar worked out of its concrete encasing. It is September 1982. She is looking for survivors. So I retreated into surgery. So it's great. You set one fracture, you take one appendix out, you have one patient, one at a time. You just help someone. You can help. So it's not bad. Many of our pioneer companies were founded during this period out of necessity to support Singapore's national defense. Driven by an urgent need to make a difference to a young nation defending itself, our pioneers learned quickly to master the science of defense, engineering, and heeded the call to be commercially viable by setting their sights on customers. 3. What is this book? We should not simply look at the wounded, dividing the patients into systems, how to improvise and pirate equipment, otherwise be beyond their reach. Bicycle spokes, carpentry tools, something like that. How to use this book, how we can assist the body to overcome the damage done by the weapon. For example, the bullet or fracture fragments may have entered the abdominal cavity. The fracture is unstable, the wound is unstable, the piece is unstable. How to debride a spinal wound, repair dural tears. perform a decompressive laminectomy. Nobody should give anesthesia, not even simple procedures, without thorough knowledge, equipment, drugs, practical training. I have no practical training. And lastly, from the same poem, 7. Multi-organ failure, respiratory failure, coagulation system failure, renal failure, liver failure, prevent systemic complications. But starvation, but they destroyed the supplies, but they tortured the doctors, but they executed the patients, but the mass graves, but they bombed the hospitals, but most artery injuries are missed at the time of the first examination. You can spend a lifetime stitching people up. You can spend a lifetime stitching people up. You can spend a lifetime stitching people up. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Fatima on unceded Southlands of Vancouver Island, and I'm so grateful to be here with you all and wish that we were gathered for a different reason. This is Cradle, Black-tailed Deer, after Patricia Humanick. A fawn becomes motherless. More deer crossing signs interrupt vehicles trying to outpace light. 40 kilometers per hour is too slow for people with places to go, things to do. I drive 10 under to accommodate ungulates playing Frogger. Stop. A pair walks onto the street in front of my car. Stop. A tiny form hobbles under the larger and drinks. What is more sacred than this transference? Why will the world not stop for this transference? Headlines about level 5 starvation. On Instagram, a child plants a garden in rubble. My husband chops garlic we planted in winter. My daughter, a seed planted in spring, pulled out of the earth of me in winter. My breast, heavy with milk. My hunger, gone at the thought of so many children without parents, so many parents without children. This is solidarity. Wind and water know nothing of borders. A cut on your brow is a cut on my brow. We bleed together. Our griefs intertwine across time and distance. I don't know your name, but I feel your eyes. I want to wrap my arms around your shaking body. I, too, am holding up the cold shell of who you love. I love them too. I love you like I love the ocean. The ocean does not know my name, but feels my heart. Names can be so colonial anyway. Fuck Linnaeus. Did he ever write about knowing the souls of beings? My soul and your soul share the same cosmic thread. Stardust of your eyelashes forms cartilage of my ear. I try to imagine your laughter. People near me don't understand my tears. You are near me. I hold your hand through cancerous cobalt and bone-licking balm. I try to find us a beach where waves are clear and clean. The breeze threads us together. This is telepathy. We are mycelium spores forming rain clouds. We are roots of trees talking beneath soil in ways no human can see. When you sigh, I stir from my sleep. My love for you is a violence. My tenderness turns me into nightmare. I want to haunt all those who dare unbraid your glory. Any who cut our brow should be afraid. The next poem is titled after words spoken by Khaled Nabkhan as he cradled the body of his 3-year-old granddaughter, Reem, who was killed by an Israeli airstrike in November of 2023. And he was killed about a year later in December of 2024. And the words that he spoke are, "This is the soul of my soul. I loved her too. I love them all, always will. A new violence blossoms inside my bosom. I sink onyx into its sharpness. Surely this is what the ones who did this are doing this want, right? I want to give them what they want. What they want is not laughter on playgrounds. I want to be the thing they love, which is not peace. Inside me, aches. I cannot speak words I want for fear of being dragged away. Politicians don't understand metaphor. This is a poem. This poem is not a threat. It is larger. Cradle this as promise. Our rage will bore into the next lives of those responsible on all their futures. Every time they fall in love, their hearts will break. Every morning tear we cry will haunt them past their graves. There is no redemption. Each time they return to earth, it will be to feel the pain they caused. There is no apology for this. Damn these fingernails of mine. Damn these nostrils. Were I a god, I would be the kind to be feared, but I am only a mother. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm very grateful to be here with you all today for this incredibly important reading. I'm coming to you as a guest on the ancestral and unceded land of the Tsawwassen, Musqueam, and Stolo peoples. And the poem I will be reading today centers on my experience as a product of both diaspora and displacement. It is called Terra Nullius. My body began as a cluster of violence. Once, a stranger's sigh broke through the silence and pride. You silenced yourself till you're in the dark. I meditated in the clouds of his eyes and whispered, "Where does your violence breed from?" He does not know why my torso, an arrow shot through the earth, quivers. He does not understand the body, why it bends, its sudden vacancy. I've riddled the night with my history. Holding the scars of other women plunged its weight deep in my body. I'd sprouted moss and archived abalone. If the body holds memories light, when does the star explode? Muscle turns to meteor shower, interstellar gas spins silence. My ancestors and I, binary stars wrapped in electric tinsel. I search for them in Canadian institutions and swallow a black hole. I listen for my name. I hear it breathing in my body under mask and steel. The words float in a holy river. Coarse salt, clear quartz, the first impression of January snow. How beautiful is the body, the unfurling, the empty. Violence plants a pit the size of a fist, masterless, hungry, wild. I become subject to its empty gaze. I cannot grow here. I am an ocean with no door, minor syllables forgotten in a story. Archived words, distilling blood. A spark flies from a field of darkness, and I face the inland wind. The coldness is bitter. I reach my hands through the morning and bite my tongue to invite the drumming beat into my body. I sink into each pulse, watching as artificial bodies swallow the heart of the earth. My mouth becomes the face of the world, open in silence. I am the firstborn daughter releasing secrets into the colonial void. I am the daughter of its destruction, forced encampment, the final breach. For the mothers and their stolen children, from Anglo waves crashing against young mothers, I sit at the crossfire of the French and British and shield my weapon hands. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Hi, my name is Barbara Tran. I'll be sharing a poem called Naturalized by Hala Alian. Can I pull the land from me like a cork? I leak all over brunch. My father never learned to swim. I've already said too much. Look, the marigolds are coming in. Look, the cuties are watching Vice again. Gloss and sound bites. They like to understand. They like to play devil's advocate. My father plays soccer. It's so hot in Gaza. No place for a child's braid under that hospital elevator. When this is over, there is no over but quiet. Coworkers will congratulate me on the ceasefire, and I will stretch my teeth into a country, as though I don't take Al Jazeera to the bath, as though I don't pray in broken Arabic. It's okay. They like me. They like me in a museum. They like me when I spit my father from my mouth. There's a whistle. There's a missile, fist bumping the earth. I draw a Pantene map on the shower curtain. I break a Klonopin with my teeth and swim. The newspaper says truce, and C-Mart is selling pomegranate seeds again. Dumb metaphor. I've ruined the dinner party. I was given a life. Is it frivolous? Sundays are tarot days. Tuesdays are for tacos. There's a leak in the bathroom, and I get it fixed in 30 minutes flat. All that spare water. All those numbers on the side of the screen. Here's your math. Here's your hot take. That number isn't a number. That number is a first word, a nickname, a birthday song in June. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Here's your testimony. Here's your beach vacation. Imagine I stop running when I'm tired. Imagine there's still the month of June. Tell me what op-ed will grant the dead their dying. What editor, what red line, what pocket, what earth, what shake, what silence. That was naturalized by Hala Alian.
Hello, I'm Catherine Mockler, and I'm joining you from Victoria, BC, on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Lekwungen peoples. Today I'm going to be reading works from two Palestinian poets. First, two poems by Salim al-Nafar, who was killed with his family on December 7th, 2023, in an Israeli airstrike on their home in Gaza City. These poems were translated by Muhammad Jihad Ismail. Life. Knives might eat what remains of my ribs. Machines might smash what remains of stones. But life is coming, for that is its way. Creating life, even for us. Departure. Earth is yawning, spreading her wings. Soldiers are babbling. Siege coming closer. Mirrors will go extinct. Soldiers will depart without one word. Basman Durawi was born in Kuwait and lived there for 2 years before coming to Gaza. A physiotherapist for the Ministry of Health, he graduated from Al-Azhar University in 2010 and was in Egypt taking a course in physiotherapy in October 2023. He has had to remain in Egypt since then. This poem is from the anthology Light in Gaza, and it's called Don't Step on My Feet Again. Under the constant buzzing of drones, the roar of F-16s over my head while I play hide and seek, with peace whispering, don't be just a break in between assaults. The electricity goes off, total darkness, while I dance with hope, whispering, don't step on my feet again. At the border crossing between the earth and sky, I still stand for hours, my legs are shaking, the sweat all over my body, a voice inside my head whispering, you're a full human even if you feel like half. This bread was born, this bread was killed, from Arab Lit. With clean hands, he gently sifts the flour and adds a handful of yeast. He pours the warm water for the yeast particles to live, then rolls and kneads and rolls and kneads the dough. He lets the soft mass rest. With firm but gentle hands, he rounds it into balls, flattens them into shape, and handles each one delicately into the oven. Soon, perhaps in a half hour, the bread rolls are born fresh, healthy, and browned. The newborn breads breathe, yet dust chokes the air. Searing gases penetrate their thin, fragile crusts. On the day of their birth, a missile, a bakery, a scattering of zatar flesh and blood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeff Dirksen. I'm going to read two poems from a series that I did called Urban Trees. This one's called Bombing Soil. The soil of bombed cities, so altered, cannot grow so-called indigenous trees in dirt made by war, mingled with pulverized buildings, homes, a devastated dirt. Calcium, lime, ash, carbon, bones, burnt and turned over, emerges first disaster flora as new urban cover, unpredictable saplings follow, burnt trunks, shrapnel, bark, trees. Less natural and stressed in wounded cities, the soil forming event of bombs and species choice. A tree knows the soil, but not that it's bombed. Bombing trees. Trees of Kiev, trees of Gaza, trees of Beirut, trees of Borodankia, trees of Aden, trees of Kharkiv, trees of Marib, trees of Al Hadaidu, trees of War of the Cities, trees of Derna, trees of Smara, trees of Aleppo, trees of Damascus, trees of Halabsha, trees of Jibo, trees of Rafah, trees of Aita al-Shab, trees of Vovansk, trees of Avdivka, trees of the West Bank, trees of Sana, trees of Marari, trees of. Thanks.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Sorry?
Yep, you're loud and clear.
Okay. My name's Alex. I am reading from Toronto today. I'm going to be reading from Haja Mirwali's Revolutions. This is called Hourglass Procedure, 20-minute poems to be read in two directions. Plus and minus.
Looks like we might have lost Alex, so I'm going to bring Bushra up for another reading.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Bushra. I'm going to be reading from Ossuary 1 from Ossuaries by Dion Brand. What brutal hours, what brutal days, do not say. Oh, find the good in it, do not say. There was virtue, there was no virtue, not even in me. Let us begin from there. Restraining metals, covered by hearts, rivulets of some unknown substance transfused my veins. At night, especially at night. It is always at night. A wall of concrete enclosed me. It was impossible to open my eyes. I lived like this, as I said, without care. Tanks rolled into my life. Grenades took root in my uterus. I was sickly each morning, so dearly. What to say? Life went on around me. I laughed. I had drinks. I gathered with friends. We grinned our aluminum teeth. We exhaled our venomous breaths. We tried to be calm in the invisible architecture. We incubated, like cluster bombs, whole lives waiting, whole stellar regions, discoveries of nebulae and compassion. From the cities, the electric rains pierced us. The ceaseless bitter days folded like good linen. The phosphorus streets gave off their harmful lights. We bit our fingernails to blue buttons. We staggered at the high approach of doorways, plunged repeatedly to our deaths, only to be revived by zoos, parades, experiments, exhibits, television sets. Oh, we wanted to leave. We wanted to leave the aspirated syllables and villages, the skeletal dance floors, the vacant moons that tortured us. When the jailers went home and the spectators drifted away and the scientists finished their work, like a bad dog chained to an empty gas station for blue nights, I got worse and worse. So troubling, I would fall dead like a specimen at the anthropometric spectacles on the Champ de Mars, the Jardin d'Acclimatation, the mobile addresses of the autopsy fields, though I could see no roads. I was paid for losing everything, even eyesight. I lived in the eternal villages. I lived like a doll, a shaggy doll, with a break, a bell, a red mouth. I thought this was the way people lived. I lived, I had nights of insentient adjectives, shale nights, pebble nights, stone nights, igneous nights of these nights, the speechlessness. I recalled the right ribs of the lit moon, the left hip of the lit moon. What is your name? They asked. I said nothing. I heard the conspiratorial water. I heard the only stone. I ate her shoulder. I could not hear myself. You are mistaken, I said to no one. The chain link fences glittered like jewelry, expensive jewelry, portable jewelry. I lost verbs, whole like the hull of almonds. After consideration, you will discover, as I, that verbs are a tragedy, a bleeding cliffside, explosions. I'm better off without, with vermilion, candles. This bedding, this mercy, this stretcher, this solitary, perfectible strangeness and edge, such cloth, this compass of mine, of earth, of mourners, of these reasons, of which fairgrounds, of which theories, of plurals, of specimens of least and most, of expeditions, then travels and wanders and journeys, then photographs and photographs, of course, the multiplications of which, the enormity of this, and drill bits, and hammers, and again handcuffs, and again rope. Coarse business, but there. Some investigations, then again the calculations, such hours, such expansions, the mind dizzy with leaps, such handles of wood and thought. And then science, all murder, melancholic skulls, pliant to each fingertip. These chromatic scales, these calipers, the needle in the tongue, the eyes, so, whole diameters, circumferences, loculations, an orgy of measurements, a festival of inches, gardens and paraphernalia of measurements, unificatory data, curious data, beautiful and sensuous data. Oh, yes, beautiful. Now of attractions and spectacles of other sheer forces and types in the universe. The necessary, exotic measurements, rarest measuring tapes. A sudden, unificatory nakedness, bifurcatory nakedness of numbers, of violent phantasms, at exhibitions again, of walks, of promenades. At fairs with products, new widgets, human widgets, with music. Oh, wonders, the implications. Then early in this life, like mountains. Then early in this life, like mountains, already pictures and pictures before pictures, after pictures and cameras. There's sickness, eye murder, murder sickness, hunger sickness. This serendipity of calculators, of footprints with fossils, their wingspan of all time, at crepuscules, rare peace time, if only, like water in daytime, no solace, so different from solitude, all madness, so furious, so numerous, the head, the markets, the soles of the feet, so burnt, so thin. And the taste, so meager, so light-headed, the cloud flashes, the lightning geometry, the core of reflectivity, so vastly vast. And the weight now, lumens of aches, such aches, the horizontal and the vertical aches of lightning. It's acoustics. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Max Crandall. It's an honor to share this energy today for free expression in solidarity with the Palestinian people. I'm here on behalf of Small Press Traffic, a Bay Area seedbed for poets who push boundaries in the arts. We're based in Yalamu, San Francisco, California, on the unceded land of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. I'll be your host for the next half hour with readings from Julie Carr, Hilary Leftwich, Dave Snyder, Dina Harris Salah, Rajiv Mohabir, and Anas J. Katab. This time slot was curated by Julie Carr at Counterpath Press in Denver, Colorado. First up is Julie, who comes to us on a pre-recorded video. Julie Carr is the author of over a dozen books, most recently The Garden, co-published by Pominar Press and Essay Press.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Carr, and I'm really honored to be part of this beautiful and important project for the third year, and grateful to Ghazal and the other organizers for keeping it moving and continuing our efforts to speak together across the globe towards our shared desire for freedom and justice for Palestine and for all people. This next group of poets from Denver and Minneapolis is loosely affiliated with Counterpath, which is the performance space and gallery and garden that I run with my partner Tim Roberts in Denver, and also affiliated with the podcast Return the Key, which I host, and are just also people who I really care about and who I knew would bring something important to this lineup. So thanks to all of them for their readings, and I'll just read a few poems to begin with. It was all you shall be holy, walking with in the ways of, if you'll only just leave some grain for the gleaners, they'll eat the bitterness left behind. But now only the dead are full. The earth turns their mouths foul. Now there is nothing left but the turning this way and that. As the season that is felt in the back of the neck, as the water in the bathtub from warm to cool, as the dog on the leash on the way to the scent of a creature that exists in his memory, as the leaves do in branches before budding, when the tilt of the earth on its spin, like the mother in the kitchen is dancing, in the memory of the daughter who is dancing, as the mind toward an idea outside of it, encountered in the words that were written, by an exiled man in the shadow of a century launched into sickness that no one could stop or deny. The groundswell of bodies and horses, the ships at the shore unsailing, the future without shape, without form. As the blade of grass under the weight of frost, in the dark into dark before dawn, as the tip of a flame when the wind has blown through a door left open or a window, as the fetus in the womb before birthing, as the head when reading or praying, or when the person is ashamed, as the crest of the wave as it gathers to break, to become once again its own origin, as an image in the mind when succumbing to the mind's desire to forget it, to not see any longer that body, that mouth that should never forgive us, as the child when ordered to gather the stones or the toys or the clothing, lying strewn or torn or broken in what had once been her school or her home. It was all. Your thirst is sated only by more thirst. The forlorn leaves becoming sodden as toward an aimless desire. A hammock holds what could be a body swaying one day. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have a video from Dina Harry Salah, a non-binary trans Palestinian artist scholar of the diaspora. They are a PhD candidate in the Critical Ethnic Studies Department at CU Boulder, and their research seeks to situate the refugee as settler toward a liberation ethic, partially through generating new cosmologies influenced by Islam and the material reality of the current age.
His first poem is called Rubble. Rubble is not heavy enough a word. For the 1,000-pound concrete and stone gargantuan fragmentations plunged onto 100-pound bodies, 50-pound bodies, babies made ancestors, pulled with bare hands from under this occupation. Let that word take our breaths away, break and shatter our bones. Allow the locution to fill our noses and mouths with the sharp dust of destruction, like the seraphs in Palestine. And maybe then we can get some justice. This is called Redacted. My father, older than the state of Israel, survived the Nakba at 5 years old. The army arrived in the middle of the night with guns and fire, burned his family home, forced to walk miles, miles, miles to Nasra for a new life. Did he have a stuffed animal to carry? Was he carried, held by his family? He's forgotten much of it now, his body's way of protection from the pain of exile and a world that demands his forgetting. This is called I Remember in Tibria. I was carried for the first time by waves as my decade-aged feet bounced off the hardness of multicolor rocks. In pure joy, I felt what it means to be free. This is called Leblad. I still call Palestine back home. Does she remember me? White Subaru riding, nighttime summer breeze, through a city they call Tel Aviv, we call Yafa, to Nasra with ease. The dark roads winding up, hills of green, and stone houses, a floor for each family. Sitti lived downstairs. For some reason, she liked me, spoke Arabic I didn't know, and gave me bags of olives with a few dead roaches. I watched as her wizened hands moved the ovular fruits and bugs from one black bag to another, nodding my head as though I understood. This is Yalla Yamshi. Mommy and Daddy, who couldn't cross their own roads, trekked from stone homes and the dabke of their families over desert and ocean to the Wild West, land-stealing belly of the beast, so that we could eat and not be eaten by it. Now we know we drink the blood of our people, spilled on our land, by our own hands toiling for the creation of moms. We hear and see cracking bones while tears fall in a lonely brick house, still hungry for a feast. Beasts by nature can never satiate. This is a vision. I'm alive with all my loves in Palestine. Under poppies and buttercups, we eat breakfast of hummus and labneh and zaytun. We're outside, the birds chirp, children scream in delight, and Palestine is free. Turtle Island is free. And though we know freedom's not free, we are all. I smile as I look around at the faces of my beloveds. I remember this poem. Remember, anything we have ever made starts with a vision. My father outlives the occupation. My hands peel Yafa oranges, pluck al-Nasra figs, turn the rich Ramal soil like kinetic sand in the land that made my body, to which I return. Imagine us all living in liberation, celebrating life. Imagine that. This is my last poem, and it's called The Birds Tell Us. Behind Khalid's voice, birds sing in Gaza, his cadence and the gentle avian musicality surviving against the rat-a-tat and shaitan of killing. He apologizes for the bombs in the background, asks me why I'm sad. Don't think that what you're going through is nothing compared to being in a war. I'm here to listen. I know you would do the same. I tell him one day we will eat msakhan together, but he says he doesn't want to hear it because he doesn't want to hope. Gaza will live. Khalid will live. The birds tell us. Thank you.
Next up, we have a reading from Hilary Leftwich. Hilary teaches contemporary and hybrid nonfiction, lyric essays, hermit crab, collage, segmented, braided, digital storytelling, documentary poetics, fiction, environmental studies, anti-racist and contemplative androgyny, narrative medicine, and empathic medical writing.
This piece is called Dispossessed. It's from my latest book, St. Dimphna's Playbook. At the women's homeless dinner, I mixed shredded lettuce, apple slices, and ranch dressing into a bowl the size of the moon. Chicken bakes inside the industrial steel oven, and potatoes steam on the countertop, waiting to be buttered. The women have chosen their beds. An older woman shakes her head when a younger girl claims the back cot was hers first. She tells the ceiling she's not getting kicked out when there are plenty of beds for everyone tonight. If the women are anxious, they don't let on. Tonight, it's about warm food and coffee with the brand name powdered creamer. Oatmeal cookies and sugar wafers. Seconds of everything. No questions asked. Foot soaks and fingernail painting with a rainbow of nail polish colors to choose from. I take a smoke break with one of the women out back in the alley. We talk about the moon and the forgotten people who scrape themselves down the streets, lost in their own thoughts. The night is busy with the laughter of the bars and nightclubs lining the blocks, sirens and screaming. Later, the women tuck themselves into bed, close to the edge of whatever form of contentment they have for the night. They are lined up in rows, swaddled under pink and purple fuzzy blankets, a nursery for adults. Claudia, the new volunteer who asks everyone for their astrological sign, calculates my suns and moons, and tells me I'm as close to the earth as anyone she's ever met. As a girl, I remember being lost in a field of wildflowers, not caring if I ever found my way out. If I lived there forever, safe with the scents of columbines and wild bergamot. The cars outside on Broadway Street stop and go, in rhythm with the bass music of the bars. The women settle down in their beds and make noises of contentment, bellies full, bodies warm. Outside the kitchen window, a man presses himself against the glass and points at the leftover food as I scrub dishes. He is a scarecrow, barely a man. His mouth opens and closes to the churn of the dishwasher. I look, but there is nothing left to give him. Scraps of chicken bones and potato skins, remnants of salad with shreds of carrots. We are empty, all of us. I shake my head, but he doesn't see me. Someone in the back room taps out a sad melody on the piano, humming a familiar lullaby my mother sang to me when I was a girl. They tap and hum to the movement of the man's mouth, not caring that the keys are out of tune.
Next up is Dave Snyder. Dave Snyder grew up in Minneapolis, the grandson of Holocaust survivors who fled Austria in 1939. He has spent the last 30 years as a campus living wage activist, labor organizer, and currently serves on the board of directors of Unidos Minnesota and is co-founder of the Minnesota chapter of Friends of Standing Together, Israel-Palestine.
Hi, everyone. The first of three poems. This one is called Survived by Earth. It's about extinction and the moment after. Soon we fear our God will be dead with us, crumpled to the ground as her children perish, on barren ground, scorched and rising seas. On the other side of our final suffering, on the other side of our final leave-taking, there is silence and a final forgetting, heavy upon a hurtling empty earth. Our deeds and our dead unremembered, the story of humankind, the story our God sang across centuries, stilled after one final exhalation to the spinning stars. If this is our fate, what will you do today? As her sight dims, should she not see her children reaching for each other? This next one is called One American Jew in the Israel-Palestine Conflict. I wrote it around 10 years ago. I walk slowly from my spot on the sofa into my kitchen to check on some boiling water. I see the fire has spread across my stove, and I walk slowly back to my sofa, because what would people think? A year passes. Then I walk slowly back into my kitchen. Flames lick the walls, engulf the refrigerator, and I walk slowly back to my sofa, because I'm not sure how exactly the fire started. 6 months pass. Now the flames surround me on my sofa, shoot out the windows. I remember I have a cat in the house with me. I crawl under the sofa to see if I can find it, because the fire probably won't affect me. 3 months pass. The flames crackle in every room. The roof collapses and sends plumes of black smoke to heaven. Finally, I remember my family was in the house with me, in every room. So I climb out of the hole I have dug with my hands, through layers of carpet, wood, stone, and earth, beneath my sofa. I have only the water that fits within my cupped hands, and I still don't know how fire works, except that you need to take the risk to stay in the room with it, and it helps to be shoulder to shoulder with friends, and to pass a bucket that you can share. And finally, that it is not so wise to stay on the sofa. Third poem, Mothers. For the mothers of grief, mothers of stillborn babies and those who died in childbirth, mothers of the disappeared, mothers of abortion, for motherless mothers, mothers who wrestled with illness and carried children through it, single mothers of endless toil, for those unable to bear children, and for those stung by judgment for not wanting to, portals of joy and life, spinners of looms of grief, we welcome you and yours, rising and descending. We name your grief like a constellation, not to change its course, not to know it or master it, sending words out like a rocket, brash, then small and silent as it approaches you. Thank you.
Next up is poet, memoirist, and translator Rajiv Mohabir, the author of 5 books of poetry that have been awarded gold in Forward Indies and Eric Hoffer Medal Provocateur. His other honors include being finalist for the National Book Critics Circle Award, the PEN America Open Book Award, the Lambda Literary Award, the Randy Schiltz Award for Gay Nonfiction, and both second place and finalist for the Guyana Prize for Literature. His translations have won the Harold Morton Landed Translation Award from the American Academy of Poets.
Hi there. I'm going to be reading several hybrid works for you. The first is a critique of our American culture as we see the kind of bombing that's been happening in Gaza and how we've been distracting ourselves with circuses. Oh, look, Taylor Swift. And Israel is still killing people with American-funded warheads. I must have seen 20 prairie dogs bloating in the sun. Tire tracks in red and black, both on tawny fur and asphalt. I can easily narrate the story of what happened, though I will omit the gas companies sabotaging public transit, or that I was playing The Cure, remembering sucking you off in the parking lot when you visited me last time from Boston. I was with you that night of Taylor's last release, 10 albums in 4 years, as though she's not an artist but a hamster. Kazim says so few are interested in artistry these days that it may as well be a phantasm, at least in poetry, but why not also in the world of recording artists who don't give 2 shits about the actual people who listen to them, but only about the numbers of streams and downloads or whatever. But who doesn't love the gift of a soundtrack? 67,173 dead now in Gaza. Before playlists, we made mixtapes recording the radio play on the boombox, the record and play buttons mashed down together. And now it's as though I can hear your laughter, not like it's in the next room, but as though you are here in front of me, accidentally spitting on my face. At least you can hold a cassette tape. At least the illusion of the next room still allows the imagination, the space of absence. America is erasing both Gaza and the word genocide. No'u says, pay attention to what grows, not only what is killed. We must love and fight at the same time. It's like saying every poem is a death poem. Your breath map into my own heartbeat as though you see yourself clutching the blue rubber grip of my pen, pulse beating out as increasing blood sugar. Gazans don't even have access to bread. Israel is bombing Rafah right now. You haven't called me in a couple of days, and I keep checking your Instagram story. At least 20,179 children murdered in the genocide. People are dying, Merijan, and I miss you. I'm going to end with a ghazal called Palestine, Philistine, that was accepted for publication and then was denied acceptance after they read the political content of this, and this is about kind of like the ways BIPOC spaces, even also in the United States, erase American complicity in the genocide in Gaza. Palestine. Do you turn away from this genocidal race in Palestine? Is your heart that void of space for Palestine? Israel has the right to defend itself. I've heard people cry out, old traumas triggered as they deface Palestine. Look, this is not a Jew, Muslim, or Christian matter, but of you not seeing humanity in the faces of Palestine. Yes, you are complicit. America refuses ceasefire, supplies bombs for the Israeli army to erase Palestine. Gaza, Rafah, from the river to the sea. No, wait. Football is on. Taylor and Travis have more place here than Palestine. Didn't your God, your prophet, your king learn wisdom in this same city? Why starve, destroy all trace of Palestine? Israel, America, settler colonies that are not land of the brave. No one will be free unless we free in good faith Palestine. Am I repeating Palestine too often for your liking? Gaza? How about genocide? How about you embrace Palestine? Rajiv, how much time do you spend editing? Why write poems when every 15 minutes a child is killed in Palestine? Thank you.
Next up, Anas J. Khattab was born and raised in Nablus, Palestine. The son of a repatriated refugee born in exile in 1969, his family returned from Jordan to the old city of Nablus in 1974, where they lived until 2007. His father, a tailor, supported the family through years of political and social upheaval. Anas earned his law degree in 2017 and joined the Palestinian Bar Association in 2020, practicing civil and criminal law in the West Bank until moving to the United States in 2023. He now works as an organizer with SEIU Healthcare Minnesota and Iowa's Member Action Center, and is a co-founder of Minnesota Friends of Standing Together. He currently lives in Minneapolis with his turtle shell cat.
Hello, everyone. I am Anas, and I am humbled to share a few minutes of poetry with you all. Today, I will be reading two quotes from the works of the Syrian poet Riyad Saleh Hussein, specifically from his poems Desires and Bad Man. I'll be reading both in Arabic and English. Wherever you are joining from, welcome. أسأل صديقتي لماذا للمرة الألف نباد منقطعان عن الحب ممتلئان بالخنادق كامتلاء دمية بالقش وبعد قليل يغطي الغبار جسدينا وبعد قليل نتشبث بغصن التعب. I ask my friend, why for the thousandth time are we annihilated? Cut off from love, filled with trenches, the way a doll is stuffed with straw. And soon dust will cover our bodies, and soon we will cling to a branch of exhaustion. أريد أن أضع بحرا في الزنزانة، أريد أن أسرق الزنازين وألقيها في البحر. أريد أن أضع بحرا في الزنزانة، أريد أن أسرق الزنازين وألقيها في البحر. أريد أن أمتلك مسدسا لأطلق النار على الذئاب. أريد أن أكون ذئبا لأفترس من يطلقون النار. أريد أن أختبئ في زهرة خوفا من القاتل. أريد أن يموت القاتل حينما يرى الأزهار. أريد أن أفتح نافذة في كل جدار. أريد أن أفتح نافذة في كل جدار. أريد أن أضع جدارا في وجه من يغلقون النوافذ. أريد أن أكون زلزالا لأهز من يغلقون النوافذ. أريد أن أكون زلزالا لأهز القلوب المكسورة. أريد أن أدس في كل قلب زلزالا من الحكمة. أريد أن تكون الكلمة شجرة أو رغيفا أو قبلة. أريد لمن لا يحب الشجرة والرغيف والقبلة أن يمتنع عن الكلام. I want to pour a sea into the prison cell. I want to steal the cells and cast them into the sea. I want to own a gun to shoot the wolves. I want to be a wolf to tear apart those who pull the trigger. I want to hide inside a flower, afraid of the killer. I want the killer to die whenever he sees a flower. I want to open a window in every wall. I want to raise a wall against those who close the windows. I want to be an earthquake to rattle all the broken hearts. I want to slip into every heart an earthquake of wisdom. I want the world to become a tree or a loaf of bread or a kiss, and I want those who love neither trees nor bread nor kisses to choose silence instead. Thank you for holding this space with me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Nowak from the Worker Writers School. We will have about 10 writers reading for us today. It's been absolutely amazing watching others read all day today since this morning here in New York. I'm going to read two short things. The first, just a really short excerpt from Darwish's State of Siege. In siege, time becomes place, petrified in its eternity. In siege, place becomes time, late for its appointment. Place is the scent. When I recall a land, I smell the blood of scent and long for my displaced self. This land is low, high, or holy, fornicator. We don't care much for the jurisprudence of adjectives, because the orifice, the heavens orifice, might become a geography. The martyr besieges me whenever I live a new day and asks, "Where were you?" Give back to the dictionaries all the talk you gave to me as a gift, and ease the drone of echo off the sleeping. The martyr clarifies for me, I didn't search beyond the expanse for immortal virgins, because I love life on earth, among the pines and figs, but I couldn't find a way to it, so I looked for it with the last thing I owned, blood in the lapis body. The martyr teaches me no aesthetic outside my freedom. That was a really influential long poem and excerpt from State of Siege from Darwish. And it was really influential in a lot of the poems I wrote for this book again. And it's a series of abecedarians, and this is the letter Z, and it's an abecedarian called Summer. On the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the orange that opens the poem. Orange emblazoned on the tops of trees above the razor wire fences. Sunflowers ablaze in the sunflower saturated fields, like the city in the book of Ezekiel Ben Buzi. Turkey buzzards circling between us and the fire red sky. American made biohazards, American made bulldozers, Z tanks in Ukraine, American sanctioned bombs dropping all over Gaza. The odds is sharpened at the pearly gates. The zodiac, they say, has come full circle again. Bazooka Joes at the barricades, the dizzying days of orange skies, pink skies, blood red skies. Zeus, my friends, doesn't need a Zippo to set the world ablaze. Capitalism does, the czars do. Cue up their hazy, overzealous music again. Don't listen to their buzzwords at this, our final rendezvous. Just listen, my dears, to the goodbye buzzing of the worker bees. Mark Nowak introducing now other poets from the Worker Writers School in New York and elsewhere. Thank you.
I am Lorraine Garnett, a member of the Workers' Writers School. Bloody, bloody land deal. There is no deal except their bogus deal. Ceasefire? What the hell was that deal? Genocide on pause. There is no deal, just their friggin' fake deal. Over 20,000 babies and children, victims of genocide. Their milestones stolen, their dreams vanish, their hopes became nightmares. Genocide on pause. Innocent children killed, killed without a meal, killed without reason. May their pure soul rest in peace. Mothers mourning, on their knees, wailing and screaming, while holding their dead babies' bodies. Mothers holding their children's body parts, limbs that moments were intact. Limbs that were whole. Genocide on pause. Is murder the only way these children occupy their own land? Dumped in makeshift grave, soaking in bloody, bloody land deal. Is genocide the only way these babies occupy their own bloody land? The land of their birth, the land of their parents' birth. Ceasefire, ceasefire. Babies and children are still being slaughtered. What the hell does that fake deal mean? What the hell does that friggin' land deal? Genocide on pause. Genocide on pause. Genocide on pause. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Agnes, and I'm joining from the Bronx, New York. And today I'm going to read some haiku that I chose. The first set of haiku is called Birthday Haiku During a Genocide. Are these candles or bombs marking the passage of another year gone? Carrying these truths that so much life has ended, while mine stretches on. It remains urgent. What marks we leave on this earth, on life, on others. The next haiku was written while following the Global Freedom Flotilla this past October. Let's go then into troubled waters. Autumn dreams of Palestine, free. And the last haiku I have is untitled. Doesn't have a title. When empire falls, tears will no longer stain cheeks. Joy will fill our mouths. Thank you.
Hello, friends. My name is Leslie Kaup. I'm a member of Service Employees International Union, Local 113. I live in Minnesota, and I own an independent bookstore called Wild Again Books. I'm reading a poem that I wrote during one of our worker-writer sessions about home and childhood. Rooted. We are defined by the soil of our birth. We yearn for childhood moments, childhood hobbies, like climbing the mulberry tree to eat berries from high in its branches. In among those mitten-shaped leaves, I could pretend I was invisible. I stacked small sticks on larger sticks, as far out as I could reach after all the berries within reach were eaten. My first job, childcare, barely more than a child myself. I signed up for a summer of labor and quit a month from the end to salvage my last summer of childhood. My cousins and I took turns spinning each other in the tire swing, unspun, then run across the yard toward the lilacs, weaving and drunken, fallen down halfway there, our brains not sure which way to orient to this soil. Reroute to the soil around the mulberry tree, just steps from the garden, full of tomatoes, cucumbers, Hungarian wax peppers, fat carrots the color of marigolds, my hands, my bare feet, stained purple. Thank you.
Liv, you're muted right now. Sorry. Looks like you're still disconnected. I'm gonna move on to Carol, and then Liv, if you want to hop back in the other room with Daniel, we can get that sorted out.
Good afternoon. My name is Curl Brooks. I am a member of the Domestic Workers United. The poem I am about to read is from Noor Hindi. Fuck your lectures on craft. My people are dying. Colonizers write about flowers. I tell you about children throwing rocks at Israeli tanks, seconds before becoming daisies. I want to be like those poets who care about the moon. Palestinians don't see the moon from jail cells and prisons. It's so beautiful, the moon. They're so beautiful, the flowers. I pick flowers for my dead father when I'm sad. He watches Al Jazeera all day. I wish Jessica would stop texting me, Happy Ramadan. I know I'm American because when I walk into a room, something dies. Metaphors about death are for poets who think ghosts cares about sound. When I die, I promise to haunt you forever. One day I'll write about the flowers like we own them. Thank you.
Nelson, you're muted as well.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all good.
Nelson Chamilio. I am born and raised in the South Bronx, and I'm a member of the Domestic Writers United. As a series of haikus that I wrote in the last couple of months, here we go. My life as a bee. I'm working along until boom, transformation. Who are you? Human? Waging war through your trauma? Where's the peace in that? Rumble sound different, peace through war simply stupid. Thunder strike, no rain. Time flows like water, touching moments to remain. There's no next days. Social disconnect, wireless infrequency, syncopation lost. Are you good with this? Or just living in all right? Severed mindset, chained from inception, still fighting to remain still. The key is in me, back to the center, whole and stronger together, trapped but not enslaved. Wait in the moment. A guide becomes a mentor. Split seconds of bliss. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Who are you? Human? Thank you.
Davidson, it looks like there's maybe some audio issues happening with you as well. I can't hear you. If you would mind checking in with Dan again, just to get that sorted, that would be great. And let me see who else we've got here. Let's Mark, let's bring you back up, and then if you want to read another poem while we get the next presenter on, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. One more poem, a K poem from the same manuscript. Any kind of king is still a king. Any kind of cadaver is still a cadaver. Death knows this, kinda. Undertakers undertaken it, kinda. Priests, kingmakers, queens kept by their kings. Kinships, the kingships, kingfishers, the kiss of death. Fly the flags with the king's name, break barricades and windows, shouting the king's name. All hail, Sig Heil, oye, our king. Mandarin-headed Mandarin, kiss the ring of the Kaiser, kiss the ring of Caesar, kiss the ring of the Tsar. Kamikazes, Kalashnikovs. Any kind of king is still a caliph. Any kind of king is still a khan. Death has known this for centuries. Centuries know this, kinda. Security guards secure it, kinda. Flags fly with the monarch's coat of arms. Chanting the king's name, shrieking the king's name again and again. Trump Towers, Trump University, Trump National Golf Club, Donald J. Trump State Park. Repeat after me. Any kind of king is still a kingdom. Dukes, oligarchs, rise, repeat. Overlords, autocrats, dons. Any kind of king is still a king. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Liv Ryan from Long Island, New York, part of Workers Writers School and Starbucks Workers United. And I've just got two poems today. This one is called Other Barbarians Will Come. Other barbarians will come while the first horde is still in the streets. They will claim to be different, to serve a new god, but ultimately they make the same sacrificial offerings. Who do they do this for? The next barbarians will wear suits and carry no weapons. They will claim, how can we cause violence if we are unarmed? as they inspect the land while ignoring the bodies. Who do they do this for? The final barbarians will arrive in private jets with private security, claiming the desolate land as their private property. Who do they do this for? And then a nice short haiku I wrote actually as a text message to my best friend, and I realized it was a haiku. I want to fight God, but I don't believe in that. Eat the rich instead. Thank you. Have a lovely night. Well,
Davidson, let's try your audio one more time. Looks like Davidson's unfortunately having some audio and video issues. So we're going to move on to another recording and then move on to the next segment.
Hi, this is Laura Wetherington. I'm in the United States. I want to thank Jared and Hazal and everyone who has contributed to this event for the work that you've done. In the last few years, I've been attending Quaker meeting. Quakers believe that everyone has the light of God within them, and if you're quiet for long enough, it will speak to you. The Quakers have a tradition of silent witness, and it's in that spirit that I present a few poems today. They're going to be, visual sonnets, so I'm going to be quiet in solidarity with the people of Palestine, past, present, and future. May all beings be free. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Me yet again to close out. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the sound working for Davidson Garrett. He popped up for a second. You saw him on screen. So I thought I would end just by reading some of Davidson's poems. This is from a book that we put out called Coronavirus Haiku from the Worker Writers School. Lots of information available on it on the web. From Kenning Editions. During the pandemic, when everything was shut down, the workers in the Worker Writers School, you saw a number of people, Reed Pryor, Starbucks barista, Liv Ryan, Nanny Lorraine Garnett, Davidson Garrett, longtime New York City yellow taxi driver, and we wrote poems on what it was like to work during the pandemic and put them out in this book. So since Davidson can't join us by voice, I'm going to close by reading his haiku from the anthology. Empty taxi cabs cruising along avenues with bankrupt drivers. Coronavirus, an invisible culprit foiled by Clorox. No opera now, the virus darkened the Met, but birds sing to me. Tired hot dog vendor drops huge mustard jar from cart, yellowing sore feet. Early morning fog covers the town like a shroud. Death floats in the air. Broadway shows shut down, Times Square restaurants suffer, thousands of jobs lost. Day driver starts shift, chicken bones left on cab seat by night driver slob. Starving cab driver gobbles provolone cheese, taxi smells like feet. Time for coffee break, cabbie double parks by store, a cop tickets him. An old cab driver pees beside his parked taxi. Gold showers bathe curb. Skyscrapers asleep. Manhattan midnight eerie. The moon keeps safe watch. Grim news on TV. A breeze blows through my window. Death chokes the airwaves. Taxi drivers hurt. Few fares during pandemic. Pray no suicide. Radiator clanks in my teeny weeny flat. Autumn has arrived. Gulf Coast hurricanes. Warnings from Dr. Fauci. President Trump golfs. And the last one of Davidson's. White supremacists hate to don masks for safety. Prefer Klan hoods. And they would have been much more beautiful in Davidson's voice if we could have gotten his audio. But Davidson, New York City cab driver for 40 years, from our book, from the Worker Writers School, Coronavirus Haiku. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good evening. Am I live?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. I'm Rachel Levitsky, founder of Belladonna Collaborative. I'm a poet and educator organizer, and it is with humility, sadness, and gratitude to Ghazal, Munir, Vince, Jeff, and all the other organizers and all the poets, and always with defiance and ongoingness that I will introduce our half hour. I'll read the mission statement of Belladonna, and I'll introduce the poets, and they will go. Begun in 1999, Belladonna Collaborative promotes the work of women and feminist writers who are adventurous, experimental, politically involved, multiform, impossible to define, unpredictable, and dangerous with language. Belladonna is committed to publishing and building literary community among women and LGBTQIA+ authors who write off-center, write work that is political and critical, situational rather than plot-driven, intersubjective, performative, or witnessing rather than personally revelatory, work that reaches across the boundaries and binaries of literary genre and artistic fields, and that questions the gender binary. We have a studio in Brooklyn, New York, which is part of the Lenape-Hoking, the unceded ancestral homeland of the Lenape people. Our readers today are artists, journalists, professors, environmentalists, organizers, activists, and poets. Thinking about them and listening to the writers from across the world today, I realize that poetry, whatever else it is that which through death and oppression breaks through the cracks in our ground, through our hearts, up against repression, pushes through the rubble, explodes out of our third eye, and that as long as there is poetry, there is hope that Palestine and all peoples will be free. I'll read brief bios for all the readers in the order that they will read. Soretta Morgan is an environmental writer from the U.S. South. Levy Irwin is a writer, artist, and teacher based in Queens who writes about the spatiality of memory and materiality of forgetting. Lori Arbeiter is a durational artist who has been wearing and carrying messages of resistance every day, all day long, for over 20 years. Marin Arsanios is a Lebanese writer based in New York. She is the author of The Autobiography of a Language from Future Poem, 2022. And Shad Safi is a freelance journalist who extensively covered the current situation in Gaza for the first 5 months. She then traveled to the United States to continue her education. She loves poetry and has been writing poetry since 2020. And with that, I welcome Soretta to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm joining you from the ancestral lands of the Muskogee people. And before I read, I just wanted to uplift some work that's happening here that feels resonant to this gathering as well. And that is the Rifat Mobile Library in Atlanta, Georgia. It's a volunteer-run traveling liberation library that works to increase access to political education toward the liberation of Palestinian people. It's also a mutual aid project that responds to the needs of those who are most immediately, to Palestinians who are most immediately impacted by the genocide in Gaza. And if you visit their website, Rifat Library Atlanta, I think is what it is, you can find information about how to support them. There's also resources on how to start your own liberation library in the communities where you are. And thank you for letting me share that. I'm going to move now into reading. I'm not reading poems per se. It's more of a critical frame to sit alongside expectations for genre in the form of 2 excerpts from the essay Notes on Craft Writing in the Arab Genocide by the Palestinian American writer Fargo Tabaki. It opens with a question. And actually, before I read that, I'll say Fargo's essay has been really important for me the past few years. It's the first thing that I read in that latter end of 2023 that I felt really gave me a sense of hope, hope in a way that it just felt like something where I could see steps forward. It begins with a question, which is, what does Palestine require of us as writers writing in English from within the imperial core in this moment of genocide? 1. Craft is a machine built to produce and reproduce ethical failures. It is a counter-revolutionary machine. I use craft here to describe the network of sanitizing influences exerted on writing in the English language, the influences of neoliberalism, of complicit institutions, and of the linguistic priorities of the state and of empire. Anti-colonial writers in the US and across the globe have long modeled alternative crafts which reject these priorities and continue to do so in this present moment. Yet craft still haunts our writing. These notes aim to clarify it, so we can rid ourselves of its influence. Above all, craft is the result of market forces. It is therefore the result of imperial forces, as the two are so inextricably bound up together as to be one and the same. The craft which is taught in Western institutions, taken up and reproduced by Western publishers, literary institutions, and awards bodies, is a set of regulatory ideas which curtail forms of speech that might enact real danger to the constellation of economic and social values which are, as I write this, facilitating genocide in Palestine and elsewhere across the globe. If, as Audre taught us, the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house, then craft is the process by which our own real liberatory tools are dulled, confiscated, and replaced. And then later, if we are to consider writing a space in which to fight, we'd better know who we're fighting with, and why. Political thought and political education are the vital building blocks of that knowledge. Craft asks us to consider the language first and politics second, tells us that a political education is not central but peripheral to being a writer. We must reject this. As Amiri Baraka argued in a 2004 lecture on art and politics, you must raise the level of our understanding of the world so that we understand the causal connections in the world, why it acts the way it does, so that we don't believe everybody who smiles at us and gives us a broom is our friend, so that we know who our friends are and who our enemies are, and right now so that we can build that united front. What is the artist's job? To make war. The artist's job is unrelenting war on evil. Baraka tells us we are making war, and war requires strategy. Political thought is what provides the strategy for an artistic war. Political thought is the enemy of craft. Craft is a machine to elide and foreclose political thought. This must be our constant betrayal. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hey. Thank you so much, Soretta, for sharing those words, and thanks to Pamela Press and Rachel Levitsky. I'm going to just go ahead and start reading. Also, not going to be reading poetry, but I'm going to read some excerpts from a piece I wrote after returning home from doing protective presence work in the West Bank this spring. Okay. It's been hard to come home. All I do is manically clean my apartment and scroll the news. The US is facing its inevitable collapse. ICE is building concentration camps in the wetlands. My government has bombed the state TV office in Iran. A friend from Bethlehem sends me a video of settlers attacking protesters in Al-Khair. Many familiar faces cross along my screen. I think, as I often do, about throwing my phone in the ocean. But I wouldn't want to poison the fish. Here in my apartment in Queens, 5,700 miles from Al-Khair, I wonder how the faces of the people who once stewarded this land looked, how their lips parted to speak, how they squinted their eyes in the summer sun, how their toes curled into the dirt, and what violence it took for it all to be taken from them and paved over. Does the Earth's rotation move us towards justice? Probably not. My rent is due, and I shell it out in stacks to my disgruntled NYPD detective landlord who complains that she hates her job and can't afford the upkeep on her family's home, while I metaphorically throw my wages into her trash can and light it all on fire. It is absurd to live in this world. Defending and nurturing the land in Palestine may be the only thing I've ever done that made any fucking sense. In the van on the way back from the farm in Nahalin, we got stuck at a checkpoint for 3 hours. A called her kids, and I was soothed by the idea of a mother who goes to Palestine to fight for justice and still tends to her children's trivial problems with love and compassion. I thought of phone calls with my mother at that age, crying at her about nothing. I thought of my beloved friends who wonder if it would be right to bring a child into this terrible world. I think of my pot warmer for Masaferyata, the woman who sold it to me's laughter and her child's mischievous smile as he peeked at us from the door. I have often thought that my mother's illness is the end of the world. I look at her and I see all the mothers who die, and I imagine the whole of creation imploding over and over again across time and space. Auden says, "We must love one another and die." The world turns ceaselessly, ending and beginning and ending and beginning. Who would let all of this destruction make them regret creation in the first place? How can I go on if I have forsaken the future? What role must I take if I am to tend to the cycles? A's call ended. The van still wasn't moving. I quietly committed to myself that I would bring life into this world no matter what might become of it. And then I turned my face into the crevice between the seat and the open window and cried into the darkness. Hours passed stuck in the van. These damn checkpoints, they are futile and pathetic. What else can you do? I fell asleep. I woke up when the car started moving. The van, a room on wheels, 4 walls and a roof in motion. In it, there were thresholds, gaps in the boundaries between our group of land defenders and an occupied highway. I woke up with my nose sticking out of the open window. I woke up to the tip of an AK-47 trained on my face mere feet from my eyes. I could reach out and touch it, but I didn't. My countenance didn't flinch. I stayed still as it passed me by. There was an Israeli girl behind the gun, maybe a teenager, crouched over a concrete block. I watched her surveilling Palestinians who were simply guilty of being seated on the driver's side. I watched her watching them. Her human eyes had transformed into the gaze of a rifle's scope. Looking at her, I remembered a moment a few days prior when we followed a concerning burning smell across the farm until we found ourselves looking out over the mountains at a stack of smoke rising from Gaza. In that same moment, there was laughter heard from the children's school in the settlement across the way. O asked me about moral injury. We postulated that their sequestered existence was child abuse, and prayed that just one of those children would wake up and make a different choice. 4 walls and a roof. I saw into the eyes at the other end of the rifle. What room was she inside of? I think that her world must be a sick container, just her and an iPhone screen. I bet she imagines she has the whole world at her fingertips. Freedom, she would call it. But in this room, there is no honey cake, no cardamom coffee, no mischievous children peeking around the corner. Junichiro Tanazaki's essay in Praise of Shadows describes a room as a palimpsest constituted by layered senses, a place where light flirts with darkness, where time leaves patina traces, where dust particles float through a singular ray of sunshine. Dead skin cells slough off of bodies in motion. In the room in Khair, there was the faint sound of sheep bleating. Mud tracked through the doorframe, the implications of outside that situate the room in a world, the room as one instant in the cycles of creation, a room as defined by relationships, by sequences, by time. So what becomes of these places and these people? As though they were light particles, they are forced to disperse. I left Palestine like a sound. I have tried to write it, to capture it, to assimilate it into words I can understand. It's like trying to record an echo. I write into disappearance. This isn't a metaphor. I write how the hot tea soothed my throat, and then the water lines are cut. I write the house that sheltered me, and then it is demolished. I write the friends that guided me, and then they are arrested, beaten, or killed. So why write this at all? I write this because it is a story about going. So go there and see for yourself. You have to, because no one can bring it home to you, not really. Palestine lives forever in the land, in the soil, in the sapling. Her liberation will come from the ground. Thank you. That's it.
This is a poem inspired by the painting by Paul Klee, The Angel of History, and the writings about the painting by his friend Walter Benjamin, who wrote, quote, "His eyes are staring, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned toward the past. Where we perceive a chain of events, he sees one single catastrophe that keeps piling ruin upon ruin and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. It has got caught in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. The storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward." This is not a flyer, it's a poem. It's a poem written on the front lines. Where are the front lines? Where are the front lines where we must go without hesitation? Now. The future is now. The past is now. Genocide in Palestine is now. Conscience is calling. The front lines where against or for genocide, a Jewish civil war is on. Uncivil. Zionists beating back anti-Zionist Jews, saying we do not belong. Dehumanized, hated, threatened as the accused, as self-hating Jews, as anti-Semites. Can they not face us facing them? They cannot face us facing them, looking them in the eye, for an eye looking back. We are anti-Zionists. We are not self-hating, not exterminating. Knowing we will never find end to anxiety, to insecurity, to death by destroying Palestine, burning it down, the past, extinguishing all Palestinians, the present, through every scope's deadly crosshairs, each and every one the future. Cruelty is their mission. Love is amongst us. Against cruelty is the mission. We must rise up against cruelty, at cruelty's front lines, in overwhelming numbers, not to be overwhelmed. The wildfires of extermination are blazing, spreading until there will be no more. At the front lines, imagine 1,000, and another 1,000, and another 1,000 more. Against cruelty, at cruelty's front lines. We are Jewish. We stand for liberation. We stand with Palestine. At the front line of consciousness, at the front line of conscience, the front line of courage. The hour is late.
Hi, everyone. such an honor to be here reading with all of you. Thank you to Razad and to all the organizers for putting together such an extraordinary reading. I've tuned in early in the morning, and it was amazing to hear a poet's reading from Gaza. I'm going to be reading excerpts from an essay called Matter for Matter. And it's an essay I started writing shortly after the beginning of the genocide. Matter for Matter. I spent the summer pondering the obliterating dimensions of the psyche, the way a parent may see their child as an extension of themselves, or the way we tend to annihilate whoever threatens our own sense of containment. I was invested in understanding the violence of non-recognition via the assertion of borders, the logic of exclusion that reduces distinction to negation. I want everybody to be an adult, as in, the amount of harm you were exposed to as a child can never justify how much harm you can inflict on others, even if adults, like dragons, are an imaginary category. Partially real, partially real. In fact, my attachment is rooted in an ancient fixation, a warm impasse, a permanent symptom. I feel both vitalized and corroded by its repetition, the repetition of the symptom. I say you because you accused me of being righteous, but you were wrong and I was right. I'm absolutely convinced of this fact, which is the truth, my friend. Amani has large, watery eyes, black like light after the 5th or 7th day. I stare at her, refusing to look away, each cigarette puffing at pathetic paradoxes, because what is love if not feelings extricated from the conditions of their feelings? How can the singer think of herself as good when she is so evil? The Islamic University was first erected under tents. Jamat al-Khayyam, school of ashes, ashes for rubble, rubble to rubble, a changing preposition, organizing order that, unlike a fact, can't be demolished. Nothing will be rebuilt, and or everything will grow. Today I'm full of life, of ideology, canvassing on the wet pavement, trying to convince any man to give me a signature. Someone internally sweaty interrupts me. He desires a reasonable conversation. Isn't it better for them to leave to avoid being killed? Wouldn't that be the humanitarian solution? I refuse to believe that he believes in the logic of his own argument. Like when he says that he isn't starving them when he is starving them, does he believe that he isn't starving them? Or that, quote, we aren't destroying a people, but protecting a people is a rhetorical inversion that can hold in the face of more than 100,000 martyrs? But he is right. It is a humanitarian solution, a set of lethargic beliefs materially engineered to serve the interests of the ruling class, the nation state, the endowment, the yearly budget, the machine now stalled by students thrusting their bodies into the syntax-heavy memorandum. You begin to stutter, add a disclaimer. The writer refers matter to the symbol. The reader refers the symbol back to the matter. In other words, violence is now violent. A starving baby is now a starving baby. Is that a poet's dream? To restore the dullness of perceptive habits to the shattering magnitude of the real? To render experience in blood? I'm shocked. As shocked as I was yesterday when I said, I'm shocked. I can't believe this is happening. My stupor outdoing itself with each renewed atrocity, forecasting in its recurrence a future that, although predictable, remains impossible to imagine. Like, what can be more fucked up than an individualized campaign of mass extermination, the enemy's repeated decision to deprive an entire nation, each single person of sustenance, their personal investment in severing every Palestinian body from its relationship to life and death, if by life we mean the capacity to grow, feel envious, fall asleep, and by death, the termination of that capacity, the realms now blurred by the enemy's desire to wreck the rituals that keep them apart. Like, how do you go on living as the only surviving member of a once family of many, or bury loved ones incinerated beyond recognition, like, quote, charred hot dogs, the foreign doctor says on a radio show meant to shake Western listeners out of apathy or worse, complicated feelings? There are so many horrifying stories I could tell you. Like the one time I personally had to amputate a child, no drugs to mitigate the pain, only white burning vinegar to keep wounds from infection before she died of agony, not the wound itself, while clutching the hand of a gray-faced nurse who, before leaving the hospital, had to borrow civilian clothes to avoid being targeted for assisting a 3-year-old child, shot in the head twice, the first time intentionally, the second time deliberately, the doctor says. His use of blasphemous similes not nearly as degrading as the life and death Palestinians are still enduring. Every day I wake up alive with images of war. I simultaneously understand and don't understand. The purpose of this piece being to reignite some kind of commitment to incomprehension, an invitation to betray the social order that normalizes stepping over a woman on 2nd Avenue, head flat against stained cement, mouth drooling on a breast full of holes. Shock is a wavering threshold, exposing the mechanisms that enable the intolerable to become tolerable by obfuscating through a stream of shocking, unbearably shocking images, empire's own ordinary brutality. Thank you.
Am I live? I think it's Shad is going now.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that.
Um,
Hey, Shad. Shad, you're muted at the moment.
Hi everyone, this is Shahid Safi, and I'm a genocide survivor. It has become part of my identity. I survived on the 3rd of March 2024, and for me, it was mentioned before that I started writing poetry in 2020 in English, but earlier to that, I was writing in Arabic, and for me, it was one of the coping mechanisms that I used to have in the Gaza Strip, because I spent 23 years of my life in Gaza. And, just like other Palestinians, hope for me is the only option within all of the things that are happening. So, one of the things that does give me like a strong hope is solidarity. So, I wrote this poem called Hope, and I was trying to mimic Emily Dickinson's way of writing. Hope. Hope is a flame that flickers in the heart amidst the airstrikes. When babies cry, then crying die. People who lie beneath their homes can no longer sing lullabies. Yet, hope calms our hearts, nurtures our dreams of life, heals our wounds, and promises a victory. When hope withers, agony comes, and anger at the clueless, the brainwashed, who smile within the pupil that imperialism demands. For we are people of love, of dignity, and of life, so hope will shine, be brightest in our wildest storms. Pain covers the land like shadows, but light in our torn hearts rises. Gaza will grow beyond the grief. Gaza will survive. I have hoped through the harshest days across our shattered shore, yet never in our deepest pain has hope asked for more. Thank you.
Mandia. The sun turned off in prayer. In breath abide words apogee. In words the righteous try to wrap. Breath that via words is an all. Piercing dark, entire. Into lacy lights, each a mouth in chorus. Reaching every corner of every letter of every edict. That, attested, would Palazzi be, to harbor so many a citizen, who in cycling breath, mere guests, learning not to pray, but to breathe.
Hello, my name is Judah Rubin. I'm going to be reading a poem by Peruvian poet Cesario Martinez, Discourse of the Dispossessed for Juan Ojeda. I guess I'll be accompanied by my hissing radiator while doing so. Discourse of the Dispossessed. Old instrument of ruins asleep in me, who am I? Who was I? Where did my breath break? Cataract blankly bent over the night, scattering moans in the face of a scattered world. No grass, no breathing, no love. Only the peal of sound licking ghostly streets, the work of candor alone that drives you straight to screaming, gestures of pure color set to be pissed on by the gods. Here, my tongue unused by deaf ears. Here, my blind touch beneath the whirlwind of things untouched. Here, you and I, the one you were, and still there might have been days set upon us. The parks hum and stop time, oh, city of fixed wings. My feelings fight against the rain like the warmed-over remains of a dream or a scream. There's a turning inward of the remembered that swells the memory. But there is no where, no when, not even the darkened glance, the howl of the unreadied eye, the whinny of the simple beast in its sacred act, discourse of the beast from below. The night a hole through which one blindly takes this spinning path, paths, mute towers, springs the bird heedlessly drains, to be, only to be, always to be. Little wizened animal staring out from within, who battles and barters with itself, who feeds and shits on its own tail, and clumsily you slide onto the serpent, its scales lustrous from the rain like a reptile fierce and thick, that maddened changes its body to feel alive. Now listen, heart, from among the rats' squeals, listen to yourself. Your tale, time, memory bitten at the wrong moment in a wasp's nest of lilacs. Yes, there was a clear time for your ways, my soul. You came to the beloved in your roughshod way of being theirs. From them the other rose and the world charged at you, blaring their trumpets which now told you nothing. Tavern night, cavern night. O beloveds, my sudden dreams, beloved and burned, dreams like the mind of a madman. Still we nourish them, dodging the applause, because on this side of the river, all truth is in error.
I'm Claire Hong, and I'm reading from my book, Upend. Figurative as literal. Someone can replace someone with a like or as. Someone can replace someone without a like or as. Replacement can mean literally relocated or figuratively placed in a hole. Like side by side without the like is still side by side. Birds made home out of trees and then we did. Associated or dissociated, a figure is real, a number is literate. Products like people come with a number and a name. I would hope that reading this in reverse would image like a mirror, like history as a way to remember doesn't image. This one's made of all just Sherwin-Williams paint color names. census, restrained gold, mossy gold, harvest gold, ancestral gold, monarch gold, old world gold, goldenrod, marigold, golden gate, golden plumeria, quilt gold, folksy gold, edgy gold, vintage gold, escapade gold, independent gold, humble gold, different gold, relic bronze, chivalry copper, artifact, reliable white, original white, intimate white, moderate white, welcome white, nice white, reserved white, everyday white, high reflective white, paper white, modest white, divine white, free spirit, polite white, spatial white, Indian white, Chinese red, red scent, reddened earth, agreeable gray, suitable brown, well-bred brown, rugged brown, nearly brown, less brown, resort tan, colonial revival tan, colonial yellow, new colonial yellow, chopsticks, diverse beige, neutral ground, adaptive shade. Restrained gold, 6129. How many chickens did your family own? Personal leave days. How many fingers did your mother have? Removal proceedings. What is your milk name? Vacancy. What was your high school mascot? To advance the mission. What is your father's middle name? Uniform allowance. Did you ever hear him called by any other name? Employee recognition program. What was the first concert you attended? Movement of people and goods into. What is the name of the first person you kissed? A personal contribution. What was the name of the sister that died? General public. Didn't you ever hear that you had had a brother? 10 paid holidays per year. What was the color of your dreams? Criminal aliens. Then how do you know you lived with him? No name. Nations are competing to rewalk on the moon, bottle the unseen water. I can see the moon this morning, tucked halfway in the doubtless blue sky. Blue is the thing in itself, while the moon, carbon copied, is the naming of it. I don't always see a point, wording around words. My twin considered erasing our father from their name weeks ago, but didn't see how that would alter the present by way of the past. In the news, there's a quantity to the grief, numbers of deaths, acres of land. California named after some myth about Dark Queen Calafia, ruling dark ladies on an island east of Asia. Every time a hawk flies over, I say, wow, and point like it's mine. What is the word for this blue, so blue you can consider the idea of purple?
Where are you from? Pictures from New Jersey, Baghdad, Florida, California. That's the house where I grew up, in West New York on 67th Street. You could see me in the white dress if you zoom in on his arm. Estoy con mi abuela. Adorno insists one must cultivate a sense of displacement in the world, so not to be at home in one's home. I had to tell Baba to say cheese as the roof bisected his mouth. Christian asked, "What is it to write in the language of your dispossession?" I remember the mother tongue. I remember the tongue mother, sitting on her lap, soothed to sleep against her. Her voice doubling. With my right ear I hear her voice in the room, and with my left, her voice inside her chest. No, nothing, no thing, no where, no body. The O of the no blinks open. Nothing, nowhere. Their eyes seem to follow me when I move across the room. A conversation is a little dwelling. The voice has a grain, said Roland Barthes, made by the glottis, the tongue, teeth, inner cheek. Tongue mother. Do you recognize this face? Where are you from? The exile is the Rookin figure, the one looking away, looking back home. See the back of his chiaroscuro head.
Two Gozzles. The stars proceed in a discursive lurch. Thanks again for inviting me here tonight. Sylvie, wait for me. I don't think I can make it all the way through this cold night. A condition of complicated delight. The night ticks on, mothlight, the tree, this wretched night. Pale wheat fields, I'm there, crawling with the wheat ghosts. Sour bee smell tooling through the olive branch cistern night. This is a sentence made for hidden movements, like this. I move my hand like this through the night. It's sand perverse on the boulevard, damp wool grown through the clarified rhythmic night. This is a sentence made for hidden movements, like this. I move my hand like this through the years. He said, may this hand live for 10,000 years. May you sleep under a window for 100 years. A siege from the beginning of time till now, filling me with honeysuckle sick ears and worms. Keeping time in the marshes with Shar, body declension sprex time years. But that was long ago, on winter clay even. On the red dust I opened my hands for years. Take my liver, take my dust, take my hand. Joy of blue sleep and copper rainy years. This earth, this passage, after Isamu Noguchi. In the city to build this city, whose terraces are the color of stars, roundness to be departed from, blown green in the wind. This earth is the name of my belly, full of pear juice and cherry compote, skin daubed, fingerprints from my love to cover my body. Round this passage, this earth, to bring her back to me, to cover me once again. Butterflies and charlotte sparrows and mints, nothing appears more likely than a return, somewhere on the other side of this century, to that city whose aqueducts poured Cafe Coretto down the avenues of this earth, muddy, almost browned, languorous. But Now nothing looks less likely. The green light limned in the basalt passages of my life.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Palacios, and thank you, Fareed, for inviting me to be part of this global reading. I'd like to share a few recent pieces, which are going in a new book called Lunar Hilton Elegy. And the first one that I'd like to share is called Exit the Improv. At what point shall my interstellar manufacturers account for the odds one might leave coins to mark their fallen ones on unexpected roads, wrong continents, attempt to patch or breach the earthen walls of village digitized, or tidy up a crime scene, shred my vehicle on purpose, tittering loose nucleus of brainless weightlessness inside the street takeover. That mind blinded me with science. Expect messes only within designated grid coordinates. Is this pinning down of butterflies you're subjugated by as much a matter then of attitude, a slouch? Let us burn our lifetimes into books that never serve me, intimates my Lord. My overlord. My Lord, you made me. Global management investment partners, Lord, you made me. Think me not a child, rather your robotic operating buddy. This is one called intestacy, which requires a little bit of acting. I'm retired, I maintain, joke surrendering my hands up, tucked in town car by two suited 20-something fellas, two garage doors of ice. Dumped again at skylights, water flowerettes, the glass and brass attachments, outside the throne room of the Easter Bunny. A boy with heavy glasses reading with his feet up at the Arctic, tumbleweeded information desk. Feet hijacked by graduation ceremony gunshots of a driving school and bells of claw machine casinos. And the constant drip compulsion to echolocate where the crying's coming from. In this entire fucking Sunday school offered warmth inside the viscera of an imprisoned chiropractor's office, blessed nation of laws. Is there anyone around tonight to talk? What glitch usury, by whose exploit returneth overdrawn thy infant son? This one is called Omerta. Omerta. Pain relief, acceleration of death, and criminal law. It had fallen on me to forgive Miss H for writing reciprocity, unmusical word, into the otherwise sublime sad song. I still don't understand betrayal or forgiveness, how I'd use them in a fight so many years late. That slow jam shows no sign of clawing up my fortified ravine. So many years late, I'm only less merciful, a walnut heart, slower to neutralize from acid, up tonight, all night, so that the wife of my surrounding body doesn't wake up like a movie producer, one whose only love was ever horses. And this is the last one, signing off with, Are You Ready? A dude styled in Travel Plaza souvenir and lady draped in fiberglass are on each other's nerves in line from poor proximity and summer blackout friction. The dialogue so canned seeming like text to train a decoy. You wish that you could help, albeit psychically, inside. Don't make me say it, that you think what happens in your brain counts. Look, your life's all right. You have tequila and you haven't had to drink it. You are the patient in a hospital that's going out for business. We people vapor poems. Green screen. The line we're holding tastes just like a tongue depressor voguing in its paper sleeve. It's possible to find, replace a background. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, love. Leather pants dance flagging from a wire. She says, "Give me your bandana, boss, so I can cover up these scabs."
Hi, my name is Anthony Cody, and today I'll be reading 3 poems. This poem is titled After the Egrets Arrived, West Fresno, California, December 2019. 1. On a train ride back to the city, officials compare footnotes, sketch the contour of unfound, notice sun in eyes, place hands up to deflect, and find no relief. 2. No one spoke. An Audubon society refused the lens on what they would call majestic. But no one spoke. Egret begat egret, begat egret. In the north, no one questions the sun, how it blinks midday, how moon dissolves in the bobble-throated beaks. Egret begat egret, begat egret. In the lightlessness of the sun, the wings furial wind that a child mimes, "Mother, have you returned?" The sky crests. Egret begat egret, begat egret. The new night is always regret. A filament failure plagues every shadow extinct. Is that me? Is that me? Is that you? What is departure? Egret begat egret, begat egret, begat egret, begat. This next poem is titled Llegando al Torderia. Gathered, sectioned, sorted and sold off. The grandmother, the grandfather, the clock, the neck of a sunrise whispered, every kernel a cloud drifting until flame. They, you, I, we, learn to create from naught. A, your, my, our. Mother found enough to offer the table with a smile to quilt hunger and barren harvest of fists. Cuando bajan del barco, alguien debe llamar a los inmigrantes del futuro pasado. Ask if vultures did not perch on orbiting satellites, would the plains bison choose gallop? They'd answer in ciphered borderlands códices, construyendo ventanas para ir a los aves to ask what trees learn when a forest is rifled, and question why angry águilas existed as scorched plumes amid cobblestone and brownstone, amid gutter and droppings, amid la oscuridad y el viento. Y nadie puede oír los gritos in broken translations that crop just outside the Torderia. Just as children point towards hills they have only heard called home. This last poem is a poem actually for my friend, the late Ba El Mua, who taught me so much about the land, who still to this day, after his departure, continues to teach me about this land. It is titled Sequoia Sempervirens. Digest Hyperion, quiet. How bark cradles sound, quiet. How bark cradles sound, quiet. How bark cradles, quiet. How bark quiet. How quiet. Answering a leaf in open light. Tree roots exhale a palimpsest of villages. Sempiternal, father, xylems, son. I am turning atomic. 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 The extent in epic, in vein, in gamma, in heartwood. Inside a forest, ancestors hum sorrel and salamander. There, 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 there. Emerge atomic. Canopy curve. Sparrow ground. Future creek. Thank you.
Tumamak Apparition by Logan Phillips. He looked at me with many eyes, lightning in a dust cloud in the distance, the sky streaked with long shadows of cumulus. There was a city below us through the haze of capitalist urgency, the overproduction of rush, everyone in a hurry to get their lifetime over with. He opened his mouth and the void was there. Just some colonist cowboy monster seeping out from between the flat rocks of Tumamak, inscribed with spirals, solstice stones, the whole world an archaeological site, abandoned observatory. Offers no vantage, no agreed upon knowledge, agreed open, no one knows what to believe anymore. Driven by our debts, a whole society of indenture. This is just where we live. We're just doing our jobs, okay? Pushing past all this beauty to get to work. Paved over memory of birdsong, alive in the collapse, in yelling matches over hat color. He was mostly dust and cologne exhaust, daring me to inhale to content my heart. But there's no hero in this story, no savior. Just my body, bruised by a typewriter, longing for that pounding, that weight of being put in position, of giving myself up and offering. But he isn't the ghost to take me home, isn't the apparition to run me through. So we look to the horizon in silence. We can see Cochise County from here, the highway home collapsing in subsidence, past the fairgrounds where all the houses look the same, mansions of sticks and dry gypsum, big enough a family never has to see each other, spacious maze of cul-de-sacs, garage doors, and surveillance doorbells. In the US, there are 16 empty housing units for every one person living in the streets. So is it a homeless problem, or is it a landlord problem? I'm holding my breath as long as I can. The profitable cruelty of it all. Distant mountains torn down, horizon remade for copper, necessary for the manufacture of baubles out beyond the landfill being filled with scrap. I must tell him, tell you how much I'm in love with humanity and all the worlds besides this collective psychosis of capital, all fighting to survive, fighting to make the owners of our time more money, take on their success as if it were our own. And we can see the red brick of the university from here. I cast a small spell to stop us from pretending that what is happening is not happening, to make myself understand that spending more on ICE than education makes this a police state. The university installing AI-powered license plate readers makes the university an extension, yes, of the incarceration nation, and we can see Raytheon from here. Twisted barbed wire in Gaza, in Arizona, all concertina, no concentration. They don't have to burn the books if no one can read anymore. Minds shredded, nothing for it, no attention spanning. Just teachers translating books to TikToks while the clock runs out. Obsidian mirror, reflection of acetate, broken pavement, lava long cooled to black rock. I sat next to a ghost on an ancient volcano. Ferris pygmy owls slept in the earth. A diamondback rattlesnake curled my name. A mule deer held a night sky in each eye. A saguaro stood through my little lifetime. I talk to myself as constantly as anyone. I understand my despair to be nothing but an unpairing, a fake unlinking that can't exist while I am still here, held by the embrace of the earth. I am lucky I can see my house from here. I'm offering the last taste of summer on my skin, bathed in sweat, as clean as can be. If I'm not writing to tell the truth, what is it that I am writing?
Hi, this is Laura Durbeck-Sky with Tripwire Journal. Thank you so much to the organizers for this important gathering to give continued attention to the attempted genocide of Palestinian people by the Israeli state and their collaborators, including the US. I am so honored to be asked to participate. I was recently listening to a talk by Palestinian poet Mona Aimsadar, who spoke from the perspective of someone who had been in Gaza and chose to leave. I ended up transcribing much of the talk. She spoke about different people in Gaza's relationships to their former homes. Here is how her name was spelled in English, if you would like to look for her. I wrote something for Mona. For Mona. I was trying to recreate home, trying to understand those who never needed to recreate it. Or did they give up? Home didn't arrive till a later time. If home is taken, then it stays longer. It becomes longer within. When you wondered if you would be out on the street despite the actual conditions, the child mind tells you you will be. A host country tells you who you will be, homogenized or without a home. The host isn't the real place, it's homogenized. Mona says, the house itself as a living thing, the house is living inside you, unquote. Somehow the arrangement is still important. Mona says, when you are rooted and belong to only one place, unquote. I arrange the furniture around, yet I never want to move it once it stays. Moving all the stuff, trying to figure out what has mold inside and what is okay. Each hulking furniture reminding you of a relationship, a street corner you found it on, lucky to be in this climate. I now understand the WhatsApp photo that pops up on the phone. Ahmed from Palestine's profile photo was the back of his father's head looking at the house. But this was the new house. Mona says, house was more than concrete, was laughter, was you being a teenager in front of the whole society. Mona says, my family tried to protect me by not allowing me to go back to the house. Mona says, olive tree is a matter of life. When I was a kid, I was raised under olive trees. Mona says, you will be able to design your tent to make it more familiar to your picture of a house. Mona says, the house itself is a living thing. The house is living inside you. Mona says, when you are rooted and belong to only one place. Mona says, being labeled as a ghost. Mona says, house was more than concrete, was laughter, was you being a teenager in front of the whole society. Mona says, cleaning the house, organizing the house, redesigning it, not as a matter of fixing. It was more a continuity. It was more a mindset that I'm not repairing it because I just want to be there or I just want to find a roof. It's more by outlining that if you destroy everything, you are not going to destroy my home. You are not going to destroy my mindset of not allowing you to occupy me as a person. You might occupy the land. Your bulldozers, your tanks are everywhere, your quiet captures, your drone, all the weapons can kill me, and I am aware of that, but I am resisting, not only because I want to live a decent and peaceful life, because I am not allowing you to take my mind. I am trying to repair my mind, to protect it from your levelization and blaming me as a victim. That's what Mona says. And now I'm going to read a second thing. This is from something called Hyperempathy 2. I felt the joy of a rushing, bashing crowd, but now I feel nothing but roots, plants, hummingbirds coming up to me. I wanted to build a home with freaks and a courtyard. I wanted to change the course of things, but slowly, at the pace of some plant. Tired of the people who had all the space in the mind and no space in the body. She says when she's exhausted, her mind gets more logical. I look over my shoulder. I would love to sit in a field with you all, not exhausted, but resting. I sit at the edge of a cliff, reaching behind me for your hand. I have no ego left. I threw it over. I'm pure energy, like skating with no fear. My legs seize up again. I am numb in my left foot. I'm afraid to get hit by a car. All the cars flipping lanes in front of me. I embrace you because I don't know what to do. I throw my arms around you, car, and I just roll and roll, jump up and out toward the grass. A ton of friends are there. I will always be running with you. We'll never be lonely. We were in the redwoods talking about time management. Made you look. The only direction was look inside after I turned down the volume on the classroom presentation. Protect the time. Blow down from the dream. Lost my place. Curl up from the bow. Your body is a blasting rocket, not bragged on the internet, but just being in real time, a swish, not getting a direct camera angle. The camera documents I am not dead. There are ways that I can move. The rink folks create a rink outside and I go out with them. Nobody special, no star skater, no new discovery, just some trashy alley street sport or trashy rink rat trying to put an outfit together from the piles to not look too poor, to not show the things that have happened to this body or that other body. Look at your hand, proof you have grown. Look at your driver's license, proof you have grown. And I'm here with Joni.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Laura. I'm going to read two things for you today. First, an excerpt from the end of Ghassan Kanafani's Letter from Gaza, which was a short story published alongside his 1936 to 1939 Revolution in Palestine, which the second poem I'm going to read is modeled off of. This Gaza in which we had lived and with whose good people we had spent 7 years of defeat was something new. It seemed to me just a beginning. I don't know why I thought it was just a beginning. I imagined that the main street that I walked along on the way back home was only the beginning of a long, long road leading to Safad. Everything in this Gaza throbbed with sadness, which was not confined to weeping. It was a challenge. More than that, it was something like reclamation of the amputated leg. I went out into the streets of Gaza, streets filled with blinding sunlight. They told me that Nadia had lost her leg when she threw herself on top of her little brothers and sisters to protect them from the bombs and flames that had fastened their claws into the house. Nadia could have saved herself. She could have run away, rescued her leg, but she didn't. Why? No, my friend, I won't come to Sacramento, and I've no regrets. No, and nor will I finish what we began together in childhood, this obscure feeling that you had as you left Gaza. This small feeling must grow into a giant deep within you. It must expand. You must seek it in order to find yourself here among the ugly debris of defeat. I won't come to you, but you, return to us. Come back to learn from Nadia's leg, amputated from the top of the thigh, what life is and what existence is worth. Come back, my friend. We're all waiting for you. Clarification letter, November 2023. To the proles. When I said I love you, I meant free Palestine. When I said the blockade is my boyfriend, I meant free Palestine. You said take this job and shove it, and I felt your proximity. I heard free Palestine. To the enemy. When I said Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, I meant free Palestine. When I said from the river to the sea, I meant Palestine will be free. When I said autumn of your reign, I meant free Palestine. You said vulnerable waterways. I heard land, Wet'suwet'en method, sea, Ansar Allah, and yes, this intervention is my boyfriend, see the proles. To the poets. When I said Homeric in character, I meant free Palestine. When I said moon at daybreak, when I said ozone layer depletion, when I said my liver's long 21st century, I meant free Palestine. You said world town, I cried for the martyr, meaning free Palestine. To the state. When I said fuck the police, I meant fuck the police. When I said Vietnam to Sri Lanka, when I said Thessaloniki to Tottenham, when I said Santiago to Sacramento, it was our world against yours. I said fuck the police, free Palestine, and I meant it. To the intellectuals. When I said rewild the land, when I said Nakba, you heard thine alabaster cities, and for a moment you were Benjamin perched on the minaret. When I said Ma Nishtana, I meant no, this night is in fact like some of the others. When I said architect of sarcophagi, you said say it again before you die. I meant free Palestine. To the party. When I said a wise brick once said to the window, you said, shh, the NPC is speaking. When I said thermal shadow, you heard rules-based order. You said vote Mamdani, not free them all, and I asked, and you said the rules-based order provides mechanisms for updating and amending rule sets. I said the missiles have ghastly names precisely because they are missiles. I meant free Palestine. To the revolutionaries. When I say the proles, I mean some are revolutionaries, some are not. When I say the poets, when I say the intellectuals, I mean the same. When I say everything is at an end, give me your hand so that we may begin again. When I say grant that we may see each other, I mean you, I mean those who want more than another paycheck, another poem, another politician calling for peace. When you've said, I smoked my last cigarette in Nazareth, when you've said expropriation of the expropriators, when you said, I sold my land and took up arms, I believed in you, I heard your phrase. I mean to say there's nothing left to say, yet it still needs to be said. I mean, I said so many things, it all meant nothing if it didn't also mean from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
This is Stevie Wood. Thank you to David and Tripwire. Thank you to everyone who's helped organize and who's read and who has listened. I am going to read from a book that was just published last month in a collaboration between 1804 Books and the People's Center for Palestine. It's by a young man in Gaza named Wasim Saeed. I won't say much about the book he'll tell us himself, but I will just say I'm going to share in the chat after this some links. I hope people will support the book. He also has a fundraiser in support of himself and the other families in Gaza that he writes about. There is also a virtual reading coming up on December 6th that people can register to attend if you'd like to. So I'm going to read the introduction and then another small piece. The book is called Witness to the Hellfire of Genocide, a Testimony from Gaza. Introduction. I didn't plan to write this book like this. And no, I didn't start writing under the bombs, as you might think. I began after the war paused, after the ceasefire in January 2025, when we returned to Beit Hanun, what was left of it. The town was rubble, but we were breathing life again. I came back with one thought, to write what I lived through, to end with hope, with return, with dust, with air, with home, even if the home was just ruins. I imagined the ending would be like dawn after a long night, that moment of walking into our street, breathing in the smell of Beit Hanun, welcoming its people like a mother welcomes a child who almost drowned. But the moment I picked up the pen, the war returned. I didn't finish the first chapter before we were displaced again. This time, it was worse, more violent, more painful. I wrote from my tent, or rather from my despair. I write as I gasp for breath between the shells. I write, and each word might be the last. The sound of planes hasn't stopped. My younger siblings cry from hunger and fear, and all I have are these pages. I didn't write this to make you cry. Not for you to tell me, poor you. I write it so I can hang these words around your neck, to make you bear the responsibility of my perspective, the responsibility of knowing, the responsibility of being a witness. This isn't mere literature. It's a testimony under fire. A voice in a time when truth is no longer to be found on screens. A testimony from a wound that refuses to heal so its voice may remain alive. I don't need your sympathy. I need a conscience that hasn't rotted, a human who hasn't turned to stone. I need a reader who won't just close the book and sigh, then go to sip their coffee. I wrote this so the massacre won't be forgotten, so my name remains, so the faces of my siblings remain, the ones who lived through genocide searching for burnt bread or a mattress torn by shrapnel. Read this not as a novel, but as you would read a gravestone. As if a voice from beneath the ground was saying, I was here, and I could have lived, if only you had said something. And I'll read the interlude between the first and second chapters. Dear reader, I've walked you through this journey from Beit Hanun to Al Shifa Hospital, and then the south, from my home to my tent, from the bosom of my family to exile within my homeland. But even after all this, I feel that my story alone is insufficient. I wrote this in order to tell what I had seen, what I had lived through, what I bled from my heart and my memory. But in truth, this war has never been my story alone. Every face I have encountered, every tent I passed by, every eye into which I have gazed, all have stories no less painful than mine. I feel it would be unjust to confine the narrative to only what I had seen. Pain has suffused the whole place. Suffering and sorrow are to be found in every street, every corner, and every tent. That is why I have decided to continue this book in a different way. I will write, yes, but not just about myself. I will open the coming pages to many voices, to faces that the camera never reached, to suffering that was never told, to details that shake the heart more than explosions. I will write each chapter as if it were a witness in a court of justice, a witness to the Zionists' barbarity and crimes. I will write every word as though it were a tombstone, a grave marker for Gaza. I will write every sentence as though it were a cry for help from hell, a cry from a weak, hungry, terrified human being, drowning in the unknown, in suffering and sorrow. I will begin with the most extreme of what we lived through, those days when bread became a dream and food a wish. I will begin a new chapter. I shall name it Hunger and Bread. I'm going to also put in the chat just a request. People are looking, the publishers are looking for translators from Arabic into essentially any language that isn't English, Greek, and Spanish, into which it's already been translated. So that will go in the chat. Thank you all.
Thanks to everyone that's put in all the labor for this. I'm going to read a poem from 2003, just because it happens to mention Palestine. So just thinking about Palestine being on our minds for so many years, for so long. So March 17th, 2003. We slept soundly during the night, beloveds, and when I woke, yous were wrapped around me, and I thought it was this that had let me dream of windows and doors opening and light entering, a relief from my recent dreams that had been so full of occupations. But we wake up, and all we hear in the birds' songs is war. When the birds sing outside our window, they sing of the end of negotiations with the UN, of the Dow soaring on confidence of a short war, of how rebel forces in the Central African Republic have dissolved parliament and suspended the constitution, of the resumption of the trading in oil futures in London after protesters broke into the building and fights broke out on the trading pit. They sing of how someone makes Natalie Maines apologize for her shame that the president of the United States is from Texas, of 7 people killed in Palestine, of drug-resistant pneumonia that continues to spread, and of the worldwide mourning for Rachel Corrie. The birds also sing of how celebrities in Los Angeles are getting their manicures and their hair done, as they always do. Thank you.
Hi, David Book, he, him, here for Tripwire. I tried to put it in the chat, but all proceeds at tripwirejournal.com will go to the Samir Project for the future. I'm going to read some things coming from recent or forthcoming Tripwire projects. The first is a couple poems by Lisa Minerva Lux, who is a participant in Palestine Action, the now outlawed so-called terrorist organization in the UK, and this is forthcoming in Tripwire. The next Tripwire 23, which should be out in soon. How to behave outside court for the Filton 18. Cut to when they took Wasim, chucked him in blacked out TSG. Lex got punched jumping in front of the cop car wheels. Hafsa's bypassed a pig's blood-knuckled hands. Yes, bitch, we trained in back rooms on how to get into formation. Then Umar cussed the cops on a microphone, waving to their body cam. Then Tommy cussed the cops on a microphone. Then dogs and vans, they blocked us back. But here's the matryoshka, a mother whose son was on trial inside, turned to Lady Justice above the Old Bailey, an empire once animated. The cops surrendered, gave us back Wasim, another's freedom nested inside his. Have you been a danger to the empire today for Saeed? The day the CID called my arrest of national interest, I came loyaler to the breadth of shoulders, to carving patterns on the walls of our cells when they corner us. I've seen how the shadows of statues ache. And the best thing I can teach is that almost everything you need to threaten England's trade with heresy can be bought at B&Q. One version of uprising is making amputee of your country. The other is parade. Every brick is pregnant with smashing banks. Don't let friendship get in the way of comrades. Never ask permission from governments you don't respect. And how to break in is how you broke out, with bally and gloves, crowbar, all doubt left back at the safe house. That's Lisa Minerva Lux. Then I'm going to read a short excerpt. This is actually in the last Tripwire, but also from a forthcoming collection or collaborative book the Tripwire put out in the spring from the Shatter Collective based in Beirut. There's an eerie quiet now in Lebanon, though the violence continues here in Palestine and across the region. We are living among monsters, both ancient and newly forged, mythic in their cruelty, mechanized beyond imagination. The weapons that maim our people and scar our land now are not the tools of human conflict, but instruments of annihilation, precise, detached, insidious, and relentless. Language fails in the face of atrocity, but we continue to write. Poetry becomes both exorcism and architecture. We expel what cannot be born, and we construct imperfect vessels for what we cannot bear, for memory, rage, tenderness. Poetry allows us to shape what resists expression, to speak from the fractures. We do not write to make sense of violence, but to mark its weight, to register grief and defiance in lines that tremble with life. Again, that's the Shatter Collective. And lastly, I'll read an excerpt from a chapbook coming out, hopefully as soon as next month. Sorry, I'm just trying to frickin' find it here. From Haitham El Wardani, it's entitled The Difficulties. And this is just an excerpt from Labor of Listening for Marina Vishmit after Sean Bonney, and my apologies for any mispronunciations. The dead, they sing with severed tongues, and they have a plan to bring us back to the land, despite their murderers. Do you remember the stone I wrote you about? I woke up this morning and I found it again in my palm. I felt its smooth surface, and I knew this time that it was not a relic of my childhood when I was smashing windows with my angry friends, but another childhood now buried beneath the rubble, coiled into itself. I say I woke up, but actually I didn't sleep for days. There's a line by Atel Adnan that says, quote, "To live by night is to live by ear, and the eye will follow." I find it a very helpful line in this endless night. For what makes the night is not the absence of light, but the mass of destroyed lives and unrealized longings. These nocturnal beings linger and persist. They insist on their belonging to this world and continue to exert their demands upon it, day and night. It is thus time to start living by ear and listen to their unvoiced longings. It is time to unwitness this fascist crime committed in the brightest hour of day. The bright light has simply become a white supremacist. Its sole purpose is to safeguard border control or the gates of settlements. Prisoners confined to minuscule cells and subjected to the relentless glare of 500-watt fluorescent bulbs know how dead and dark light can be. My friends are dead, and they have a simple plan, but simple is not easy. It is not easy to mourn the cities. It is not easy to go into hiding. Instead of accounting for the criminal light that everyone sees, it is easier, rather, to wait for the end of the world. Is actually to become a stone on expropriated land. I imagine that stones were once eyes who had silently and fiercely kept track of history since time immemorial. And because they never blinked, they never petrified. The stone is a negation of everything the bourgeoisie calls nature. The land we are summoned to is not nature. It is a sedimentation of struggles against naturalized violence. Sprouting from it are hardened stones that stick in the throats of those who use hunger as a weapon. I clenched my palm firmly and applied a magic trick I learned from my sheik. When I opened it again, the stone had become a word. Its 4 letters shivered every time I touched them. I kept the consonants for myself and carefully buried the vowels, which no one seemed to notice, in various corners of the city. Then I took the dark Then I stood by in the dark, heart racing, waiting for the earth to tremble. I stood awaiting the roar of detonation that would shatter the eardrums of genocide apologists. I stood waiting for the dead humanity drenched in salt and face down on the shores of the Mediterranean, as you wrote, dear Rafat, to come back to life. But it didn't. Instead, I heard a bulldozer. They are building a lot in the city these days, transforming parts of their financialized capital into empty houses. People like you and me can only work on their construction sites, but cannot set foot in the buildings once they are built. But what I would like to describe is what surplus value sounds like. If property could speak, it would do so in this grammar, a long series of shocks maintained by efficient cooling system that prevents insurrection and resurrection. It is an omnipresence that shields the earth and shocks the nerves, leaving no room for any signal approaching from the past or the future. Property speaks in a language that can eloquently replace financialized capital with settler colonial capital. Replace the cooling system with anti-riot cops. Replace the worker sitting in the cabinet with a soldier desecrating graves. Or even, for that matter, replace both of them with the dead. Because all plans can be hijacked easily in the genocidal superstructure of the language. One thing I would ask you, though, is what might a truer world look like, sound like? What truth is transmitted through unvoiced longing? In the meantime, I will spin to the messy rhythm in my ear and start all over again, and seed the vowels, hoping next time to hear the detonation. Thank you.
Hello, and warmest regard to you all in your separate weathers, geographies, and times. I'm Jeffrey Pethybridge, one of the editors of the digital zine Visible Binary, and with Carolina Abade, will be the host and curator of the session as part of the global reading for freedom of expression and solidarity with Palestine and Sudan and all fronts against oppression. A reading against the ongoing disaster of Palestinian displacement, dispossession, and death. Against the genocide in Gaza and the catastrophe of US imperialism, reset the small voice of poetry. And there always seems like a utopian hope to me in that radical contrast. Thank you all for joining this third reading, which holds the hope for a real ceasefire, for the end of occupation and apartheid, a reading with the hope of a free Palestine, a free and precious life from the river to the sea. Deep and abiding gratitude to Ghazal and Munir for summoning again this constellation of solidarity, which in this third iteration continues to proliferate with languages, opening more and more the cultural front for a free Palestine and a world without genocide. And to Vince and team for the production, bringing it to a fulfillment. And thanks to all the other hosts and curators and writers and artists for this astonishing range of poetry we've heard today and will continue to follow the sun. Coming now will be a series of recorded readings and video poems. First, we'll see A Vocation That Had No Name, a video poem by Rachel Rahim, based upon a text by the late, great Fanny Howe, Memory Eternal. Next, we'll see a video poem by Annalise Gelman entitled Oranges. Then a series of alternating video poems by Fargo Nisum Tabiki and Carolina Abade. Fargo's poems come from an ongoing work entitled Palestine is a Futurism. Carolina's Abade's video, The Human Is a study and refraction of poems from her book Hide. Lastly, Tango Eisen Martin recites his poem Blood in My Eye while walking the streets of Boston. But first, I'll read a brief excerpt from a poem of mine entitled Book 10, Essay in Emergent Night, which I hope will serve as something as an epigraph for this section. How, Kristeva asks, can the truth of pain be spoken when the available rhetorics of literature and even everyday speech somehow always seem festive? Only by subverting this festive rhetoric, she writes, by distorting it, by rendering it awkward, clumsy, broken, strained, making it great, abstracted, intense, abject, monstrous. Only then might the censoring blank of pain itself be overcome. Flickering, firelit red, gold, gold, mirror bronze, through and against emergent night. And now, video poems.
Since early adolescence, I've wanted to live the life of a poet. What this mean? Since early adolescence, I've wanted to live the life of a poet. What this meant to me was a life outside the law. It would include disobedience and uprootedness. I would be at liberty to observe, drift, read, travel, take notes, converse with friends, and struggle with form. Struggling with form meant creating problems of self-expression that only I could solve. This required boundless time, no obligations, lots of conversation, and love, little money, little stability, but always freedom to play with sound and meaning. I was surrounded by poetry at home, so this should have been easy, but another atmosphere undermined its powers. Since early adolescence, I've wanted to live the life of a poet. What this meant to me was a life outside the law. It would include disobedience and uprootedness. I would be at liberty to observe, drift, read, travel, take notes, converse with friends, and struggle with form. Struggling with form meant creating problems of self-expression that only I could solve. This required boundless time, no obligations, lots of conversation and love, little money, little stability, but always freedom to play with sound and meaning. I was surrounded by poetry at home, so this should have been easy, but another atmosphere undermined its powers. Like the rest of my generation, I was catapulted into a double bind. On the one hand, each of us was valued, treated to an education in humanist values, and nourished for a long life. On the other hand, we were told to hide under our desks during nuclear bomb alerts and to wait there in the knowledge that we were as disposable as pieces of tissue paper that could be blown away like ashes. Now the millennium has come and gone, and I am in a hermitage facing a snowy field, line of gray trees at the end. The sky has the wintry golden blush that makes it seem like it's swelling like water. I hear cars and trucks in the distance. Over the years I have written during days just like these, when there was snow or cold and some sense of safety and enclosure. More often I have written on the road, in the middle of children, crowds at train stations, airports, motels, bus depots, in offices and schoolyards. A friend wrote down some words for me shortly before he died. Poetry is backwards logic. You can't write poetry unless you have knowledge of or taste for this backwards way of finding truth. Another person said sound is eternal. It has no beginning. And a Hindu teacher said to me, the Upanishads were never written for the first time. I'm always wondering at the way there are varieties of points of view, just as there are different names, the same things and concepts. This collection of notes and memories is an effort to resolve the question, what was this strange preoccupation that seemed to have no motive, cause, or final goal to precede all the writing that I've done and did? Did it begin in the environment of childhood, or was it formed out of alien properties later? If I had known what I was doing all along, would I have done it? What people, places, books, and things guided me? What could I call that was calling me? A vocation that has no name.
bitterness of the war-hungry capitalist life. The empty meanings of the lobbying firm. The language that turns me cruel and useful. In the dream I am required only by my lovers. Never the extractive drills of the oil eaters. I have been unmade by the dream of God. I have been released from meaning. The sun burns new meaning onto my skin. I am crisp with newness. The dream vomits up the sludge of abandonment, swimming in the sludge is a McKinsey consultant. Swimming in the sludge is Arthur Balfour. They drown. I am the love of the dream embodied. I willingly dissolve my bitter attachments. The dream is a futurism of the spirit. The spirit is an orality. The sludge is a State Department. My memory returns me to the great earth dream. Palestine is a dream of the future. Future is a Palestine of the
The human is the talking animal. The human is the thinking animal. The human is the walking upright animal. The human is the burying animal.
Madness
Is worth 1,000 years. If you want to be brutal, consider your hands. Within my pockmarks, I find elevator to sky. Don't look for lovers, let them look for you. The sweetness of spiders, yes. Never a caged person within our sight. Ontology is less than vibes. Armpit is less than nation. Someone sleeps with sand tonight. Let's hope the sea gets hungry. Apocalypse is only perfume for the bankers. Cruelty is a saltless meal. Your beauty turns me into rubble. Your rubble turns me into beauty. Your turns me beauty. Rubble into rubble. Beauty turns me into. Let's hope the sea devours us and feels full. Feels full. Feels full.
Guided by teeth goes this country. There's a cow's mouth on the flag. A peculiar notepad holds street life dear, but the writer's not here. He's somewhere talking to tombstones about the good old days, or splashing reborn water on his latest face, or wondering how his old gun is doing in the afterlife, wondering how much death trap is in those gas station aisles. It got to be $1 million a day on this concrete island. New engine in the moon where it never goes down. I mean, 72 straight hours of night, at least according to everyone's posture around here. 8:30 in the morning is really 30 minutes of closing. The city shuts down for a sleepy rat race. Elevator shoe shuffle to the nearest heaven. Laugh with rats the whole way up. It's scabs everywhere. In puddles of city. In concentrated schools and TV-lit warm rooms, the light reveals military fatigue when it hits just right on the ties that are wrapped around the necks of lazy white guys. Empire is too easy, baby. Chat at the walls on some if you feel like it. Let's wait for a target to move and shooting back. Running for a tree line made of freeways. Wisdom says against a war machine on Tuesday, you stand no chance. But may we be the last poor people to play it safe. Cow's mouth on the flag. A politician raises his hand and the crowd shows their teeth. An oligarch raises his hand, little kids are not safe outside. We all high, depressed, and comrades and function. 15 minutes of closing, the city has survived another black rebellion. We just paying dues by trash fires, not just anybody can set. And don't you love how deadly things whisper in the moment and people kill like feathers fall with everybody screaming inside? The writer knows that death is not a matter of dignity, rather humor. In the house it smells like roast races. Nuclear percentages on torn stoves. I mean, here life never was. Just lazy matches, manic inhumanity, hands rushing away from life towards those. What we doing here? Surviving. For no reason in particular, because nobody going far today. Nobody go far tomorrow. Trust me, hell and heaven cannot count. Shit, strange gardens with secondhand clothes play. And concrete wishes to be human so that it could be accountable. Where they find you drenched. And drains wish to be human so that they could be worthy arms for you to die in. Hey, greet them all, grandson. Prepare for the day when every child is common. Don't say we ghosts didn't write you a poem. Don't say we didn't dig your life. Remember the shotgun by the coat rack that everybody in the house knows how to use? Remember the tightrope made of needles for walking in between driveways and man-made best friends? Go ahead, grandson. Tune the street again. Never mind, this country kills musicians first. Broken neck night, scar neck life. If these walls could write lyrics, they say, what's your angle, angel eyes? 30, 50 rounds passed by on the street with no daughters. This street has no sons. It's young prisoners of war in a racist city that needs to make capital, and we know so much. We know it all. We were stood against walls. Who's on the third cross around here? Cow's mouth. Salivating over the street. And that is the story of why we aim at teeth. As children are charming and brilliant before they are murdered, and God dies there too, running among them. Every poet belongs in Gaza. Capitalists eat until the world is blurry to them. These streets are made of saliva, and some people made of saliva too. They usually got on uniforms. While a crazy man spins round and round trying to make a record out of this mass production jungle, maybe I'll join him. Count cash and cry. These streets are made of saliva, and white sheets are worn by a building in which kids are supposed to learn how to read well. White sheets on the highway too. Another mirror needs their head on a pike. One down is just one down. But you know, you tell all this to the masses and your teacher will pipeline you. They told me I was jewelry. They told me this was jungle. Well, maybe not jungle, more like 50 machine guns planted in the ground. It's raining faces again in California. What does it say about heaven? What does it say about the people you kill? Waiting lines got so exhausted, a million minds dropped all these faces at once. If the fastest can read the lips of a giant talking in his sleep, we might as well make our demands in prison letters. Today was born the most important trigger finger in the world. Today I've begun counting down the pages between now and a pile of books by a tunnel. Chicago's gonna walk out of Chicago one day. Babies that drag street signs like old toys. Today, the most important letter left prison. Babies are laughing flags like faces that have disappeared. Maybe I'll join them. But for now, these streets are made of saliva, and we raise half-full glasses to the basements that meant nothing, and the working poor who live there, and we get shot. We get white sheets on California, where the kitchen table likes to talk as much as the walls, and romance on the porch consists of hard residing. I mean, this picture characters talk spit and know that they hard to kill. The kitchen table knows this. The porch is almost convinced that one down is just one down. This town is coming to town. A circus watching itself. Half distracted, half suicidal, thrilled children dressed as cops. Thrilled children preaching and policing and intaking and hiring and snatching your money. This town's coming to town with tough trademarks to follow. Today, I watch capitalism walk on water. And people play dead so that they could be part of a miracle. Free Palestine, y'all.
Jeff, you're muted at the moment.
Thank you all for being here and for witnessing and listening to those poems. Thanks again to Vince and team and to Ghazal and Munir. And I hope that you enjoy and deepen with the rest of the reading as it continues. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm introducing the section for Chile this year. Here we are three hosts, Carlos Soto Roman, Jessica Sequeira, and myself, Jessica Pujol. I'm gonna read the names of the poets that are gonna be reading. We have videos of them, so I'm gonna read them in order. First is Amanda Tapia Levy with 2 videos, then Antonio Cienfuegos, Carmen Garcia, Dante Cajales. Then we're going to have a reading performance called Esto es un libro. This comes from a pamphlet that is entitled Poemas de y por Palestina, Poems for and from Palestine, done by Cristian Cerpa and Tonatiu Trejo. Then we're gonna, this is gonna be followed by the poet Fernanda Cárdenas, then Gabriela Paz Morales, Ismael Rivera, a video by myself, Jessica Pujol, then Jessica Sequeira, Macarena Urzúa, Margarita Bustos, Matilde Malue, Nadia Prado, Ninfa María, Olivia Eguiguren, Paris H., Pia Sommer. Well, Pia Sommer is collaborating with us, but will be reading in the Palestine section, or has read already. I'm not so sure about the time zones here. It's quite confusing, but yeah, Pia Sommer is with us. Then Simón López Trujillo, Tonatiu Trejo, Vanessa Martinez y Victoria Ramirez. We have an amazing lineup. Every year this is getting bigger and better, and free Palestine and peace everyone.
Muro de la separación. Naomi Shihab Nye. Cuando la leche se agria, se separa. La próxima vez que dejes de hablar, pregúntate por qué naciste. Dicen que nos tienen miedo. La bomba nuclear le tiene miedo al pepino. Cuando mi madre me pide que corte pepinos, me siento una persona normal con dilemas fantásticos. ¿Los corto en rodajas o bastones? ¿Les quito las semillas? Le pregunto a mi abuela si hubo alguna época en que se sintiera como una persona normal, fuera de peligro. Y ella piensa durante el tiempo que le toma ponerse al sol y responde: sí, siempre me he sentido una persona normal. Es solo que ellos no me ven así. Nos gustaría que los bebés no supieran del fracaso que les espera. Me gustaría que creyeran que del otro lado del muro hay un circo que aún no abre. Amigos, aprendiendo a hacer malabares, a cruzar la cuerda floja. Suficiente para mí, Fatwa Tucán. Es suficiente para mí. Es suficiente para mí morir en su tierra, ser enterrada en ella, fundirme y desvanecerme en su suelo, y luego brotar como una flor con la que juega un niño de mi país. Es suficiente para mí permanecer en el abrazo de mi tierra, estar en ella como un puñado de polvo, un ramito de hierba, una flor.
Reportera. Una periodista española que se encuentra cubriendo la guerra de Ucrania sufrió un ataque de ansiedad en pleno despacho. Atrás de ella un migrante ecuatoriano la mira como miran los abyectos, y en San Salvador un tragafuego vomita todo un holocausto cada semáforo para ganarse unas coras, moneda local de aquel país. Y en Guayaquil un menor de 8 años vende cocos con vodka en Esmeralda, playa de granos resplandecientes como el urano enriquecido, a los turistas que aún no perdieron el conocimiento y mientras tanto prevalecen bañándose en el Caribe. Por otro lado, los que lustran calzado afuera del Metro de Bellas Artes en Ciudad de México no pierden el ritmo, porque el mundo está hecho de ritmos que no alteran la guerra ni el orden, y solo cuando esos ritmos alteran la comodidad de los aljibes menores, terminan por ser desmayos masivos de reporteros audaces que están cubriendo en vivo la Tercera Guerra Mundial, aquella que todos los latinos ya tenemos viviendo hace más de 2000 décadas. Y Pedro Chavajay me dicta un poema al oído antes de sucumbir en el olvido. Al menos dejemos memorias, por lo que un día nos hizo sentir embriagados de alegría, lo que nos hizo sentir que este mundo estuvo a nuestros pies. Dejemos memoria. Al menos sostengamos firmemente nuestras palabras, esas palabras que hablan y llevan mucho de lo que somos. Al menos esa llama siga permanente. San Pedro La Laguna, ayer.
En las puertas de la noche escribiré los nombres de los muertos con el sonido hueco de las oraciones que alguna vez nos pertenecieron. Allá afuera, el silencio es una ciudad derrumbada. Allá afuera, un muchacho en llamas corre en medio de las ruinas para beber la leche agria de los sueños. Hay relojes detenidos y llantos que permanecen como el eco de las casas vacías. El idioma de los desaparecidos se escribe con cal sobre la superficie muda de las piedras.
Por la paz. Hacerme al silencio como las palabras que nombran. Cada verso es un mandamiento. Duele ver los fuertes y soberbios firmando la paz en una cloaca. Después de la devastación, los pájaros buscan huecos en los árboles. En un poema, extender los brazos. En ciudades derribadas, atravesar el polvo. No logro recordar bien las reglas del juego de las naciones. ¿Qué queda del himno por las Naciones Unidas de Pau Casals? Para sostener el cuerpo escucho el canto de los pájaros por Tété Montoliu. Acuérdate del quinto mandamiento al pie de la letra. No matarás, no matarás, no matarás. La paz adelgaza dentro de nosotros.
¿Se escucha? ¿Tienes audio ahí? Listo. Poemas de y para Palestina. Activación número 1. Cristian Serpa. Esto es un libro.
Será rosada de Summer Farah. Audiencia llena de soldados, hablar desde las tripas, verlos atrapar. Tu lengua en sus dientes, siéntela. Catástrofe comenzar a medida que se hacen más grandes, crepitas y encoges, mientras los periodistas en la multitud aspiran tu humo. Gritan 150 muertos, 50 viviendas palestinas que tomarnos, saltarse una comida pero no tener hambre, lucir delgados ante las cámaras. Cuanto más pequeños son los palestinos, menos tienen para darse un festín. Sigue, saltándote, comidas, no. Dejes que lo árabe modifique tu paladar, no hables de las cenas de tu madre, ni de Palestina, tu país destripado, ni de tu estómago comiéndose a sí mismo. Llora, estoy perdiendo nuestro idioma. Quiero probar aceitunas sin cenizas. Quiero oler narguile en cada anillo que exhalamos. Volver a leer recetas, no más informes de muertes que nos dejan vacíos ante nuestros platos. El destino de Palestina. El soldado grita, necesito más. Fuego aquí, no quiero que quede nada de tu sangre. Llamen a esto borrar, hambruna, supervivencia, para dejar que los extremos carbonizados de tu piel prueben el interior de sus gargantas y cocinen tu lengua hasta que no siga siendo rosada.
Hola, mi nombre es Gabriela Paz. Primero que todo, quisiera agradecer a Pamenar Press por generar este repositorio con poemas de distintas partes del mundo. Quisiera desde Chile agradecer también a Carlos Soto Román y Jessica Sequeira por extenderme la invitación a ser parte de esto. Voy a leer un poema inédito que dice así. La vida de las personas vivas que viven sin tener que huir, ni refugiarse de cielos bomba, ni juguetes bomba, ni coches bomba, ni agua a veneno, se ha vuelto privilegio. Guardar fotografías en un cajón, lavarse la cara, comer comida, dormir en una cama, vestir ropa limpia, doblar un mantel blanco, colgar una luz del techo, planificar un paseo, volver a casa, olvidarse de la muerte, volver a casa y olvidarse de la muerte, vivir como si nada, sin inventar manantiales en pozas, sin besar la mejilla del cielo para tragar la lluvia, sin temer a la noche, olvidarse de la muerte sin temer a la noche, se ha vuelto privilegio, sin temer a la noche. Si del otro lado por vivir se pierde la vida de las personas vivas que viven sin tener que huir, ni refugiarse de cielos bomba, ni juguetes bomba, ni coches bomba, ni agua veneno, se ha vuelto privilegio. En nuestras pupilas brillan cadáveres. Habrá que recordar entonces que nuestra existencia se llamó silencio. Muchas gracias.
Hola, soy Ismael Rivera, poeta, cantor y editor. Agradezco a Carlos Soto Román por la invitación. Voy a compartir con ustedes algunos poemas por una Palestina libre. La geografía despliega o acota el lenguaje, lo mismo el horror. Escuchar es una victoria cuando el ojo no ve. Vuelven las palabras al cuerpo, vuelve el cuerpo a la tierra y a la lluvia, escapa auditivamente al encierro, hasta el pliegue donde rompen las olas. ¿Cómo describir el silencio en la noche sin hacer ruido? Dicen que la tierra albergaba nuestros cuerpos en reposo. Tuvieron que hundirnos para que el mar no nos escupiera como testigos de regreso a la orilla. El cuerpo es una caja de resonancia, sigue hablando tras el silencio, por eso se calla el cuerpo, hundido en el olvido, estallado en la piedra, susurre la espuma justicia. Y para terminar, un poema que se llama Exhumar con la escritura. Los años han hecho que la tierra ostente su dureza, pisadas tantas militares y civiles de la esquina y la academia redujeron las palabras al ombligo de sí mismas. Por montones escasean los huemules, pero abundan solitarias colas de avestruces asomando en el horizonte, estatuas de sal con la cabeza y los oídos cerrados. ¿Dónde fueron las manos dejándose las uñas al intentar desenterrar un sentido posible al horror y entender que es más, mucho más que su ronquido y sus ojos abiertos? El lenguaje es cartílago, aperitivo de lombrices apenas cuando sirve a su vanidad. Pero es hueso el lenguaje, es la única justicia posible en la lengua de las muertas. Es testigo, recuerdo y porfía en la lengua de los muertos. Hunde las garras, no la cabeza avestruz, y cava aquí y allá cava también, que no hay número ni palabra para decir cuántos nos faltan, cuántas nos faltan. No dejes la palabra de carroña a los buitres, siempre con hambre vendrán después por ti. Y cava allá y aquí cava también, que la tierra donde escondes tu cabeza solo conoce el sabor metálico de la sangre. Muchas gracias.
Starling. Subiremos cuando sepamos qué decir sobre el conflicto. Luces intermitentes contrastan entre la nada y los satélites. Prenden las ricas zonas del silencio humano. El reductor metafórico constriñe el pezón. Succiona el astronauta su bebida isotónica. Subiremos cuando tengamos bien definida la problematización, los objetivos atados a los zapatos de nylon. Bailaremos por el techo de la nave nodriza cuando el conflicto sea una vez más desplazado. Hacia el horizonte final veremos cómo es que rotan los satélites alrededor de la bola. Escucharemos cómo es que balan las ovejas al caer la noche, cómo es que rumían las vacas euclidianas y los pájaros pían ante el espectáculo de luciérnagas en órbita. Y quien desconoce el tren de hadas reza por ellas y por que no vengan, porque es a través del lenguaje que expiamos el trasfondo del correlato. Subiremos cuando sepamos qué decir. Aquí nos cubre a todos una red fina, solo pasan los neutrinos que ya siempre andan pasando. Bola de fuego y ceniza sobre España. Subiremos y caerán las palabras hacia arriba, desarmando el sentido y toda su aleatoriedad a la voluntad de Moloch con sus bruscos hachazos, Moloch por la tele y en la radio, Moloch en banners y en las victory sneakers de Trump. Tal vez nos refugiemos en una luna de Saturno. Subiremos como Katie para cantar nuestro turno y luego bajaremos, aspirados por las pulsiones, el ser humano espacial en el tiempo verbal.
Hola, soy Jessica Sequeira, voy a leer unos poemas. A veces en pesadillas escucho esa voz, Yo soy el leñador, el que otorga gracia inmerecida, el que dice, no tienes que hacer ciertas cosas, ni actuar de cierta manera para llegar al cielo, para disfrutar de una vida feliz. Yo decido quién recibe este favor, un favor totalmente arbitrario, proveniente de una fuente inapelable. Yo tengo la gracia, ustedes, los árboles, pueden abrazarse, yo elijo talarlos. Si estuvieras aquí en el centro de esta ciudad, te sorprenderías por la calma de la gente en la oscuridad, la fe en que con el tiempo el significado de lo que habían perdido volvería, ya sea por la coordinación de una entidad superior o por el funcionamiento interno de un amor que cura las fracturas y las violencias del día a su manera, susurrando palabras tranquilizadoras, recomponiendo huesos. Si tan solo pudieras ver la forma en que la gente se movía en grupos por las calles, segura de que incluso sin semáforos andando llegarían a casa, a buena comida y palabras amables, y a la promesa de un mañana. La estrella de mar en el borde del acantilado contempla arrojarse a las aguas negras, el reverso de la estrella. Pero mira hacia arriba y recuerda a sus hermanas en el cielo que no saltan, que resisten, que atesoran el recuerdo de sonidos de hace miles de años. Mira hacia adentro y recuerda su propio latido interior de truenos y lluvia, y lentamente se arrastra hacia la estrella en la tierra, la cabaña en la luz. Tras saber, tras llorar, tras recordar, tras comprobar, tras incomprensión, tras maravilla, frente a su énfasis en la justicia, tras contemplar la relación del abismo con la belleza, llega el mensajero con alas color estrella, que sobrevive este tiempo en que el papel se deja de existir. Se aprende de corazón nuestras palabras, unas perlas ofrecidas a lo ausente, y vuela lejos. Más allá de la cortina del silencio, el teatro del diario vivir, sin nuestro cansancio humano, nos otorgarán quizá el don de un eco, imprevisible, alegre, generoso, encifrado en la música aprensible que nos canta un pajarito. Gracias.
Hola, soy Macarena Ursúa y voy a leer 2 de mis poemas del libro Diccionario de Estrellas y Cometas, todavía inédito. 3. La Vía de las Estrellas. Tiene 2 epígrafes, uno de las galaxias de Haroldo de Campos, traducido por Reinaldo Jiménez. Látea quería decir los poetas o palabras o estrellas, o estrellas, myriads of faint stars, luciérnagas en el empirio, galaxias, ciclos de palabras. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. William Wordsworth. Incondicional es la belleza de las estrellas, dice Sarah Tisdale. Mientras dormimos, habrá siempre estrellas allá arriba, quietas de noche en el equinoccio. Mientras siga girando sobre su órbita la Tierra. Rotación. Un collage de palabras, un diario sin anotaciones, una mancha en el sol. Traslación. Marie Curie. Un cuaderno radiactivo se ilumina, saca a pasear tablas periódicas, leyes físicas, aire y calor de otros rayos. Quizás en 150 años más se podrá extraer de donde se conserva, abrir su cubierta como quien descubre un sarcófago egipcio, una urna griega, un insecto petrificado, bajo una gran piedra el aire respirado, imaginarlo como creían los medievales, lleno de millones de alas invisibles. Y por último, Orión. Muchos años atrás, antes incluso del Halley, una lluvia de orónidas atravesó la atmósfera, meteoritos en formación de cometas, partículas rocosas, dejando tras de sí una estela de luz. ¿Sabrá el astrónomo que estela y estrella comparten raíz latina? Mirá desde aquí, son solo fugaces, huyen antes del tiempo en que todas esas lluvias de estrellas pudieran siquiera tener un nombre. Muchas gracias.
Compañeras, compañeros, mi nombre es Margarita Bustos Castillo, poeta, docente, editora, y en esta lectura global para Palestina organizada por Ghazal Mossadegh de Pamenar Press, seguir apoyando la lucha, la resistencia y denunciando los horrores del genocidio. La guerra y su fuego no es juego de niños. Le dijeron a Vanna Baker que intentara jugar. Le dijimos que podía hacerlo. El viento recorre los escombros mientras tío Sam y sus colonias juegan a quemar la tierra. Hay un país donde los niños no pueden aventurarse. Por la estación decadente entre sirenas que caminan la noche, bajo tierra se buscan risas, rondas, rimas, del río al mar. ¿Qué es lo humano? Un cementerio de niños en Gaza y Cisjordania. Los gritos sobre pantalla perecen mientras observamos la realidad rota en su repetición. Le dijeron a Vanna Baker que intentara jugar. Le dijimos que podía hacerlo. Asesinada al sureste de Nablus, mientras una bala perforó su pecho para sumergirse en el flujo que trenza el tiempo del río al mar. La infancia de Vanna Baker a 2 días de comenzar la escuela en Quariot. Una corona de flores ocupa su lugar en el banco de la clase. Palestina existe. Le dijeron a Vanna Baker que podría jugar, a lo mejor en la escuela, a lo mejor en la sala refugio, de regreso al mar. Y este segundo texto, titulado Existenciales 2. Viaje de agua regresa por lo nuestro hasta llegar al mar. Germina en medio del oleaje. Tal vez la pregunta dialogue más allá de la duda. Aquí, intersticios. El puente es la búsqueda del fuego, dolor de la existencia. Y en la gracia del silencio manchar con letras aflicciones sobre el papel. La caravana del consuelo. Palabras escasean humanidad de atardeceres sordos. El instante capturado perece. Ya no espera la vibración de su otro. Se pudre, se nutre del vacío, océano padre, dolor que somos ahora, un mundo bajo los párpados y la palabra extinta.
Esto es lo que puedo recordar, porque la guerra desorienta, pero esto no era una guerra. Estaba en un búnker y había mucho humo o tierra o desdén. No tengo cómo decir de estos sentimientos, porque nunca los había tenido. ¿Cómo les aviso que no estoy muerta, que estoy muerta, que estoy muerto, que estoy muerta, si las bombas ya están adentro nuestro? Saco de la tierra los escombros, porque el olivar, las granadas y los higos ya se han secado, y el eco de sus cuerpos gimen igual que nuestros cuerpos, igual que nuestra piel y las líneas de expresión que escribían poemas sin el ruido de las bombas. Algo que es una persona viene a visitarme y me guía. Algo que es una persona, pero no lo es. Había sido una persona, había sido una franja, había sido el mar. Porque dijeron, esta tierra es mía, porque Dios lo eligió así. ¿Cómo entonces se atreven a no irse? Son colonos, pero no lo puedo decir, porque un dron que al mismo tiempo es un estado bestial nos observa. La tonalidad íntima de un sueño colabora con mi memoria. Palestina me abraza como una manta áspera. No puedo dejar de pensar en ti, en la prensa, en el hospital, en los pequeños barcos que intentaron la redención. Somos Palestina cuando soñamos Palestina, una bocanada amarga de piedras que tenemos que nombrar. Contamos tu historia también cuando dormimos. Adentro del sueño estamos en comunidad. Adentro del sueño el hambre ha dejado de existir. Adentro del sueño vive una diáspora. Mis brazos, mis piernas que no están, mi casa que ya no está, mi escuela, la casa de mi amigo que ya no está, la residencia de nuestra habla bombardeada. Me habla, nuestra habla, la identidad siempre está construida llena de otros, las mismas manos, la misma lengua, las oraciones bombardeadas. Todos no están a mi lado. Nakba se traduce como catástrofe, una que sigue apareciendo mientras dormimos. Persisten los miembros de una familia, los miembros de un cuerpo. Hay un sol que no llega a ser sol, robado entre sus ganancias absurdas que no se entiende, eliminar al otro tanto. El sitio que le hacemos a la poesía, acaso sea lo que sostiene a los huesos. Pero esto era un sueño y no sabíamos. Esto era un sueño, pero ya no queríamos soñar. No puedo escuchar las bombas porque quizás todo es una bomba. La montaña y el mar se han vuelto un desierto. Una palabra espera, un marco, un velo, un ángel, para que el disparo no, para la mentira sobre nuestra familia viva o muerta no, porque mi familia estaba viva, pero no lo estaba. Esto es lo que puedo recordar.
Buenas noches, estamos de nuevo en esta lectura colectiva de Poetas por Palestina. Voy a leer 2 poemas. El primero se llama Orden de Vida y es de la poeta Lina Khalaf Tufaha. Nos llaman ahora antes de lanzar las bombas. El teléfono suena y alguien que sabe mi nombre llama y dice en perfecto árabe, soy David. Y en mi estupor de estallidos sónicos y sinfonías de vidrios que se quiebran y todavía retumban en mi cabeza pienso, conozco un David en Gaza. Nos llaman ahora para decir, corre, tienes 58 segundos desde el final de este mensaje. Tu casa es la siguiente. Creen que es una suerte de cortesía en tiempos de guerra. No importa que no haya donde correr, no importa que las fronteras estén cerradas y tus papeles no valgan nada y te marcan solo para una cadena perpetua en esta cárcel junto al mar y los callejones son angostos y hay más vidas humanas abarrotadas una junto a la otra, más que en cualquier otro lugar del mundo. Solo corre. No estamos tratando de matarte. No importa que no puedas llamarnos de vuelta para decirnos, la gente que decimos buscar no está en tu casa, que no hay nadie aquí, excepto tú y tus hijos, que están alentando a Argentina, compartiendo la última gasa de pan para esta semana, contando las velas que quedan por si se corta la luz. No importa que tengas hijos, vives en el lugar incorrecto y esta es tu oportunidad de correr hacia ninguna parte. No importa que 58 segundos no sean suficientes para encontrar tu álbum de matrimonio o la mantita favorita de tu hijo o la postulación casi lista de tu hija para la universidad o tus zapatos o para juntar a todos en la casa. No importa lo que tenías planeado, no importa quién eres. Demuestra que eres humano, demuestra que te sostienes en 2 patas. Corre. El segundo poema es de un libro que escribí que se llama Animales Distantes. La violencia hilvana hogares imaginarios, va hacia el pozo como Sísifo a la montaña. La repetición y la paradoja ruedan hacia nosotros. Vivimos como borradores en el precipicio del alfabeto. Inacabado silencio cuando el cadáver muestra su boca. La puerta se abre y abajo la hierba en la que te recuestas. Vemos en el silencio de la ceguera que el lenguaje pertenece a los perros. Tanto esfuerzo para rehacer la vida, tanto esfuerzo en medio de la belleza y el horror, tanto esfuerzo para simular lo perdido. En el atisbo de los huesos se congela el aliento sobre las cosas. Toda biblioteca es un grito. Escuché el aire antes del suspiro, empalmar lengua y escucha, posar el oído para adelantar lo que nos habla desde un lugar ajeno. Algo camina desde otro tiempo, desgrana la carne en orlas y nos atrapa. Surge percutiendo los tímpanos que se abren hacia los costados. La lengua toma lo que se cierne. El encierro acerca su alfiler de entomólogo, mientras la carne, en su insuficiente destreza, nos arrulla. Balbucear sin avaricia. No sé si hemos sido felices. La violencia, la casa, un país, alecciona en cada uno la forma del frío. Un abrazo, muchas gracias, buenas noches.
Hola, soy Ninfa María y este es mi poema Maleza. La maleza crece en los patios sin que nadie le invite. Se abre paso entre la falta de agua y de cuidados, la falta de luz y de deseo. Aprovecha cualquier oportunidad de tierra entre las grietas del cemento. Indolente ante el aprecio por los pastos, las rosas y camelias, crece ocultando la frustración de no ser palto o nogal. Si la rabia le hace crecer, la cortan. Si la alegría la hace brotar, la vuelven a cortar. Condenada a buscarse otro lugar que no tenga que ver con la belleza, siempre afuera, aprovechando los rincones en los que nadie quiere estar, acostumbrándose al erial, donde comparte piso con pizarreños rotos, botellas vacías y restos poco reconocibles de lo que alguna vez fue algo. La maleza pequeña puede tener más suerte. Si estanca su crecimiento, puede participar del orden del jardín. Si permanece oculta, no es una amenaza. Si acata quedarse quieta en la sombra fría o en la parte olvidada del parque. Maleza, le dicen, por su obstinación en crecer donde no le corresponde. Maleza porque nadie la compró. Maleza por nacer por accidente. Maleza por crecer dura, espinuda y fea. Maleza porque resiste la mano del jardinero. Maleza porque vive sin un trato digno. Maleza porque, a pesar de todo, quiere vivir.
Luna de miel en Bagdad. Mustafa Ben Fodil. Nos conocimos en Gaza. Nos enamoramos en Ramallah. Nuestro primer beso fue en Beirut. Nos casamos en Argel. Pasamos nuestra luna de miel en Bagdad y nuestros corazones fundaron una ONG dedicada a proteger amores de alto riesgo y la continuidad del deseo en la tumba. Poema escrito el 1 de noviembre de 2023. Refat al-Harir. Si he de morir, tú debes vivir para contar mi historia, para vender mis cosas y comprar un trozo de tela y también hilo. Haz un cometa blanco de larga cola hacia un niño en algún lugar de Gaza mientras mira al cielo a los ojos esperando a su padre que partió en una llamarada sin despedirse de nadie, ni siquiera de su carne, ni siquiera de sí mismo. Vea el cometa, mi cometa que tú hiciste, volando en lo alto, y piense por un momento que allí hay un ángel, regresando al amor. Si he de morir, déjalo traer esperanza, déjalo ser un cuento. Ojalá los niños no murieran. Ghassan Kanafani. Ojalá los niños no murieran. Ojalá los elevasen temporalmente a los cielos hasta el fin de la guerra. Así volverían a su casa sanos y salvos. Y cuando sus padres le pregunten ¿dónde estaban?, ellos responderían: estábamos jugando en las nubes. Oh traviesos niños de Gaza, Khaled Huma. Oh traviesos niños de Gaza, ustedes que me interrumpían siempre con sus gritos bajo mi ventana, ustedes que llenaban cada mañana de prisa y caos, ustedes que quebraron mi jarrón y robaron la solitaria flor de mi terraza, regresen y griten todo lo que quieran y quiebren todos los jarrones, roben todas las flores, pero regresen, regresen. A la mierda tu conferencia sobre el oficio, mi gente está muriendo. Nur Hindi. Los colonizadores escriben sobre flores. Yo te hablo de los niños que tiran piedras a los tanques israelíes, segundos antes de convertirse en margaritas. Quiero ser como esos poetas que se preocupan por la luna. Los palestinos no ven la luna desde las celdas y las prisiones. Es tan hermosa la luna, son tan hermosas las flores. Recojo flores para mi padre muerto cuando estoy triste. Él ve Al Jazeera todo el día. Desearía que Jessica dejara de enviarme mensajes de texto con Feliz Ramadán. Sé que soy estadounidense porque cuando entro en una habitación algo muere. Las metáforas sobre la muerte son para los poetas que creen que a los fantasmas les importa el sonido. Cuando muera, prometo penarte para siempre. Un día escribiré sobre las flores como si fueran nuestras.
Cuando no había nadie, creció un árbol que plantó mi padre. Le crecieron a él también los brazos, las arrugas de sus manos le crecieron como un río herido. Vino el invierno como en cualquier lugar. El paisaje en la ventana, cuajó la lluvia como en cualquier lugar del mundo. La cocina de una madre alimentó la tierra. Mi vida fue un barco donde mi madre cocinó un plato caliente que templó la casa. Afuera sin ventanas, el invierno es solo un paisaje en ruinas. Digo ruina y recuerdo el polvo después de la palabra. Parisach.
El frente de los geranios, ciudades rajadas por la mitad, canto de grullas que siendo atroces, armados geranios se enfundan en rojo y disparan un azul bestia. Imprevisto, herido, extraviado. Oh Antártida, allá fueron a depositarse. Anarquía es este mi pobre balcón, con 3/4 de tierra, sin callar el mar en sus macetas, la fiesta de las aves ayer. Venía al decir, tropezad con la tumba en un gallinero, dinamitad las naves, cacaré la romería, mientras la tierra de estas jardineras, retales de arrugas las abuelas, se reúnen en las plazas y son más bravas que una lápida. Remove the verb, remove todo lo falsificado, carnicería, rock and roll radio, fue destrozado el dial, y con ello se abre de piernas la sinfónica y chupa de los saxos el cobre de un atril del viento de unas dunas que choca contra aquella instalación en un museo como las ventanas, hechas de páginas en blanco, que es igual o menor que la observación de 2 pájaros en una terraza. Fuck you, artist pop. Fuck you, partidist religiós. Desvalijado movimiento sangra. Podría decir, bloque de geranios montando la guardia, horizonte rocoso, salvaje y duro por los flashes del pop. Los flashes del plagio, del utilitarismo, de la contradicción. Los flashes del triunfo, de la aberración, de la desventura. Un bloque de geranios, venimos a decir, la punta de la cabeza como la madre de la flecha, el avance del frente como la flecha de la madre. Por las calles, cuerpo de grúa, cuerpo de acero, cuerpo de enganche, cuerpo de granada, cuerpo de espada, cuerpo alado, cuerpo bang, bang, bang. Ciudad agrietada por el stand-up, cuerpo de amparo, cuerpo de noche, cuerpo de sol africano, cuerpo de misil depravado. Venía al decir cómo se corva el cáliz, pasado el túnel y entre dos velas, incluso la luz perdió un caballo. Se apagó la noche sin nombres y las estrellas fueron violadas con una botella de plástico. Cientos fuimos la metralla, la palabra brotada del asco, la palabra brotada del abandono, la palabra gemida del goce, la palabra ganada en la barra, la palabra de lengua cortada. Dispara por la boca. Fuimos musas del bar y de él fuimos gloria, putas y magas, asesinas y perras mitad sirenas. Sin embargo, sometimes fuimos cuchillas, escamas silenciadas de daga y el mensaje del frente arrinconado. Sacad antipatía, venga, romper a la polución como sanguinarias células que sois. Las gárgolas hablarán castellano, inglés, aragonés, catalán, antes que poesía. Saquemos un racimo de geranio y frecuentemos una película sorda, que la exactitud toque la cabeza de las aves y la linaje indígena ese continente que aquí fuimos arrojadas. ¿Cómo decir? Sin tierra cuando sin amor y sin casa el arte que cuando sin casa el amor que cuando sin arte con casa, el arte que cuando estalla devolución. Continente geranio, díganse bel, avistamiento del pasado, de la memoria saqueada. Tu brote leñoso es un sonido fisurado, tanto que moda, tanto que barbarie, tanto que limosna, tanto que ruina y calamidad. Tanto que no es tanto. Vamos al frente, estos geranios viven, y esto es más, es pan, es paz, es negra fe.
Hola, soy Simón López Trujillo, escritor chileno, y voy a leer dos fragmentos de Memoria para el Olvido de Mahmoud Darwish, escritor y poeta palestino. Esta es una novela escrita a propósito del cerco de Beirut en 1982 por parte del ejército israelí. De un sueño surge otro sueño. ¿Estás bien? Quiero decir, ¿estás vivo? ¿Cómo sabes que dormía con la cabeza sobre tus rodillas? Me has despertado al moverte en mis entrañas, y he comprendido que soy tu ataúd. ¿Estás vivo? ¿Me oyes bien? ¿Ocurre esto a menudo? ¿Suele un sueño despertarme de otro sueño y ser la interpretación del primero? Nos está ocurriendo ahora, a ti y a mí. ¿Estás vivo? Más o menos. ¿Te han lastimado los demonios? No lo sé, pero aún no es tarde para morir. No te mueras del todo. Lo intentaré. No te mueras nunca. Lo intentaré. Dime, ¿cuándo ocurrió? Quiero decir, ¿cuándo nos conocimos? ¿Cuándo nos separamos? Hace 13 años. ¿Y nos vimos muchas veces? 2. Una bajo la lluvia y otra bajo la lluvia. Y la tercera vez no llegamos a encontrarnos. Me fui y te olvidé, pero acabo de recordar, he recordado que te olvidé, soñaba. Lo mismo me ocurre a mí, soñaba. Conseguí tu teléfono por una amiga sueca que estuvo contigo en Beirut. Que pases una buena noche y acuérdate de no morir. Sigo deseándote. Y cuando vuelvas a estar vivo quiero que me hables. Ay, el tiempo, 13 años ya. No, ha ocurrido esta misma noche. Que pases una buena noche. A las 6 de la mañana se despertaron los pajarillos de los vecinos. Reanudaron su canto neutral al encontrarse a solas con las primeras luces. ¿Para quién cantan en medio de este torbellino de misiles? Cantan para desquitarse de la noche pasada. Cantan para sí mismos, no para nosotros. Lo sabíamos ya. Los pájaros surcaron su propio cielo entre el humo de la ciudad incendiada. Las serpenteantes flechas de sus silbos se enroscaban con las bombas y nos señalaban una tierra a salvo en el cielo. Es de asesinos asesinar, de combatientes combatir y de aves cantar, aunque para mí se acabaron para siempre las metáforas. Se acabó seguir buscando una interpretación porque las guerras, por naturaleza, envilecen los símbolos y devuelven al hombre a su relación primera con el espacio, con los elementos y el tiempo, hasta que acaba por festejar el agua que emana de una tubería rota en una calle, porque aquí conseguir agua es un milagro. ¿Quién dijo que el agua es inodora, incolora e insípida? El agua es de un color que se enciende con la sed. El agua tiene el color del canto de los pájaros, del gorrión sobre todo, esos pájaros a los que da igual la guerra que sale del mar en tanto su cielo permanezca ileso. El agua sabe a agua y huele al aire fresco de una campiña de espigas que se ondulan entre claridades y penumbras, manchas de luz derramadas a su paso por la majestuosa ala del gorrión al sobrevolar las mieses. No todo lo que vuela es un avión. Entre las peores cosas de la lengua árabe se cuenta el que la voz avión sea el femenino de la voz ave. Pero los pájaros siguen cantando, se empeñan en reafirmar su voz entre el estruendo de las bombas. ¿Quién dijo que el agua es inodora, incolora e insípida? ¿Quién dijo que aquel avión es el femenino de esta ave? Bruscamente los pájaros callaron, interrumpieron su revoloteo de costumbre al soplar el vendaval del hierro volador. ¿Se debía su silencio a aquel martilleo acerado o a una analogía desigual en la forma y el nombre? En vez de plumas, alas de hierro y plata, vientre de cables en vez de un pico preñado de cantos, una carga de bombas en lugar de un grano de trigo y una brizna de paja. Las aves habían callado sus arrullos abrumadas por la guerra, tampoco su cielo estaba ya a salvo. El cielo se desploma como un techado de cemento, el mar se seca, se avecina, el cielo y el mar son de una misma materia, el mar y el cielo me oprimen la garganta. Puse la radio para saber las noticias del cielo, nada, el tiempo se espesa, se ha posado sobre mí para asfixiarme, los aviones pasaron entre mis dedos, me abrazaron los pulmones. ¿Cómo podré alcanzar el aroma del café? ¿Moriré en ese olor? No quiero, no, ¿y mi voluntad?
Hermanos, no morirá la flor de la palabra. Podrá morir el rostro oculto de quien la nombra hoy, pero la palabra que vino desde el fondo de la historia y de la tierra ya no podrá ser arrancada por la soberbia del poder. Nosotros nacimos de la noche, en ella vivimos, moriremos en ella. Pero la luz será mañana para los más, para todos aquellos que hoy lloran la noche, para quienes se niega el día, para quienes es regalo la muerte, para quienes está prohibida la vida, para todos la luz, para todos todo. Nuestra lucha es por hacernos escuchar, y el mal vecino grita soberbia y tapa con cañones sus oídos. Nuestra lucha es por el hambre, y el mal vecino regala plomo y papel a los estómagos de nuestros hijos. Nuestra lucha es por un techo digno, y el mal vecino destruye nuestra casa y nuestra historia. Nuestra lucha es por el saber, y el mal vecino reparte ignorancia y desprecio. Nuestra lucha es por la tierra, y el mal vecino ofrece cementerios. Nuestra lucha es por un trabajo justo y digno, y el mal vecino compra y vende cuerpos y vergüenzas. Nuestra lucha es por la vida, y el mal vecino oferta muerte como futuro. Nuestra lucha es por el respeto a nuestro derecho a gobernar y gobernarnos, y el mal vecino impone a los más la ley de los menos. Nuestra lucha es por la libertad para el pensamiento y el caminar, y el mal vecino pone cárceles y tumbas. Nuestra lucha es por la justicia, y el mal vecino se llena de criminales y asesinos. Nuestra lucha es por la historia, y el mal vecino propone olvido. Nuestra lucha es por la paz, y el mal vecino anuncia guerra y destrucción. Techo, tierra, trabajo, pan, salud, educación, independencia, democracia, libertad, justicia y paz. Estas fueron nuestras demandas en la larga noche de los últimos años, y estas son hoy nuestras exigencias. Hermanos y hermanas de otras razas y otras lenguas, aquel a cuya mano se acerque este manifiesto, que lo haga pasar a todos los hombres y mujeres de esos pueblos. Reforma, libertad, justicia y ley, manifiesto zapatista en náhuatl, intervenido por Tonatiuh Trejo. Laboratorio Editorial Esto es un libro para los pueblos y gobiernos del mundo. San Luis Potosí, 24 de noviembre del 2025. Desde octubre de 2023, las fuerzas israelíes han matado a más de 66.148 palestinos, de los cuales más de 18.430 son niños, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud.
Dale. 3, 2, 1, dale.
Un tercer ojo para el tiempo de la tristeza. Oh Padre César, ¿por qué no me has abandonado? ¿Por qué las coronas? ¿Por qué obstaculizar con hiel el peldaño del valor? Hemos perdido el balbuceo. El resoplar en la meta es un ahínco sobre los ojos vívidos. Transporta rezos de fuego para humedecer las mejillas y desacelerarnos sobre el trecho del recuento. Oh lánguida sombra, oh lánguida y trasvestida patria, ocultando el corazón marcapaso de mi ávido devenir. ¿Podré perderme entre las razas sin dejar de derramar mi luz? ¿Podré cantar yo, olvidada voz, la desmemoriada letanía que nos incendia? ¿Esta sirena que chía paralizará la marcha de los escudos? Y los ojos vívidos, como coros orgullosos, nos escrutan con disimulo felino, como si no supiéramos también sobre la tristeza de los gatos que lloran nocturnos desde su sexo, bajo el brillo de la única perla. Circulamos sobre criptas donde Mona Lisa esculpida se vuelve infinita y roza las incertidumbres de las aflicciones. Es cierto, todos han muerto, van eunucos de nuestra pasión, procesión de la insalubre vergüenza pasiva, para llegar y preguntarnos cristianos en el calvario de sus ojos, ¿por qué me has abandonado? Los tristes somos de izquierda noble, antagónicos de la real condición. Vestimos una frontera de juncos amarillos donde insectos en sus puntas defecan y destilan sus venenos. Lo chupamos todo. Ebrios e inexcusables, vibramos ante la sobredosis publicitaria de las urnas, con las venas inundadas por el torrente de lo que significa ser una cruz. El índice es una noche sin perlas ni diamantes que oculta la ciudad con su chorreada dactilar, color del hematoma profundo que nos traga. Tal vez la devoción etílica solo sea el torbellino que los amigos ansían siempre para destruir las grandes fiestas. Ni todo el color del hematoma que nos empobrece impide el incendio de Roma, que es igual al amor invertido, se nos incendia. Del fulgor triste a la fragilidad bengala, hermosa ráfaga que se va a recostar en el ojo del testigo, que desde su viña quiere abrazar toda su cosmovisión desde la copa de un Guanamey, con su llanto primitivo y víctima, vendaval y expropiada la cena que le implica su ser. Todos se han llamado César y todos se han hecho llamar César. Ponen un pie sobre la nube marginal para hacer llover truenos con su nombre. Tonadilla monótona de 3 acordes que los obliga a trenzarse embrutecidos. De aquellos empapan la mujer pop y el hombre pop, los número 1 de la colección corporativa. Sienten como un single que ignoraron entristece su plástico corazón balada en 7 pulgadas de historia y misteria. Entonces, Roma, que es igual al amor invertido, se les incendia.
Aún es posible entender la tierra como un recurso productivo. Es posible nombrar delegaciones, embajadores y reservas privadas, saber que la cosecha de naranjas encegueció un temporero, que el pago de la cosecha le permitió operarse los ojos. Es posible creerse un río o un cisne, un avión que expulsa humo los domingos por la mañana, leer una novela y olvidarla 3 días o una semana después. Y es posible pensar en la evolución de las especies y recortar periódicos, no acordar un número concreto de hectáreas o regadíos o testamentos, decir que no está clara la pertenencia de un pueblo a un recurso y de un recurso a un pueblo o nación o territorio. Y es posible dar la vida por una idea, decir las cosas tal cual son.
Hello, good evening, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Willis, and it's an honor to be in your company today to share this time and space with you and to have heard all these amazing voices. I'm a faculty member at the Iowa Writers Workshop in the U.S. state of Iowa, Iowa City, where we live and write and teach, is located on the homelands of the Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, Bohoje, Meskwaki, Lakota, and Ho-Chunk nations. I'm here to introduce to you a few of my fellow poets here at the workshop, including two of this year's visiting faculty poets, Julian Talamantes-Berlasky and Farnoosh Fati, as well as three other members of the workshop community who have come through the program, Zubair Siddiqui, Samira Abed, and Coco Thet. I'm honored to work with them and to be able to join you to voice our solidarity with the Palestinian people whose cause we support. I will be reading a brief excerpt from the great Mahmoud Darwish's prose collected in the Presence of Absence, translated by Sinan Antun. No one spends a night in prison without training his throat on what resembles singing. For that is the way one is allowed to tame solitude and preserve the dignity of pain. To hear your own hoarse voice means that your other has spent the night with you and whispered your personal news to you in a room. The narrower it becomes, the wider what lies beyond it grows. You embrace the world, infatuated with reconciliation. And you, when you sing, you do not sing to share the night with someone, nor do you sing to measure the rhythm of a time without sign or rhythm. You sing because the prison cell tempts you to speak of what you lack in perfect solitude to the world outside. Fields come to you with the rustling of golden ears of wheat. The sun fills your heart with the light of oranges. The flowers on slopes, tousled like the hair of a wild girl, come to you. The aroma of coffee charged with the exhilaration of cardamom comes to you, as if you had never noticed before all the vastness and gentleness that exists outside and the celebration of nature that you lacked. Just as in poems and at dusk, obscurity celebrates clarity, because a secret focal point emits its rays in directions and words and deprives darkness of the eternity of attributes. Tiny memories visit you in a herd of goats while stags leap like pine cones on a mountain road. In every song, there is a girl waiting at a bus station or on a balcony. On every balcony, there is a handkerchief waving and a dove seeking refuge. You are you and more. You are you and less. You are almost you. You, not I, are the loser. He who lives on depriving others of light drowns in the darkness of his own shadow. You will never be free of me unless my freedom is generous to a fault. Then it would teach you peace and guide you home. You, not I, are afraid of what the cell is doing to me. I have the vision and you have the tower, the heavy keychain, and a gun trained on a ghost. I have sleepiness with its silky touch and essence. You have to stay up watching over me, lest sleepiness take the weapon from your hand before your eye can see it. Dreaming is my profession, while yours is pointless eavesdropping on an unfriendly conversation between my freedom and me. Poetry is an act of freedom. You are you and not you at the same time. Thank you.
My name is Zubair Siddiqui. I'm reading from Iowa. I'm going to read one poem that I've written and then two poems by Faz Ahmed Faz that I've translated into English. Say, it is not their death, for death is promised to us all. It is in between, the food they will not taste, the joy they will not mix with grief into that elixir that eventually kills us all. Calculation and execution in one breath. A list so short of the turmoil of being, it's unutterable. It is not just their closed eyes, but how those still open are blank with memory, fading, too slow to afford them sleep, not slow enough to evade guilt. It is not that olive trees won't regrow, but that the price of peace is tearing off their limbs as offerings. It is not that peace doesn't mean end the killing, but that there is no life without liberation. It is not that the stomach cannot shrink further, but the tears that chewing can let, the rumination of flavor, the salivation in every mouth. It is not their deaths, for they laid awake, repositioning their backs to slot into rubble. It's how brave you made their children too soon. Say that they are your children too. Now the translations. Do nazme Palestine ke liye. The first one. Palestini martyrs in foreign lands. Wherever I went, land of my country, I went with the scars of your humiliation stinging in my heart, with love for your honorable light in my heart, with your affection, with the ache of your memories. The musk of your orange buds went with me. Every unseen companion's presence stayed with me. So many hands stayed clasped in my hand. In a distant country's unkind streets, in an unknown city's obscure and nameless streets, on whichever ground blossoms the flag of my blood, there waves the grief of the land of Palestine. Your enemies destroyed one Palestine. My wounds flourished countless Palestines. And this next one is Lullaby for the Palestini Child. Don't weep, child. After weeping and weeping, your mother's eyes have shut. Don't weep, child. Just earlier, your father took leave from his grief. Don't weep, child. Your brother, chasing the butterfly of his dreams, has gone to some far country. Don't weep, child. Your elder sister's carriage has left for another country. Don't weep, child. In your courtyard, they bathed the sun's body, then left. They buried the moon, then left. Don't weep, child. Ammi, Abba, Baji, Bhai, sun and moon. If you weep, they will make you weep even more. If you smile, then maybe one day they'll change appearance and return to play with you. Thank you.
I'm Julian Berlasky. Thank you, Elizabeth Willis, for inviting me. It's an honor to be part of this global collective for poetry as a means of medicine and witness, and also, perhaps most importantly, poetry as a catalyst for peace and love and political change. I'm going to read two poems. This is The Mirror World. In this exceptionally mild corner of the known universe, I wept in the womb and was born with lilies in my eyes. When the sun rose over the waters, it was unspeechable, like a scrap of rainbow or snowy plovers nesting in a footprint in the sand. Rather than being dead, my name was retired, put out to pasture with the horses too wise to be ridden. By means of human contrivances, I could soar undisturbed along the jagged edges of the mountain, moon-crusted mollusks in my teeth and a fringed raiment. Instead of time ticking away predictably, it was wobbly like the tides. Singers with smoother tones than I have sang, "Stay, little Valentine," rousing entire rivers with a dowsing rod. The poet who lived for 44 years in Gaza, a city by the sea, and never saw a ship. Saint Jerome, whose sins were in his heart, beating his chest with the stone, a poor outcast from life's feast. Distant blue groves, icy veined pulsations. What would be even more marvelous would be to turn wine into water, like some alchemical defense of divine power. Maybe it was fate. Maybe we were just the bird and a branch it sat on one day. Okay, this next poem is called Minelands. Many of us remember what our ancestors have done, what ululations to dress, to hunt meat, extract medicine from leaf. Jealous ones didn't like the precision of our lexicon, and the bearers too are speaking very precise. We don't recall a lot of the words now. The grammar seems obtuse. A fox deep in the wood, almost arbitrary. But thick blood course languidly, moonbeams in the bones, antic, bejeweled, crestful, render their music direct to the mind-heart. Many of us are in receipt of that music sideways, braiding in its ourself. Outrider neurowaves on the brink of a perceptual expansion, misinterpreted as psychosis by pilgrims of which I too am a part. Pilgrim, Indian, pilgrim, Indian, and we're broadly painted, photographed for purposes of preparing for the ultimate erasure, engraved in the process of our limbs rended by dogs in pits, as courtiers, bemused, twirl their walking sticks, obsession, repulsion for our discordant, multiplicitous genders are otherwise rendered according to Greekish, ungolden, inappropriate proportion, an illustration immodestly to be wished, indecorously to be mapped, point upon point upon point, point and counterpoint. It's like a Socratic irony where you play dumb, but you know the answer. Many of us remember what our ancestors have woved and songed. We're alive to the pattern, but don't recall the melody, or don't recall that we recall. Tree become leaf, tucked into the braid of the hair. Bone become water to succor the stream. Arrow become boomerang, beckoning its source in the minelands of our heart, where no border reigns. Thank you.
The roundabout of the P, into which has clogged the gall of the pubic chorus, the bumper sticker of the bosom, on which a baby bounces on board, and drags its pubic beard from one place up the flagpole made of milk, rising up the pen, in which the scene is animated in miniature. The glass wand with the pen of milk and the thoroughfare before the writing begins to flush its scene. A whorl across each temple is promised. There is no signature, but a few poodles and pube tumbleweeds cross town in the shattered dunk tank of the pen and weight, such that fulfillment feels already newly defined. That is, there is hardly is there time to wait for fulfillment when it seems one's longing for what one thought one was, when thought was a whorl at the temple, held in a promise like a flush arranged by the wish, etc., but rather that once the poodle came in the collar of pubes, raising the bouquet of its tail, it seemed that thought had come, as if it were the calling card of what came in its stead, and what had been coming all along, such that fulfillment of a wish was never of the wish, but a reflection of something far to the exactitudes of one's desire, something far more exact and unforeseeable, that is a signal, if one could call it, of not what would come, but of what would always be coming unforeseen, yet communicative of the surprise that included one in on its violet, intimately the violet with the sharpener of the valley of the brows of K. Along each petal, that's what I saw. Then, into the eel of the pencil, the tree on trot at the nor far nor near forest, came splaying curls and volutes of every spine, pine and snout, in bouts and bouts more to wander at what the puss, the stalking cat, met in its shadow, whether wearing a chapelet of ladybug wings, or underwear of the sun, or demi-veil of the rain. Behind the demon paper mill, with the wind whiskering out its sender, whistling too out its nostrils, wainscoted with worms. In tuppence this was not much, in cents less than a solution, but midst leaked or squeezed out, curled like biceps and mustaches, going surfing on the toothbrush of the whale. But that is his comb-over, which Kay has played and continues to play with the rose on his organ growing higher and higher. Out through the blowhole, where scalps go to die, and bones soften under Cretaceous bonnet, there, beneath that. Under the bonnet, where ribbons cross and meet, with shadows and blood bindies, and the warts that cast them. There lay a bill, long as a hand of dust blown from the end of the piano to the eel's mailroom. The eel's erotic mailbox, through which not even one letter, upon ripening, can enter. The ants offer their redness as explosives, like frosted dynamite in the skunk's pew. Played down to the thinness, worn insistently, onerously even, of breviary flesh. A phone made sounds of bivalves confronted, with no eel in sight again, with the gouged weaving the eel in. Memory around their mind? Into the mind I bore down and penned up a pearl with a pea-green toupee, as if an island had it moored and was roving the world to find and cover its mouth. A pin drew up water to its head and garnished itself with a sandcastle. Few droplets left. There, reinforced for the moment, bronze blinked from its turrets, a few camel humps, flattened of their messages, washed out by themselves, lay like hills on the ground. A bonnet spat out, landed near the braid of a river, and near the asshole the sun, quiet, its arms crossed, then flung out like wings on waves. Down the wand, like a lean man against the wall, with the most ideal thoughts of himself available, at that angle, given what leaves, and he could know it, at the right hour between the sun and the wall, down the wand and past imparting his grass wig, onto the nose as if drawn by some centrifugal force to its crook and bulb, to redden there and spread its redness down it. More like a thermometer unzipping its pants in front of a turkey beheaded without a subject. And it was fleeced, a bun made of snow bales and conversations in which depicted she was with open arms seeking the world. The cookie cutter of the worm, she crowed. It crowded me down. It croned and crowned me down all the way, outlining several ideas and a composite of a window in the rectory pushed up against which was my cheek and the lips and nose, partially of the moon.
Hi, my name's Samira. I'm a student at the Iowa Writers Workshop, and I'm going to be reading 2 poems. This first one is called Next. Desire is an angel of motion, motion that destroys design. Like the glass of the broken eye, it points to a subject partial. But nature was not so tender. Heaven had killed all men. That was the choice of God, to God that blessed our minds. Opening the legs of the crow, the red of the heart has won. The stomach is pouring its love, and I have heard it speaking. And I had wanted different. I had wanted reprise. I had wanted an eye. The slice of the worm is a smile. It bends in the arms of the crow. This second poem is entitled, We Must Kill Netanyahu. A chicken roasts on a turning pike. Its cumin consumes the room. Patrons smell an anticipated crinkle of taste. When eating, the hand picks up the flavor. It leaks onto my sleeve and in my nail beds, scrubbing with disposable alcohol wipes, a musk brooding under bleach, does not create a hunger in me. Soldiers line the archway of the mosque, several sweaters abandoned out front. At a silver shop, I meet a man who walks me. He speaks in stories and short memories of his life living in stone. In the catacombs of old Jerusalem, shops and doorways side by side. Inside my bag is another bag. The IDF examined both, my tampon, my notebook full of scribbles turned sideways. Does it resemble decodable script? Silence was an appropriate answer. Quietly, my companion admires my sneakers. A nightingale is a secretive, plain bird. It was daylight, and we did not hear its strange song. I support Hamas because I admire their mission. When Israel detonates a bomb, a building collapses in Gaza. It is not by accident or chance. The noise is not like a popped balloon or a car alarm. Pets and barn animals run loose, bleating painful bleats like a human. Concrete falls. Windows burst in frequent refractions. In the dark, a crunch underfoot is assumedly glass. There must be retribution. Some cause must have some effect. An American at the cafe cradles his iPhone, feels the blue light of his home screen and the dew of his drink. To kill a killer requires dedication, a prayer of ancient storymen. You must dispel the modern logic loop. Because I am American, I see things in constructed planes. I know there is a formula, progressively called politic. It assembled the map that inspired the British to cast off their Jews to this ugly place. Netanyahu supports gay rights, yet we must skin him and rape his open wound. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kukutet. A student at the Iowa Writers Workshop. I'm going to first read this poem by Rifat Alaria. Rifat, along with his brother, his sister, and 4 nephews were murdered during the Israeli bombardments of Gaza in December 2023. A few days later, his eldest daughter and the newborn were also murdered. And this poem was written in English. I will read this in English, and then I will read this in my Burmese translation. If I Must Die by Rifat Alaria. If I must die, you must live. To tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dead, who left in a blaze, and bid no farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale. Nga tiyamesu, min niyama pima. Nga ajong pyobo, nga paisen miya yongbi, a witazane, a chijo to webo. A me shishine a few on some lopi, era ma gaza got cleatio, a dugo ma no set, 2 or 3 dogum a pionet. Tuku durong no sepe, meet up million vija, tratware to a pigo, some million. Gong in bonet, Melonians along G car, who we map young when it, men look bigger, Nayason to it. Angel the bar, chichin de ya, you sound Lara look, cannot be dog, dreaming ma. Nga the yamesu, ငါတည်ခြင်းကမျောလင့်ချက်ဆောင်ယူစေငါတည်ခြင်းကပုံမြင်တစ်ပုဒ်ဖြစ်ပါစေ Next, I am going to read a prose poem called Group Photograph. Group photograph. The poultry factory I find myself in is one of those you might have seen on TV. Endless rows of chicken corpses hanging by their feet on assembly lines. The entire building is empty of people. The carousels are at a standstill. The whole place, I see silence. The chickens have been gutted, plucked, and cleaned. All the work is done by a machine to perfection. There is uniformity in the goosebumpy texture of the fowls drained of blood, lit under fluorescent lamps. There's uniformity in the gauzy stench of raw flesh. All the chickens have died with their eyes shut. They had not been allowed to gaze back at the butcher. Each of their faces a quiescence. Millions of dead chickens and I. Endless aisles in every direction. I am trapped in our group photograph. My feet are not in the picture. I will end with this poem I wrote after the 2014 Israeli bombardment of a Gaza school where many children were taking shelters during the night, and I imagine that the children died during their sleep. This poem is called Child Corpses, and I wrote that in 2014 and published in my first collection of poetry. Child corpses. Dead children are easy. They aren't choleric. They don't leave wills. A child casket is a light load. If a coffin is a fancy, infant death agrees with a cardboard box or a blanket. In mass graves, children rest more visible than parents. Kids who were walked into the guest chamber thought they were having a meal after a shower. And troubled children are. From 6 months on, most babies are capable of sleeping through the night. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charles Alexander at Chex Press. I'm here in Tucson, Arizona, and I have asked to join me in this section of this marvelous reading that is so necessary, for which I thank Ghazal and Vince and everyone who has anything to do with it. But I've asked Ethelbert Miller, Daphne Marlatt, Stephen Salmoni, Tenny Nathanson, David Wilk, and Joseph Leese to read with me in this section. And each of them are either recent poets Chex Press has published or forthcoming poets Chex Press will publish, and all are also just very good friends. So I welcome them and all of you. And I'm going to start this out and read something from the book Time Being, and then turn it over to my friends. Neoliberalism may be a dead horse, but Its full are manifest and meandering. The top of the pot has blown off to release a searing steam, uncaring, unfettered. Love is perhaps like hair follicles in short supply when any filter between the ever hotter sun and the collective dome of our head would be welcome. The brain boils in absence of that quality. Fox in its hole, cat in its box, priest in his closet, we in our Zoom box, God in his heaven, all's right with the world. Hang it all. Plutarch is an oligarch on Noah's Ark in Central Park. Horace doesn't bore us and Ovid can't catch COVID. Browning may be frowning while Soshu is drowning. Inanna comes crowning. We read at random the world as our disease, because it is, and our dis-ease, because we are. The company of poets. No words needed today. Some words have not yet been found, and we suffer alone and in the language. Free the wandering syllable, frozen thought, forgotten solution. Cold with no language shared, we warm the space together. We are the battered. Who? The undone, and what remains. Tied in a knot that dissipates with tea and sitting, tied in a knot that stays a knot. Today is not the day. Rain falls again in a desert town. No line, no time. One divided by one does not speak well of the mathematics of wall. Incendiary words or letters or maybe just phonemes. Who says words do not burn? Have you seen the red world? Red world, not a bang, yes, a bang and an electric band along a former wall. Maybe and maybe and maybe not, but who gets to decide? Thank you.
I'm going to read the Gaza Suite, and this is 25 haiku poems. That's a complete section of the haiku suite, Gaza Suite. 13 of these poems appear in the November issue of Poetry Magazine. The Gaza Suite is dedicated to 5 women who are very dear friends of mine. Naomi Shihab Nye, Anan Amari, Zaina Azam, Nora Arakat, and Hind Shavani. This is the Gaza Suite. Gaza at daybreak, dogs sniff among the ruins. The graves are multiplying. Winter in Gaza. Stiff bodies cover the earth. Tents embrace the wind. Midnight in Gaza. Hundreds of drones buzz like bees. All the flowers gone. Moon over Gaza. Clouds of death darken the sky. Olive trees are gone. No water to drink. We are fish without blankets. Where is the ceasefire? The sea is still here. Peace disappears once again. Boats die in the sun. Bodies wrapped in cloth. How many children have died? Life is a black wing. Poems with bullet holes. Every word is a witness. No more love sonnets. The seeds have stories. Oh, red, ripe watermelon, so sweet this earth was. Some cry genocide, the sound of one hand clapping, so silent the world. Planting trees today, clear the ruin and rubble, find the mourning dove. Darwish walks with me. He carries a butterfly just for you to love. Gaza is our home. Above the sky, a bird lives. Trees still have branches. Thank you.
My name is Daphne Marlatt, and I'm going to read 2 short poems for Gaza. Not to conceal harm. This amber glow, this topaz leaf light, stark against dark trunk, no longer silver under cloud cover, cloud blankets. Harm, harm there. In storm swamp tents, rubble, rubble, thin kid arms pry up, helpless toss. White gull crowd lifts, cries, soars, resettles green space here. Al Jazeera covers there. No hospice, no hospital, scant food, scant help, no way to heal those left generations down their bombed out streets. And this one, terroir, terror. Sea still heaves, memory's empty waste. Sand in its lonesome expanse. What if so little else lies unrubbled in Gaza? Rivers still run, so they say, while shatter exists in open air medical aid. To count the ones left once familial. Who could bear such aloneness? Thank you.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Charles, for having us. This is called Elegy. We may begin again from the other hand, an elaborate crossing of branches, sustained as any unmeasured writing is, without reference to the admissible present. It has been called a fact the sunlight grows like a new specimen, and yet even the crudest light must insist upon the rule, both in fact and in reason, in order to ensure lucidity. We may begin where the forms themselves are fleeing, are also falling to the ground, or at least I thought that I'd seen them fall, as if to complete the pale multiples of the maze. Falling to the ground, one is already on the ground, and now we know from height. Now we know how things descend from height, and how the ground may otherwise neglect its qualities, and how you are thought to be high atop the canopy of trees. We may begin and thus become resigned, although I rarely match the shape of things. And yet, I've thought how this means to say everything against what it means to say everything. The earth falls, and the slope that is drawn upon the ground belongs to the ground which isn't. The point of view changes, reverberates within the ground, but this isn't anything but its absolution. For the first drawback is not being somehow. To be given leave and yet to not be given. The road, come upon the loss of the road. This is to say, our things, that they may be clouds, the corona's note in the shadow of the sky, and my own things, this child's things, and how they may escape me. It is in pursuit of a case that we can't yet test, and that we went looking for reasons such as these, in search of the first act, the second act, the whole, to have our means appear, to discover where such means impart the end. And I said to myself, this is otherwise. This is the noose of gleaning. And as I said it, as I said the why and the how, it was our own to mean. Ere some offer should be the verb, to say the angstrom's wind exfoliate cloud, to say this person resembles air, the good lies within yourself. Admittedly, these ways of autumn, the additional constraint in the lessening days, the sentiments of speech are hard, the law, the fallen leaves, and how not to cry. A southwest line, somebody said, a force of creation, seen as the weather only shook this line's expression. I laughed, and as I entered, the earth falling back and forth. This decision is just, I wanted to laugh. See the ground and fall to the ground, but the reasons given are false. And once broached, what it has must divide it. There's another word, too, when speaking. The distinction lies in its passing. What are we to do? To fail, and fail to the ground, not to fall, because there is itself not a constant, but to fail, and to have failed already. What should be said is that beauty is reluctant to give upon itself. Failing to fall, I almost fall. And all of you are waiting. I beg someone to lead, but like my sisters, my brothers, in the columns of the soil, this request is all too familiar. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tenny Nathanson. I'm honored to be here and grateful to Charles for inviting me to join the Jack's reading. I'm going to read a brief stretch of a manuscript in progress. Winter dark bleeds through cleared skies, thistledown blown downwind, river swells rake cloud and snow, tear 10,000 frontiers. Yesterday, dark enigma left fallen black dragon teeth, alone city wall. The 38-page prospectus seen by the Washington Post envisions at least a temporary relocation of all of Gaza's more than 2 million population, either through what it calls voluntary departures to another country or into restricted, secured zones inside the enclave during reconstruction. Those who own land would be offered a digital token by the trust in exchange for rights to redevelop their property to be used to finance a new life elsewhere, or eventually redeemed for an apartment in one of 6 to 8 new AI-powered smart cities to be built in Gaza. Each Palestinian who chooses to leave would be given a $5,000 cash payment and subsidies to cover 4 years of rent elsewhere, as well as a year of food. The plan estimates that every individual departure from Gaza would save the trust $23,000, compared with the cost of temporary housing and what it calls life support services in the secure zones for those who stay. Called the Gaza Reconstruction Economic Acceleration and Transformation Trust, or Great Trust, the proposal was developed by some of the same Israelis who created and set in motion the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, now distributing food inside the enclave. Major elements of it were specifically designed to make real the president's vision of a Riviera of the Middle East. Perhaps most appealing, it purports to require no U.S. government funding and offers significant profit to investors. Calculations included in the plan envision a nearly fourfold return on a $100 billion investment after 10 years, with ongoing self-generating revenue streams. Some elements of the proposal were first reported by the Financial Times. When he returned to the theme as president, it was mostly to talk about how he would employ his property developer skills once the Gazans were gone. I looked at a picture of Gaza. It's like a massive demolition site. It's got to be rebuilt in a different way. Gaza, he said, was a phenomenal location. On the sea, the best weather. Everything's good. Some beautiful things can be done with it. The United States will take over the Gaza Strip. Describing a long-term ownership position, he added that everyone he had spoken to about it loves the idea. They've wanted a ballroom for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm good at building things, and we're going to build quickly and on time. Yesterday's winter dark bleeds through feathered skies, thistledown blown downwind, the shoreline raked by river swells, yellow sand trailed out half fallen away in dusk. The 10,000 things, cloud, snow, ash silver mountains, dragon's wild black roar for a deaf ear. Today, for miles across this cleared Southland frontier, old family villages, enigma, no one seen, no one come, tears, fallen, alone city wall. Thank you.
I'm David Wilk. I'm honored to be here, and thank you, Charles and Chax Press, for having me. I'm going to read 4 short poems. Prayer for the Ghosts of the Lost City. Sentient beings depart Earth in gray dawn, homeless doves seeking shelter, moon shudders, a dark balloon in space. We are passengers on a long journey to a new home. What remains will never be forgotten. What we leave behind us, long-lost songs in the dirt-filled air, singing prayers for the ghosts and elders. Song for Anselm. While you were not looking, someone took your place in line. You ambled out for a drink and lost track of time. Inevitably, you felt betrayed, and now the magic tales you told seem lost without you. In your dream garden, someone else tends your plants and pretends not to miss you. Your hands in motion, your untethered sense of humor. Sometimes we caught you glancing at the sun when you thought no one could see. Now we're here and wondering, where are you? Are you getting enough to eat and read? Can you still dance? Will the moon allow us one more brief twirl around the block? The stars are watching us, but we don't care. I'm standing here waiting for another song to sing. Yours or someone else who looks like you. Will you catch me before I fall? The news of your passing. Hearing the news of your passing, I buried your heart in the ground, a waning moon overhead. When you were living, every star in the sky knew your name. They call out for you to live again. I hold your memory inside my breath. The sky is purple. Come home. Come home. You are home. You are home. And this is Our Lives for Daphne Marlett. Give me a story or a book, a trundle, a tranche, a life, an aspect, a form of being, a motion, an emotion, a trip across the ocean, a likely story, an ending, an afterthought, a burgeoning faith, a wraith, a truss, a watchful eye, a form of music, a cleft, a parenthetic, an establishment, a notion, a song, a bird's life, a hummingbird's beak, a swing set, a sunset, an empty set, a null field, a sleep sign, a seraph, a point in time, an exhausted beast, a truthful sorrow, a ball of string, an eaglet, a swollen heart, a ring, a ladder, a soft toss, a room, a bloom, a sorrow, a plan, a star. How could this become absolution? Physics, stolen moments, good speech, breath, song, stillbirth, all in all, all in all and all in all. Will we remember how we got here? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joseph Leese. I'm very grateful to be able to be part of this reading. Thanks, of course, to Charles for including me. I see that it's 6:28, so I'm going to read one poem called The Story. The Story. Sheep in charred tangles, rivers boil, eyes boil. My name is I Want It, soul of bullets, soul of cash. The blue whales go silent, eyes boil, rivers boil. The sky is fire, shed your skin, sheep in charred tangles. I'm dancing, I'm breathing, I'm praying, I'm nothing. Thank you.
Hola a todos, esta es la lectura de México en solidaridad con Palestina. Yo soy Óscar de Pablo y vamos a presentar a los poetas Paula Abramo, que está aquí a mi lado, Lucía Picholula, Atahualpa, Citlali, Alejandro, Julio César, Elisa, Tania y si hay tiempo, yo mismo leeré un poema. Los dejo con Paula Abramo.
Hola, buenas noches. Voy a leer 3 poemas de distintos poetas palestinos traducidos por Shadi Rohana en su antología Contra el Apagón. Este es de Iba Abu Nada, 10 de octubre de 2023. Con mis obligatorias oraciones y con mi plegaria, la del buen consejo, te protejo. Cuando del general sale la orden y antes de que ésta se convierta en algara, erijo una fortaleza inmediata para cada minarete, para cada barrio. Te protejo, te prometo, con la sonrisa de algún chiquillo capaz de cambiar la ruta del cohete antes de que se estrelle, mientras los pequeños duermen como duermen los polluelos abrazados en el nido, te protejo. No caminan ellos hacia el sueño, es la muerte quien los conduce de noche hacia su morada. Las lágrimas de sus madres, palomas, aparecerán mañana y detrás de cada tumba volarán. Protejo al padre de los pequeños, quien tras cada bombardeo se dedica a reforzar la torre que se inclina. Quien dice a la vista de la muerte, ten piedad de mí, espera, ven tarde, un poco más tarde. Ellos me enseñaron a amar mi vida. Concédeles una muerte bella, tan bella como solo ellos son. Te protejo de una herida, de nuestra muerte certera desde que fuimos tragados, asediados por una ballena. En el norte, a cada bombardeo, nuestras calles rezan el rosario y oran por las mezquitas y por nuestras casas. Y en el sur de la franja, otras calles responden por temor a Dios, obedecen y lanzan su llamado. Yo seré quien te proteja. 7 aleyas me envuelven, a la herida y al sufrimiento apartan. Al fósforo blanco lo teñiré de naranja para que puedas percibir su sabor. Y en el humo esparciré los colores de las nubes para que puedas contemplarlo. Te protejo, te lo prometo. Has de saber que de 2 muertos y amantes, cuando se asiente el polvo, han de sonreír. El siguiente poema que voy a leer es de Manal Migdad, 4 de noviembre del 2023. En esta hora oscura, dentro del vientre de una guerra, el tiempo pasa y no pasa. No encuentro por delante ningún cuento para contarles a mis hijos. Y en honor de separar el pasado del porvenir, tampoco detrás lo encuentro. Érase una vez, ya es un cementerio. Pero debo contarles algún cuento y lo empiezo con será una vez, será, algo de suerte, capaz de mecer sus camas y su sueño, un poco lejos de la fusión entre el mito y la fábula. Una ficción compuesta de espejismos, una ficción mentirosa. Es lo más honesto que puedo si la guerra nos sigue vomitando, rehusando digerirnos. 1 más 1 es 5, y fueron 5 los que almacenaron aceitunas, aceite y satar a la espera del invierno. Y cada vez que me interrumpen, será una vez, será. El siguiente poema es de Taha Muhammad Ali, Venganza. A veces quisiera encontrarme en un duelo con aquel hombre que asesinó a mi padre y arrasó su casa y a mí me forzó a vagar por una tierra estrecha. Si me matara él, entonces yo al fin descansaría. Pero si lo matara yo, entonces habría obtenido mi venganza. Mas luego pienso, ¿qué haría yo si descubriera a la hora de enfrentarlo que hay una madre que lo espera o un padre que lleva la palma de su mano derecha al lado izquierdo de su pecho, al corazón, cada vez que su hijo tarda un cuarto de hora en volver a casa? Entonces, aunque pudiera matarlo, lo dejaría vivir. Y luego pienso, tampoco querría matarlo si en ese momento descubriera que tiene hermanos y hermanas que lo aman infinitamente y que lo extrañan, esposa e hijos que lo reciben de vuelta a casa, que se alegran si les trae regalos, que no soportan su ausencia, amigos y conocidos, vecinos y parientes, compañeros de cárcel, de hospital o de escuela, que preguntan siempre por él y siempre le mandan saludos. Pero si me entero de que vive solo, como la rama caída de un árbol sin padre, ni madre, ni hermanos, ni hermanas, sin esposa, hijos, amigos, parientes, vecinos, sin conocidos, ni compañeros de cárcel, de hospital o de escuela, entonces no agregaría a su triste soledad la agonía de la muerte, ni el cruel desvanecimiento. Será suficiente mostrar indiferencia. Y si me topo con él en la calle, simplemente lo ignoro, pues estoy convencido de que esto es en sí una venganza. Listo.
Hola, yo soy Lucía, voy a leer igual 3 poemas. El primero se titula Camas separadas. Mis abuelos dormían en camas separadas. Se decían señor, señora. Mi abuela servía la comida y él se sentaba a esperar, así durante décadas. Su historia no es distinta. Ella rezaba, él no, él viajaba, ella no. Dormían en camas separadas, veían televisión, votaban al PRI. Miro su fotografía contrapicada, disfrutan de lo que sucede alrededor, él abraza, ella no sabe cómo pararse. Detrás una barda. Es imposible saber dónde se tomó esta fotografía. El pasto y la pared podrían ser cualquier pareja. Mis abuelos dormían en camas separadas. Esta fotografía es un documento falso. El segundo se titula Pues de calamidad. El árbol de la casa de mi abuela se escapó del cielo, torcido hacia la ventana, obstinado en quedarse a vivir entre paredes y ser uno más de vísceras y músculos y fibras corporales que sostienen. Por las noches toca la puerta, a veces con furia de viento. Al día siguiente sufre el castigo de su necedad por ser otro, porque de ser torcido. Ramas que se expanden hacia adentro, un secreto escondido, un duelo. Sonó el teléfono antes de las 7. Nadie atendió el llamado. Un día habrán de culparme. No puedo leer este poema. No creo en Dios, ni en las misas, ni en las confesiones. Creo en las palabras de tu historia. Dudo de las que soy capaz de escribir. Cuando me cruce contigo, formaremos un ángulo imperfecto. Me tumbé en el jardín a ver el árbol. Él fue el segundo en encontrar la mamá. Primero llegué yo, aunque no pude acercarme. No hacía falta. Yo lo sabía, sus hojas lo sabían. Árbol de lumbre de mayo que no sabe esconderse. Los cimientos de la casa se tiñeron de rojo, todo se ha envilecido. Habrá que derribar los muros, enmendar las raíces, combatir el tronco que creció por dentro. Sonó el teléfono cada 15 minutos. Sobre el pasto, rodeada de sus flores, entrecerré los ojos, olvidé la muerte. Las hojas taparon el sol empeñado en despertarme. Me quedé ahí y ella arriba, tendida entre las sábanas de un colchón viejo. Será nuestro secreto. Los músculos de mi cuerpo se expanden y se echan a andar por la tierra, se retuercen, se ocultan, han traicionado su naturaleza oblicua, dejan expuestas mis entrañas, no devoran más. Lombriz que repta, sigilosa, me vacía. Yo la encontré, mamá, no tengo a dónde ir. Los músculos oblicuos me aprisionan, jamás van a sostenerme. Pétalos del framboyán convertidos en manto rojo. Malinche le dicen al ser del jardín de mis abuelos, dueño de su propia historia, de sus raíces fijadoras de nitrógeno, de sus flores brillantes. Me cubro con el fuego de su manto, esperando una traición cabe mi tumba. Pero no muero, no traiciono. Moriste tú, abuela, mientras yo dormía. Te vi untarte árnica en la boca del estómago. Te dije adiós, tiraron el árbol y después la casa. Ya nada me aprisiona. Y este último se titula Color Salmón. Te diría que es algo de los domingos, de la luz que entra tímida por la ventana, del invierno de esta ciudad que no termina de enfriarse. Es la piel que protesta cuando lavo los trastes, los pies que entre zapatos olvidan las superficies, es algo de mi aliento por las mañanas o del tuyo cuando estás por dormirte. Es la radio que cuela noticias devastadoras en casa, el trabajo acumulado, la pobreza del salario, la falta de un Dios ateo para rezarle. Quisiera decir no eres tú, soy yo, o no soy yo, eres tú, pero quién sabe. Un día de pronto me da por querer ser otra. ¿Es acaso el deseo de otra vida falta de deseo? Irme lejos, habitar nuevos contornos, descubrir lozanas cadencias en el cuerpo, ser ritmos extraños, olores difusos, tiempos ajenos, llenarme del aire de otras bocas, tragarme de otros sus babas, gritar dolores intrusos, salirme de mí, morder con otras bocas, reír con otros dientes. Miro tus ojos y antes de colmarme pienso en la muerte, la de ella, la tuya, de nosotros. Pusimos en el centro de la ofrenda una fotografía de mi madre. A un costado la imagen de tu abuela, un gato en cada mano. El yin y el yang te dije cuando la vi por primera vez. Junto a ella, en otra fotografía, tu abuelo mira la cámara. Centramos nuestros muertos a la mesa, los hicimos hablar. ¿Acaso esto es el amor? Soñé que dejaba las veladoras prendidas. El fuego consumía la ofrenda, la casa, el barrio, la ciudad. Los animales corrían despavoridos, los árboles se entregaban a hacer música de incendio. Desperté y no había flamas, tan solo el frío de una ciudad que no termina de enfriarse. En la ofrenda seguían de pie nuestros recuerdos. Mi madre, 15 años, sonriente, plena. Lleva un vestido tejido color salmón, unos rulos de salón en la cabeza. La miro y quiero ser otra. Y hoy es domingo y la luz entra tímida por la ventana y la ciudad no termina de enfriarse. Si te hubieras quedado aquí, no tendría, mamá, sueños de cánticos de árboles, fotografías en la ofrenda, la urgencia de irme. Sería yo contigo, conocería el amor. No sería deseos incumplidos y una estúpida certeza. En tu ausencia, madre, presentarte a sus muertos no me consuela. Gracias.
Atahualpa, you're muted at the moment.
Perdón. Hi, everybody. Soy Atahualpa. Voy a leer un poema de Rafi Siadat. Es una poeta palestina, trae una traducción de Patricia Bobillo Rodríguez. Hoy mi cuerpo fue a una masacre televisiva. Hoy mi cuerpo fue a una masacre televisiva que tuvo que adaptarse a clips de sonido y limitación de palabras. Hoy mi cuerpo fue una masacre televisiva que tuvo que adaptarse a clips de sonido y limitación de palabras, lo suficientemente rellenadas con estadísticas, contadores, medidas, respuestas, para las que tuve que perfeccionar mi inglés y aprendí mis resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas. Pero aún así, él me pregunta, señorita Siadá, ¿no piensa que todo se arreglaría si dejaran de enseñar tanto odio a sus niños? Pausa. Busqué dentro de mí la fortaleza para ser paciente, pero la paciencia no está en la punta de mi lengua mientras las bombas caen sobre Gaza. La paciencia simplemente se escapó de mí. Pausa. Sonrío. Nosotros enseñamos vida, Señor. Recuerda sonreír. Pausa. Nosotros enseñamos vida, Señor. Nosotros, los palestinos, enseñamos vida después de que ellos hayan ocupado el último cielo. Nosotros enseñamos vida después de que ellos hayan construido sus asentamientos y sus muros del apartheid, después del último cielo. Nosotros enseñamos vida, Señor. Pero hoy mi cuerpo fue una masacre televisiva fabricada para adaptarse a clips de sonido y limitación de palabras. Pero danos tan solo una historia humana. ¿Sabes? Esto no es política, nosotros tan solo queremos hablarle a la gente sobre ti y tu gente, así que danos una historia humana. No menciones las palabras apartheid y ocupación, eso no es política. Tienes que ayudarme como periodista, ayudarte a contar tu historia, la cual no es una historia política. Hoy, mi cuerpo fue una masacre televisiva. ¿Qué hay si nos das la historia de una mujer en Gaza que necesita medicinas? ¿Qué hay acerca de ti? ¿Tienes los huesos suficientemente rotos para cubrir a tu hijo, entregarme a tu muerto y darme la lista de sus nombres en un límite de 1200 palabras? Hoy, mi cuerpo fue una masacre televisiva fabricada para adaptarse a clips de sonido y limitación de palabras, y movido por aquellos insensibles a la sangre de terroristas. Pero ellos lo sienten, por el asedio sobre Gaza. Así que les di las resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas y las estadísticas, y lo condenamos, y lo lamentamos, y lo rechazamos. Estos no son dos bandos iguales, ocupante y ocupado, y 100 de muertos, 2 centenares de muertos, y 1 millar de muertos, y en medio de este crimen y de guerra y de masacre, construí palabras y una sonrisa no exótica, sonrisa no terrorista. Y conté y reconté 1 de muertos, 2 centenares de muertos, 1 millar de muertos. ¿Hay alguien allá afuera? ¿Habrá alguien que escuche? Desearía poder plañir sobre sus cuerpos, desearía simplemente poder correr ahí, a cada campo de refugiados y sostener cada niño, taparles los oídos para que no tuvieran que escuchar el sonido de las bombas por el resto de sus vidas como yo hago. Hoy mi cuerpo fue una masacre televisiva y déjenme decir que no hay nada que sus resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas hayan hecho jamás sobre esto. Y ningún clip de sonido que haga, no importa cuán buen inglés tenga, ningún clip de sonido, ningún clip de sonido, ningún clip de sonido, ningún clip de sonido les devolverá la vida. Ningún clip de sonido arreglará esto. Nosotros enseñamos vida, Señor. Nosotros enseñamos vida, Señor. Nosotros los palestinos nos levantamos cada mañana para enseñarle al resto del mundo vida, Señor. Y este es un ejercicio que hice a partir de la parrilla de Radio Aljara, una estación que entiendo transmitía desde Cisjordania. Y bueno, esta es una parrilla que fue traducida libremente para este poema. 03 horas, condiciones de las derivas. 8 horas, mantra matutino con Amanita. 10 horas, transmisión de la bitácora errante. 10:30 horas, el metamórfico. 11 horas, constelaciones impronunciables. 12:30 horas, los mercaderes con Caterina y Ruli. 13 horas, radio de la Atlántida Parda. 13:30 horas, pioneros con Aki Onda. 14 horas, los discos de Nunca. 15:30 horas, la señalética de los ecos. 16 horas, conversaciones en el Gabinete de las Maravillas. 17 horas, estreno de álbum, intervenciones sonoras, ¿lo recuerdas? 18:30 horas, transmisión de las bombas con nombres anglosajones. 20 horas, luna de granada con topacio. 22 horas, usa cuchillo. 23 horas, palitrónicas. 23:30 horas, ¿a qué suena la solidaridad? Con Jackson Allers. 01 horas, el sueño de los perros con Miguel Santos. 01:30 horas, el circuito del carbón y las cenizas. 02 horas, vigilia lectora para una Palestina libre. 03 horas, condiciones de las derivas. Muchas gracias.
Hola, voy a leer un poema de Sueir Ahmad, traducido por Ignacio Gutiérrez de Terán, y se titula Lo que haré. No bailaré al ritmo de su tambor de guerra, no presentaré mi alma y mis huesos a su tambor de guerra, no bailaré a su ritmo. Conozco ese ritmo, es un ritmo sin vida. Conozco muy bien esa piel que usted golpea. Estuvo viva aún después de casada, robada, expandida. No bailaré al ritmo de su tambor de guerra. Yo no voy a estrellar por usted. Yo no voy a odiar por usted. Ni siquiera voy a odiarlo a usted. No voy a matar por usted, especialmente no moriré por usted. No voy a llorar la muerte con asesinato ni suicidio. No me pondré de su lado ni bailaré con bombas porque todos los demás están bailando. Todos pueden estar equivocados. La vida es un derecho, no un daño colateral o causal. No olvidaré de dónde vengo. Yo tocaré mi propio tambor. Reuniré a mis amados cercanos y nuestro canto será danza. Nuestro zumbido será el ritmo.
No seré engañada. No prestaré mi nombre ni mi ritmo a su sonido. Yo bailaré y resistiré y bailaré y persistiré y bailaré. Este latido de mi corazón suena más alto que la muerte. Su tambor de guerra, perdón, su tambor de guerra no sonará más alto que mi aliento. Y ahora voy a leer un poema que traduje a partir de la traducción del francés que hizo Abedalif Labi, de una autora llamada Razan Bonaura de Belén, que nació en Belén en 1992 y se titula Botella de vidrio en el fin del mundo. Dios me envió a esta vida a la fuerza. No me escuchó, no me preguntó si yo quería tal cosa. Me comí un pedazo de la manzana a propósito para decirle, oh Dios, lo que eliges no me conviene, no quiero esta vida. Me lo comí a propósito para que Él me regresara ahí de donde vine o a donde iré, el orificio de mi madre o un orificio de la tierra, pero me castigó y me puso en el orificio de un poema. Me lo comí a propósito, prisionera en el laberinto de mi existencia, como una mosca en una botella de vidrio, y pienso, ¿cuál muerte sería menos cruel? ¿Que se acabe el oxígeno o que se rompa la botella? Quiero que esta vida que se tiene a mi orilla caiga y estalle como una botella. ¿Dónde está la ventana de este mundo? Quiero defenestrarme. El dolor es pesado, pesado y déspota, tanto que me somete. Floto como un cadáver en la superficie de mí misma. Y bueno, este último poema yo lo hice y tiene que ver, pues sí, con Cemex, ¿no? Que es la cementera que tiene muchas inversiones en Israel y en Alemania, que están apoyando de Alemania el genocidio. Manifiesto Anti-Vertical Quality. Desde el comienzo, el cimiento, desde Guadalajara, capital mundial de las cucarachas voladoras, les llamo, a ustedes, hígados y volutas, a ustedes, brigadas de paranoia, a ustedes, órganos vibrantes de metales pesados, cuerdas, a ustedes, pacientes asintomáticos de muerte por trabajo y violencia por divisas, a ustedes, porcelanas, brillantinas, noctámbulas sin paga de horas extra, maniáticas iluminadas por la pantalla de un celular sin carga, cianobacterias en el manto del estuario. A ustedes, compradoras de víveres en blanco, gigante, cuyos puentes derrumban, cuyas casas les acechan por encima, cuyos techos penden de la ambición de los dueños que escarban la memoria hasta dar con el muro derrotado. Desde Vertical Quality, capital mundial de los resumideros, los llamo, los nombro. Lola Vidrio, líder de sombras. Peso Pluma, líder lingüístico. Ángel Ortuño, líder de avistamientos. Julio Aro, líder máximo. Consuelito Velázquez, Biosita. Traigan su luz negra, su lencería con cartulina verde del tianguis. Dirijan nuestras huestes contra los ataúdes de Airbnb, contra el cártel inmobiliario, contra el cártel del arte, como si no fueran lo mismo, contra quienes construyen inversiones en lugar de viviendas y creen que un ovni es una vivienda digna, contra el deterioro ambiental de los animales de cemento del Parque Morelos y de los perfumes apícolas del Tonaya entre los eucaliptos sanguinarios. Dirijan nuestras huestes hacia los amarliles del mundo, hacia el bello fenómeno natural de los cholos que arreglan bicis y tocan corridos tumbados del amanecer en los tocados de pollito, de la esperanza que sostiene los peinados locos de las niñas de primaria pública. A ustedes, a nosotras, llamo, esperemos, lo suficiente para ver a inversionistas llover desde sus torres, tranquilazos, detengámonos, no van a pagarnos más si nos matamos a punta de relojes. Detengámonos y volteemos arriba, apreciemos el cielo estrellado de coleópteros, miremos cómo pasa mientras nos dice adiós. Gracias.
Gracias. Yo soy Alejandro Albarrán. Voy a leer 2 poemas. Uno en una traducción de Lucián Istal, si no me equivoco, de Marwan Makhul. Para escribir una poesía que no sea política, debo escuchar a los pájaros, pero para escuchar a los pájaros hace falta que cese el bombardeo. Y uno de mi autoría que se llama Dixit. El hombre es el lobo del hombre, el lenguaje, su colmillo más punzante. El hombre es el lobo, el lenguaje, el punzón y la herida. La herida. No matarás hasta que mates es una tautología, no un verso. El hombre es el lobo del hombre, el lenguaje, su colmillo más punzante, altisonante. No corro, no grito, no empujo, no grito. El hombre es el lobo del hombre, el lenguaje, su colmillo más punzante, altisonante, manoseado de sentido. Esto no se toca hasta que se toca. De sentido inverso se trastoca, de sentido inverso, como tu boca y mi boca. Esto no se toca, como tu boca. El hombre es el lobo del hombre, el lenguaje, el colmillo con el que troza la carne del cordero que traspasó la cerca, que se escapó del rebaño. El hombre es el lobo, el lenguaje, el colmillo con el que troza la carne del cordero, abre su vientre como una naranja y reserva una parte de su piel como una joya. El hombre es el lobo del hombre, pero también es el cordero. El lenguaje, las cercas que lo encierran. Ay, pero el cordero, el corderito, se escapó del rebaño, se ha perdido en el monte, ha traspasado la cerca. Aunque detrás de esa cerca hay otra cerca y detrás otra. Ay, pero el hombre, el pobrecito hombre disfrazado no quiere ser cordero, ni lobo, ni hombre. A ver, ¿qué quiere ser? No quiere ser un cordero. A ver, ¿qué quiere ser? No quiere ser hombre. No sé, tal vez algo más exclusivo, refinado, verdadero, dice el hombre, disfrazado de lobo, disfrazado. Algo más exclusivo, refinado, verdadero, algo más verdadero. Un hombre disfrazado de hombre, disfrazado de hombre, disfrazado. Algo más verdadero. Un hombre disfrazado de lobo, disfrazado de cordero. Ay, pero el hombre no quiere. Ay, pero el hombre no acepta que el hombre es, el invento del hombre es, el invento del hombre. Ay, pero el pobrecito hombre está pasando hambre. Ay, pero el hombre no quiere ser ni cordero, ni lobo, ni hombre, pobrecito, anda perdido en el monte. Ay, pero el hombre, que es el cordero del hombre, anda perdido en el monte, ha traspasado la cerca, aunque detrás de esa cerca hay otra cerca, y detrás otra, y luego otra, y en el fondo hay un lobo. Muchas gracias.
Hola, salam aleikum. Voy a leer dos poemas. El primero hecho por Seki Beidum en traducción mía. Prólogo para un titular de noticia. A primera hora del día se escuchó ruido de zapatos desiguales, tenis, botas, chanclas, corriendo calle abajo para llegar a jugar a la esquina de Jenin, donde los restos de un balón son el balón, igual que la risa menguada es la infancia. A primera hora del día hay un paréntesis de viento y el aire no pica en la garganta y no todo huele a pólvora o a muerte. A esas horas bajaron todos corriendo, menos Basil. Él ya no estaba en la esquina de Jenin, ya había acabado de reír y de jugar. Así lo hallaron sus amigos de zapatos desiguales. Basil se anticipó a la primera hora del día, eligiendo el 29 de agosto, día que cumplía 15, para terminar de reír y no volver, a jugar con los restos de un balón, fingiendo que los restos de la vida pueden seguir siendo la vida, aceptando que mendrugos son pan, que la ocupación puede todavía llamarse Palestina y ser un hogar. A primera hora del 29 de agosto, en Cisjordania ocupada, un niño palestino de nombre Basil fue encontrado por sus amigos colgado de una soga en la esquina de la calle Jenin. Y el segundo texto es de mi autoría, en memoria de Amir Beidum, hermano de Zeki Beidou. En 2020, un misil destruyó 4 de los 6 bloques de apartamentos del parque náutico de Al-Sahara. 43 personas se reportaron como muertas. ¿No es la guerra acaso eso? ¿Un contador de cadáveres que dice quién va perdiendo? En la esquina poniente del parque náutico existía una pequeña biblioteca que durante años atendió a Amir Beydoun, cuyo orgullo más grande era una traducción al árabe del Proceso de Kafka y unos discos de los Rolling Stones. En 2020, un misil destruyó también el local que albergaba la biblioteca de Al-Sahara. La comunidad de profesionistas que vivían en los bloques de departamentos se partió en 3 pedazos. Los que lograron huir fuera de Palestina, los que murieron, los que todavía andan por los escombros del parque náutico, intentando recoger entre esas piedras el sentido de la salida del sol. Amir es uno de ellos. Ya no lee, no tiene libros para hacerlo, pero encontró en el destrozo de esta guerra, no es una guerra, es un genocidio, un lenguaje distinto para resistir y contar otras historias. Ahora enseña parkour. En 2020, un misil fue el inicio de un grupo de jóvenes que se organizaron para hacer algo con lo único que en este mundo les quedaba, su cuerpo. Como una evolución natural de los asaltos que había que hacer para atravesar las ruinas del parque y del complejo de departamentos, a eso que ellos todavía llaman hogar, para huir, para volver, para afanarse a algo de supervivencia, fueron perfeccionando los saltos, las piruetas, la técnica, hasta convertirse en un grupo de parkour. Falta ancho de banda en el mundo y en su corazón para hacer virales a estos muchachos. ¿A quién debemos el viento en nuestro rostro, la brisa de sal que vuelve con el ayuno? ¿A quién estos resortes que nos crecen en vez de suelas? 20 y otras 20 veces maldito el fuego de la guerra. Te damos las gracias por enseñarnos el arte de huir, volar, sin más alas que el pecho. En el escombro que somos queda, todavía, para resistir hasta el final, el cuerpo. Gracias.
Hola, yo soy Tania Carrera y voy a leerles un poema de mi autoría y a cantarles algo. Este poema se llama Luto. Declaro la guerra para defender el contrasentido. Me desdigo y vuelvo a repetir. Hay un mensaje cifrado en cada escritura. Saco niebla para evitar navaja. Busco entre la oscuridad el faro de la comprensión. Es un secreto. No todo se puede decir sin arriesgar la vida. Para eso existen los poemas. Protesta en la imaginación este esqueje del esqueje sobrevendido a cachos, camposanto, mi terruño muere lento. Nadie queda vivo para decir una verdad. La condición de múltiples ha roto espejos, manantiales, montañas de montañas hechas polvo. ¿Cuánta cal se necesita para cubrir la vida? Aprendimos que la palabra lucha significaba muerte y aquí estamos quietos de luto. Y esta canción se llama Gato por Liebre y es una composición que hice con mi amigo Andrés Uribe y creo que tiene que ver con todo esto. Se regará la herida, cae la lluvia, se perderán los barcos, crece el mar, es bravo, se notan en los gestos las mentiras. Dejamos de confiar hace ya mucho rato. Se pelará la piel, se le caerán los pies al canto. Sin versos al amor, si no das a perder sin llanto. ya no partas los cielos, dinamita. Anclada acá en el humo miraré la muerte. Villano deshojando margaritas. Quién sabe si mañana venga usted a verme. La guerra con la voz, delitos por decir, hay pactos. Sujétame la voz, ya no puedo sentir cansancio. Quiero amnistía, devuélveme la voz, ya no sé ni pedir justicia. Quiero un descanso, dame un remanso, dame un juego pausado, dame. No sé si seguir, no quiero seguir. ¿Quién puede seguir sin tanto? Gracias.
Bien. De Iva Abu Nada, asesinada en Gaza por un bombardeo israelí el 22 de octubre de 2023. Aquí la noche es oscura, salvo por el fulgor de los misiles. La noche aquí es silenciosa, excepto por el ruido de las bombas. La noche aquí es angustiante, salvo por el arrullo de los rezos. Aquí la noche es totalmente negra, excepto por la luz de nuestros mártires. Que tengan buenas noches. De Rafat al-Reer, asesinado en Gaza por un bombardeo israelí el 6 de diciembre de 2023. Es un poema que ya han leído aquí varios. Voy a leer una versión mía en versificado como romance. Si a mí me matan, tú vive, vive y mi historia recuerda. Vende mis cosas y compra algo de mecate y tela y construye un papalote blanco con la cola extensa para que un niño de Gaza desde la tierra lo vea. Y si su padre partió sin despedirse siquiera, ni aún de su propia carne, que tu papalote sea como un ángel que le traiga su amor paternal de vuelta. Si a mí me matan, tú vive, sé la esperanza y recuerda. Este poema se lo escribió a su hija Shaima, a quien también sería muerta por un bombardeo israelí el 26 de abril de 2024. De Miriam Hassi, asesinada en Gaza por un bombardeo israelí el 18 de octubre de 2023. En mi país, las mujeres trenzan para la tele sus historias. Un periodista les roba el rubor de las mejillas y el aliento de las voces. Dice, aquí les traigo dulces, ¿alguna quiere un chicle? Y cada historia nuestra es como un dulce que el público mastica y luego escupe en calles y banquetas. Y después de la historia se va a dormir tranquilo. Ahora voy a leer un poema mío de hace algunos años, pero que quisiera rebautizar Las víctimas perfectas. Venga, gentuza horrorosa, venga, sí, gentuza, gasta la pasta terrosa y basta que rabia dentro reposa. Sácala del centro y goza del centro tuyo tu rabia, de mi arenga, vulva y labia. Venga, tusa la renga marcha de los muladares, jadeante, puerca, renqueante, con su escarcha de millares de prostíbulos, de fábricas, de lúbricos lupanares como de honduras precámbricas, de ya agotada paciencia, esa indecente violencia, toda hecha de gentecita, toda de gente que grita e irrita los buenos modos de todos, ruleta rusa. Toma la gentuza y usa ese fondito de rayos contra los cielos serenos de los buenos. Usa, gentuza, tus truenos. Venga de ahí, gentuza y truena. Carajo, caray que suena. Jerga canera y canora. Agenda puntual que implora tu hora de la venganza. Lanza, gentuza, tu danza de balazos firmes, ciertos. Piernas y brazos abiertos. Venga ya, gentuza, venga, a balazos, a tus muertos. Y ahora esto que escribí sobre la flotilla que partió rumbo a Gaza, que se llama Romance de la flotilla. Sobre un viento casi exhausto, un viento antiguo y exangüe, 44 veleros zarparon hacia el levante. De los confines del mapa llevaban sus tripulantes sus esperanzas de pobre, sus carencias y sus hambres. De todos los continentes y los puntos cardinales, zarpó gente que no sabe cómo multiplicar panes, cómo multiplicar peces, cómo andar sobre los mares, y lleva para ofrendar solo sus propios pesares. Pastores de nacimiento que llevan en sus morrales lo que saben porque viven que los une a otros mortales. En la mar salada y roja, quizá por el sol que sale, o quizá roja y salada de lágrimas y de sangre, un cargamento de penas iba a bordo de las naves para abrigar un poquito con tanto mal estos males, tendiéndole su dolor como un rebozo de madre a quien se moría de frío para que en él se arrullase. Hijos de todos los pueblos zarparon hacia el levante, llevando solo sus penas en 44 naves. Los llevaba un viento antiguo, un viento frágil y exangüe, el viento incierto y dudoso de su amor al semejante. Ahora volviendo a los poemas palestinos, este de Mahmoud Darwish, La tierra se estrecha para nosotros, en traducción de María Luisa Prieto. La tierra se estrecha para nosotros, nos hacina en el último pasaje y nos despojamos de nuestros miembros para pasar. La tierra nos exprime. Ah, si fuéramos su trigo para morir y renacer. Ah, si fuera nuestra madre para apiadarse de nosotros. Ah, si fuéramos imágenes de rocas que nuestro sueño portara cual espejos. Hemos visto los rostros de los que matará el último de nosotros en la última defensa del alma. Hemos llorado el cumpleaños de sus hijos y hemos visto los rostros de los que arrojarán a nuestros hijos por las ventanas de este último espacio, espejos que pulirán nuestra estrella. ¿A dónde iremos después de las últimas fronteras? ¿Dónde volarán los pájaros después del último cielo? ¿Dónde dormirán las plantas después del último aire? Escribiremos nuestros nombres con vapor, teñido de carmesí. Cortaremos la mano al canto para que lo complete nuestra carne. Aquí moriremos, aquí en el último pasaje. Aquí o ahí, nuestra sangre plantará sus olivos. Ahora, Citlali va a leer otro poema.
Sí, este es de Gil Jude, traducido por Ignacio Gutiérrez de Terán. No queda azúcar en la ciudad. Quiero hacer un bizcocho, pero no queda azúcar en la ciudad, ni sonrisas que desborden que desborden de rostros fugaces, ni balcones asomados a los sueños. Las ventanas no han vuelto a su sitio desde la última guerra. Quiero cocer pan, pero no queda trigo en los campos. Solo hay un espantapájaros hecho jirones que aterra a los campesinos, pero no asusta a los cuervos. Quiero coser una luna, pero ningún horno puede albergar su redondez mayúscula. Así que he decidido comerme mi propio corazón, crudo, eso sí, porque mi ciudad también se ha quedado sin lumbre. Pues no sé si hay alguien más que quiera leer otro.
Hola,
Hola, Tania.
Bueno, voy a compartir otra canción que no es propiamente sobre Palestina, pero creo que al final las fuerzas de la opresión pueden ser tanto individuales como naciones enteras, y pues un manifiesto en contra de eso, ¿no? Uy, cuidado, no ha pensado, no lo tiene nada claro. No trae barrio, voz ni tacto, todo él pregunta en blanco. Ten cuidado, va sin mente. No te creas, no siente lo que siente. No te creas, tampoco miente. La verdad no va consciente. No te fijes, no es su culpa. No sabe pedir disculpas. No, 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 tampoco es tuya. Hay más fuego que cultura. Sí que sí. Violencia, deja de caer. Quiero un día libre pa' perder. Violencia, ya dame ese break. Yo copio y pego, no queda más que hacer. Blah, qué malo, un trago malo. Resultó quererlo aquí a mi lado, aunque el miedo no he nombrado. Vi sus vísceras, candado, yo he fallado, me he probado. Cierto odio he cosechado, creyendo que yo buscaba mis seres amados. Violencia, deja de caer. Quiero un día libre pa' ceder. No sé si voy a reír o voy a perder. Violencia, ya, basta ya, deja de caer. Los caminos de la vida son mina tras mina, mira, presos desde la semilla, nunca importa lo que opinas. Los caminos de la vida son un mapa hacia la nada, son de carne y arañanza, son acciones, accidentes, son labranzas. Si es que entiendes lo que espina, ahí está también tu calma. Si no entiendes lo que animas, ahí está también tu drama. Contener la retaíla como si fuera una dama. No me creo capaz ahorita, no, perdón, pero me llaman los versos, versos, me llaman los versos, versos, versos me llaman los, me llaman los, me llaman los, me llaman los versos. Y voy a compartirles otro poema que escribí, cuyo título lo puso un niño que conocí en Cereté, en Colombia, y yo les leí el poema y él puso el título, ¿no? Porque no tenía en ese momento. Y lo nombró El jardín de las flores empinadas. Ya sé, se ha dicho, pero el odio no se enseña, se descubre tarde quizá, creciendo irremediablemente. Y cómo se recortan esas ramas, espinazos de fuerza que transforman un solo pecho en la jauría, voces, muchos tonos y aquel llanto silenciado que devuelve mierda como una costa llena de turistas enfermos de sí mismos. El ruido puede ser dolor y la costumbre ruido, no saber quién habla, si habla o suplica, si suplica o está gritando, si llora o está dormido. Que me abran a mitades la pasión, quiero ver tantito. Al centro encontrarán una canica negra, luna, diminuta luna, muerta y envuelta en carne. Íbamos a ser planetas y terminamos aquí odiándonos los pasos, la muerte, las señales, todo lo que se llama comunidad. El privilegio de ser mundanos es algo parecido a la confusión. Convulsos, migrantes, nacimos sabiendo cómo perdernos. La órbita a ratos solo es la incomodidad. Mucho gusto estar con ustedes.
Voy a leer un poema del poeta palestino Gayat Almadún en traducción de Catherine Coban. Nosotros que estamos esparcidos en fragmentos, cuya carne vuela por el aire como gotas de lluvia, ofrecemos nuestras más profundas disculpas a todos los habitantes de este mundo civilizado, hombres, mujeres y niños, porque hemos aparecido involuntariamente en sus pacíficos hogares sin pedir permiso. Pedimos disculpas por haber estampado nuestras partes del cuerpo cercenadas en su memoria blanca como la nieve, porque hemos violado la imagen del ser humano normal y entero a sus ojos, porque hemos tenido la impertinencia de saltar de repente a los informativos y a las páginas de internet y de la prensa desnudos salvo por nuestra sangre y nuestros restos carbonizados. Pedimos disculpas a todos aquellos que no tuvieron el valor de mirar directamente nuestras heridas por miedo a horrorizarse demasiado y a los que no pudieron terminar su cena después de haber visto inesperadamente imágenes frescas de nosotros en la televisión. Pedimos disculpas por el sufrimiento que causamos a todos los que nos vieron así, sin adornos, sin que se hubiera intentado recomponernos o reensamblar nuestros restos antes de que apareciéramos en sus pantallas. También pedimos disculpas a los soldados israelíes que se tomaron la molestia de pulsar los botones de sus aviones y tanques para volarnos en pedazos y sentimos lo horribles que parecíamos después de que apuntaran sus proyectiles y bombas directamente a nuestras blandas cabezas y por las horas que ahora van a pasar en clínicas psiquiátricas intentando volver a ser humanos como lo eran antes de nuestra transformación en repulsivas partes del cuerpo que les persiguen cada vez que intentan dormir. Somos lo que han visto en sus pantallas y en la prensa, y si hicieran un esfuerzo por encajar las piezas como un rompecabezas, obtendrían una imagen clara de nosotros, tan clara que no podrían hacer nada.
Canción sin gansos. Blanca como un cuchillo en el pan negro, blanca como un cuchillo la cuidadora de gansos, heredó en vez de gansos un léxico semítico para entonar apenas cancioncitas tontas y dulces como gansos, pero no supo hacerlo la pobrecita muchacha, la cuidadora de gansos. Y en lugar de canciones plácidas como gansos, la cuidadora de gansos armó con ese blando diccionario heredado, dulce como un cuchillo sin apenas saberlo, una sangrienta saga siderúrgica, plural como tonante retaíla de pasos, como un tambor de estaño desbordando la acera, o una ensordecedora cabalgata de multitud de dientes, pobrecita, blanca como un cuchillo en el pan negro, la cuidadora de gansos. Al oír el estruendo de pasos, los soldados acudieron corriendo a la muchacha, la cuidadora de gansos, y al ver que no había gansos la tomaron por un imperio hostil. Aspiraba a dormirse como una almohada blanca, la cuidadora de gansos, blanca como un cuchillo desnudo en el pan negro, pero la confundieron los sensibles oídos militares con una renegrida división de obuses, y entraron en su cuerpo diminuto como en la capital de un imperio enemigo. Bruja, bruja y puta judía, negra como un cuchillo que untara en el pan negro una lengua de nata, le rompieron los pómulos, las calles, bruja, negra, puta judía, derrumbaron sus viejas sinagogas y sus pobres caderas, sus rodillas de leche diminuta de cuidadora de gansos, negra, negra, y desgarraron pechos y pendones. De su cuerpo menudo de mujer no quedó piedra viva sobre piedra. Como no tenía gansos, la cuidadora de gansos no pudo esparcir plumas. Concentraron en ella el vuelo de las piedras y ella no tuvo plumas, piedra a piedra. Quería ser una almohada blanca como un cuchillo y difundir su muerte dulcemente con el viento de Europa. Pero no tenía plumas porque no tenía gansos, la cuidadora de gansos. Para sus ratos libres, la cuidadora de gansos tenía un jardín de rosas, la cuidadora de gansos, y Europa quedó sucia, pobrecita y blanca con sus pétalos. Dedicado a la internacionalista judía Rosa Luxemburgo. Poema. Antes de ser poema, este poema era un vasto paisaje comprimido debajo de los números. Antes de ser poema, esto era una estación de tiempo libre metida entre dos teclas, era una comezón. Antes de ser poema, este poema era una barca como de pescadores picándome en los dedos, era un puño cerrado, la pulsión pecadora, el contraído músculo de un brazo donde se incuba el golpe. Antes de ser poema era una cuerda tensa o quizás una flecha pulsando en el carcaj de mi boca sin beca. Era el fin programático antes de ser poema, de poner muchas veces dentro de tu pantalla una palabra cursi, la palabra poema hasta vaciarla y volverla sonido solamente, reduciéndola a sílabas y babas. Antes de ser poema, la palabra poema era retumbo y peso, nada más. Antes de ser poema, ala de alberca, antes de ser poema, este poema era peluca, paca, moco de performática boruca, ganas de estornudar, bola de plata, antes de ser petaca, colmenar, ventolina, antes de ser melaza, este poema, antes de ser polémica, era arcada. Era un entrar a saco en la materia, era metal, mamá, moriremos de pobres, mercancía. Reproducirnos a nosotros mismos, reproducirnos como nuestro producto, ponernos a la venta, ser nuestra mercancía, costaba sangre y nos empobrecía. Antes de ser poema, este poema era marmotas dulces pero desorientadas, era marmotas dulces pero de ser poema, este poema era un ovillo de asco en pleno arrojo. ¿Cuánto cuesta una caja para muerto chiquito? Pero verás, mamá, trueno de labrantías, moriremos de pronto de la presión del tiempo, moriremos de prisas, pero de ser poema siempre pero, antes de ser poema, reclamón arrumaco, siempre reprografía de una reprobación anterior al poema, siempre pero, antes de ser poema, este poema, antes de ser poema, era una marca o quizás un mortero. Atahualpa.
¿Qué tal? Hola de nuevo. Voy a leer un poema breve de Nur Hindi en una traducción de Juan Toledo. Y bueno, lleva como título "A la mierda su conferencia sobre técnica, a mi gente la están matando". Los colonizadores escriben de flores. Yo les hablo de niños que tiran piedras a tanques israelíes, momentos antes de convertirse en margaritas. Quiero ser como esos poetas que se preocupan por la luna. Los palestinos no ven la luna desde las celdas y las prisiones. Es tan hermosa la luna. Son tan hermosas las flores. Cuando estoy triste recojo flores para mi padre muerto. Miro Al Jazeera todo el día. Ojalá Jessica dejara de enviarme mensajes diciendo "Feliz Ramadán". Sé que soy estadounidense porque cuando entro en una habitación algo muere. Las metáforas sobre la muerte son para poetas que creen que a los fantasmas les importa el ruido. Cuando muera, prometo perseguirte para siempre. Un día escribiré sobre las flores como si fueran nuestras. Gracias.